Hello everyone, how are we doing today? I am just making sure everything's set up and running fine. I'm just finishing editing a few things that are actually for today. It's a wonderful thing. Running 3 minutes late already, so all the videos are probably running 3 minutes late, but we'll see. Everybody's going to be a minimum of 9 hours to make sure I make the 36-hour mark. Theoretically, I should finish then by midnight on Monday. I doubt I'll finish before 1 AM Monday. I really do. Because, much as I love the concept of finishing, then, I doubt I will. I doubt I will. So, hello. Hello. And, yeah, I'm going to start off without the brewship stage running for a second. Just a second while I do the initial chats and say hello to everyone. Yes, this is going to be the beginning of 36 hours. 36 hours live. So, yeah. It's kind of fun. I've done this before last year, so I know sort of what's coming. But yeah, it's something which I look forward to each year. It's kind of like the ship-shape tours. The 36 hours of doing naval history and just seeing where it goes, what comes from it. It's just fun. You never know what's going to come out of it because it's such a thing which which people really don't do. I don't think I'm not sure. I've never heard of any other history content creator who does sort of 36-hour live streams. Not to say this is a bragging thing or anything. It's something which I do because I really love it, and I think I'm weird because I do love it. Some editing I need to do quickly to check the stream details. Yeah, that's all fine. It's all fine. And I have to admit, there are some things which I need to sort of take care of in terms of admin. So some of you might have heard last night I had an idea to change one of the things because the first book hopefully comes out if everything goes to plan and I'm happy with it. The first book comes out soon at Christmas, and that will hopefully fund next books. So I thought this Historiophon, instead of raising money for books, to fund the publication of books, I would use the money raised from this to yeah, it's working, Paul. It is working, Paul. To fund a trip around the UK. And I basically asked Dr. Dan if he'd be interested in doing it, and Dr. Dan said last night, yeah, I'd do it. And so Yes, the idea is, and I'm going to be working this out this morning whilst we're chatting, whilst someone's questioning, I'm going to actually work out the trip with you. I'm going to take in suggestions from the chat and try and put it together into a sort of trip. About a 2-week trip around the UK. Roughly 2 weeks, I think we can probably do that. And working out how much it would cost and what that's what we'll be fundraising towards. And the idea will be to hire a car. Probably the only things we'll probably need, we won't, there's no flights, of course, so it'd be hire a car hire and accommodation costs, which would be the things, which would be what we'll be fundraising towards. So yeah, what I have to say on fundraising stuff is money donated to the donated through YouTube and Twitch, or Twitch and YouTube, is of course they take their cuts, but there again, I do find that those particular organisations are more likely to promote the videos which make them the most money. So they like to make a cut, so therefore it theoretically should generate more. However, some of you do prefer to donate directly and not include them in which case, as a few people will point out, there are things like... Why did that disappear for a second? I have no idea. There are options, and I do mean options, such as PayPal, etc., where you can donate directly. And that's always welcome. It's always nicely happily received. So basically, it's up to you. I don't mind. But yes, the plan is going to be to work out the trip round the UK. And the first thing I'm going to rule out is Belfast and London, because as much as I love them, I'm going to be there in January anyway for a conference. I've gone to Belfast a lot of times. It's a constant for me. But there are quite a few things to go see elsewhere in the country, which would be quite cool. And it could be quite cool to start off with and work out where we're going. Now, realistically, I should probably have Dr. Dan here for this discussion, but I think Dr. Dan is busy parts of today. So when he joins us, we will confirm that he's happy with the entire route and check he's not got any ideas of where elsewhere he'd like to go. It's always a possibility. Because Dr. Dan does have suggestions. And I also have to admit, I wouldn't be surprised if we can plan it right if we can't abduct Garrus as well, for at least part of it. So it could be as many as 3 of the ship shapers on the route. Drac, honestly, I think he's probably going to be busy. So it'll be the 3 of us. And it's not so much a ship-shaped trip as it is this channel's trip, meeting everyone and going to see this lovely naval history. So that's what we're thinking. So I'd like you to think about what ships you might like us to go see, what museums you'd like us to go visit in the UK. I know there's a few submarine museums around the UK which I haven't seen in a while. And by that I mean I haven't seen them since they've been modernised, and I'd really like to see them since they've been modernised, if that makes sense. We are building quite a lot of this at the moment, and I have got some questions to go into. And also, I'd quite like to see a whole bunch of viewers, especially around the UK, if that's possible. So, and please note, longer term, I do plan on doing a tour of America. I know there's a ship-shaped tour, sort of planning the ideas for a tour of America, but there's a fair number of places in America I would love to visit to see all the people, and hopefully see some of you all out there. So, yeah, I'll add that's added on the list. But I reckon, considering last year how much money we raised, I'd say a tour of the UK is within financial range of what we fundraise, even if we hopefully exceed last year's total. Lions, that would be really cool. My plan is, I might have shared, and I will share in Discord, some of the photos I took of the car I was driving last week. And my plan would be to hire one of these. And if I can hire one of these, both me and Dan can drive it. We've both driven vehicles like this many times before, so we can do it. And I'll put it in this. In a Discord. I'll put it in the boarding ramp. And basically the idea is if we hire something like this, if we hire something like the vehicle I've put in a Discord, we'd have plenty of space for people to join us. So basically, it has the one I was driving has 9 seats and has plenty of boot space for things. So, in a nice way, if we've got Garrus there, if we've got a couple of others there, we're all in the same vehicle. We can drive along and we can have a really nice time. And we can just basically go, yeah, we're here. And yeah, me and Dan can share the driving. We can, it's amazing how cost-effective those vehicles are to rent, and that way you've got plenty of space for people, and you've got plenty of space for baggage, and you don't have to worry about working out insurance and things to share it. Because, I could take my Volvo, but it'd be a case of, Dan, I need to now put you on my insurance. Oh, that would be fun to work out. And we might even nick a dragon. That's a real possibility. We could nick a dragon. That'd be quite fun, I don't think Foxo would allow us to kidnap her into the back of a van, but Dragon might do for a couple of days if he's got free time. Look, hey, it's great. The fact that you're saying you immediately go, you haul a lot of iron brew. Yes, I do. I know I do. So, I have started the stage on YouTube, on Discord, I mean. And now we'll go back to the questions. And we'll look at the questions that are coming through. So, we've got Ramol. Why do USN never have any submarine kills in the Pacific? No, it's literally opportunity, but also as submarine on submarine kills, you have to consider how rare they are. Submarine on submarine kills, to be fair, I think we're still talking single digits. Yeah. In fact, there's only it's one. I was thinking there have been other scenarios where, because I was sort of remembering, I suppose when submarines bash into each other underwater and there's an accident that kills, that doesn't count. So I'm presuming that's what. But literally, there is only one submarine on submarine kill in history at the moment, as recorded. So it's not so much the US didn't get any as no one got any. The British just got their own the one. It's also like asking how many times the nuclear submarine sunk a cruiser. Oh no, how's great. You don't understand a cruisery. No. That Haze Grey, that's not a cruisery. I've got 5 bottles of iron brew to cover me through the next 36 hours. There is, you can say I drink a lot of iron brew, you can say I bathe in the stuff, and it's not going to count a cruisery. The sheer amount I go through. No one is going to consider that. So don't worry. But yeah. No, Knights of Historiophon, there is a surface kill by an American submarine, of a submarine on the surface. But the thing is, the kills that count in this scenario are submarine and submarine both underwater. If a submarine's on the surface, killing is just killing another surface ship. Yeah. That's the thing. If the submarine's on the surface, it's not considered. Let's put it this way. It's cool when they kill each other on the surface. It is cool, and they've done good work. But it's not as cool as killing it underwater and doing all the maths for the shot in your head. Because let's be honest, no one had any of them on fire control. I think that's half the reason for the modern fire control systems, because they realised how friggin' difficult it was and just went, oh good lord, we'll never get any done if we keep up this scenario. Anyway, only 5. No. My Tesco's hasn't arrived yet, so that's got another 6 coming. Not officially. Knights ago, we aren't officially counting blue on blues. Do you think Los Angeles class SSNs are already outdated by 2020? Well, don't take this wrong, Ramal, but the Los Angeles class, if I'm not mistaken, and I do love them dearly, they were started construction in 1972. So you are talking a roughly 50-year-old design. And the USN is keeping them out there because the most recent ones are younger than that. They have modified and upgraded the Los Angeles class as they went along. There is a very big difference between Flights 1, Flights 2, and Flights 3. And they are getting better, and they are improved vessels. And, yeah, they are good boats. But the youngest of the SSNs of the Los Angeles class is 30 years old, I think. Yeah, the youngest is 30 years old. So they are approaching end of life. But the main trouble the USN has is that production of submarines has been so slow, they haven't been able to replace them as quickly as they wanted to. If you go back and start looking at some of the submarines, the older ones, some of them were replaced at the 20-year mark. Many of them were replaced at the 40-year mark. But we all know that realistically, you do not want to keep a submarine going that long underwater because its hull has a half-life measured in dives. Because of the strain of going underwater. Once it's underwater, it's okay. It's a dive. It's the changing in pressures of going underwater, going down deep and then coming up, etc., which put the strain on the hull and have the half-life, not necessarily once it's at roughly constant pressure. It's a fun thing to get into. It's a whole discussion area. No, the UK did not have homing torpedoes. Well, the UK does have homing torpedoes in World War II, but they're not employed on that thing. I don't think it was a homing torpedo, and they're very rare. Basically, homing torpedoes for Britain and America both roughly come into service at the end of the war, and it's not there yet. No, the guy literally does maths in his head, the commanding officer, and the weapons officers do maths in their head and check each other, and they're basically firing blind. It's a really, really cool story. It's a really cool piece of history, and I will, in the year of the submarine, I will do a full video about it because it is an amazing piece of work and of human endeavor, really. And it sounds terrible, but also you have to remember the thing is what they're killing is they're killing a submarine which is taking stuff to Japan, technology which could have lengthened the war out there, and they just don't. That's not getting free. There's quite a lot of naval history in Scotland. There's also a fair number of shipyards, and knowing myself and Dan, I would probably try and help talk us into some of those shipyards on the way. They have the Explorer in Leaf, which is the preserved Fatal. They have HMS Unicorn, 46-gun frigate, which is a museum in Dundee. They have the Garnock, which is a tug, which was built in 1956. They have a fair number of them. Fair number of interesting things. And they have all sorts of other little museums around there. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to wander around in Scotland. Certainly is. And judging by that vehicle, yeah, it could get to Scotland. I took it all across Dartmoor and Bodmin Moor, and it was fine. And I say, yes, sinking a hospital ship is a war crime. How does the law apply for a hospital ship is captured during war? That's an interesting scenario. Sinking a hospital ship is a war crime, yes. But if you capture a hospital ship, if I runs into a scenario where it gets captured by you, you basically are supposed to let it on through. So you're basically, this is what the Italians and the Germans tried to use on a lot of vessels trying to cross from North Africa back to Europe. After the Mediterranean, their forces collapsed in North Africa. They tried to use the cover of them being hospital ships, and pretty much the scenario would usually go along lines of, okay, well, if it's a hospital ship, we'll come aboard, we'll verify it's a hospital ship. If it is a verified hospital ship, we have to let it through. If it isn't, we will impound it. Can someone put PDLP's processor's question in a format so it comes into the Discord, so I can grab it. Ramon, related to question 2, same thing for the higher class, but adding to it, do you think they're not viable? No, they are still very much deterrent. The Vanguard. The Vanguards and Ahios are both similar levels of future-proofed, but also the British have when you're building as many as America are, they're going to be multiple flights, so the last ones are going to be very different than the first ones, and B, and this is sometimes even more important to think about, there is going to be a difference in terms of structure in your force structure, in that you're going to have that as part of your thinking. You're going to have that part of your future-proofing. The British ones were very much midlife upgrade, and then they're going... Honestly, the Vanguard should have been going a bit earlier, but it was a whole delays with the Astute program, because it was whole delays with the construction program, because there hadn't been enough throughput going through the yard to keep the skills up. And so we had a of people who were trained, and we had to do to train up to get enough to actually build the submarines at a reasonable tempo, even at the reduced tempo we're building at. And this is part of the problem of why I say, again, you sort of end up with the idea of going, well, a Royal Dockyard, which doesn't have to worry about profit, would keep training the people and find a way to keep the people numbers up. You can function that. But if you're a company worrying about profit and you've not got enough construction go through, you of course let people age out and don't replace them, because you're worried about profit, because you're a private company, and that is your purpose, and that is fine. But that's fine. That's fine in a scenario. It's fine having the private companies doing it when there is enough throughput going through to justify the private companies doing it at a level which is going to maintain a consistent capability. When there isn't, at certain points, you have to go, should we have a Royal Dockyard? What's your opinion on a honing Mark 27 torpedo in World War II? Do you think it's... Look, it's better than it's better than what you had before. This is the thing. We start talking about these equipment in World War II. Some of the comparison is to the modern systems ago. They're not that good. For a first generation, Mark 27 was very good for a first generation. Is it great? No. Would I want to use it today? No. In that period, though, it gives you an extra edge. It gives you something you can do, and as a commander, you've got to appreciate that. But yeah, it wasn't. Honestly, by that point, the Americans were getting a bit better at their stuff. Due to the large amount of ships sunk by aircraft, and this is accurate in Pacific World War II, what would be the best fleet formation to combat this? You need, if you're going to do it, if you're going to deal with the air attacks, etc., you need to have a comprehensive air defense profile, which is what they have by the end of World War II. By the end of World War II, and again, it's the same in the Mediterranean, it's okay, right then, so the basic doctrine idea worked of layers of air defense, of fighters breaking up attacks outside, then you have the heavy AA break it up further, then you have the medium AA try and engage and drive off or kill, and then you have the light AA if they keep persisting coming in, and you're also manoeuvring your ships and making smoke and doing all those things. So all that works, but you need more of it. You need a density of it, and one of the troubles for both Britain and America, and they were the largest navies looking at it, is because with the treaty systems, they were limited in how much density they could build. They were limited in the cumulative amount of ships they could produce. So that meant they didn't produce as many as they would want to. And that meant they didn't have enough to have the density when World War II broke out. And so both of them ended up in a rather similar situation. Whether in the Mediterranean or the Pacific, their doctrine wasn't wholly correct, but it wasn't terrible. It was refinable into a very good doctrine. It was close enough that it gave them a good start. And for a peacetime completely developed by exercise doctrine, that's as good as you can get, really. That is, really, because there is a difference in wartime to exercises. There is a very big difference in wartime to exercises, and so the difference matters. But saying that, yeah, they ended up in that they had issues. And one of the big issues was not having enough ships. You need enough cruisers and enough destroyers and enough, even capital ships. You need enough ships with that heavy AA to back up the fighter escort. So it really is a thick, plunging fire you have to go through. There's a chance of that, I don't know. I have some Masters at Arms chatting away, organising things. It's always worrying when they start chatting away and organising stuff without me. Answer that one. Answer that one. Okay, next one is PDP's question. What alternative Australia is going to have a submarine gap between the current fleet aging out and AUKUS submarines being delivered to Australia? That was the point of the Virginias, but being ordered to hopefully cover that. But I would be surprised if other methods are sought. And honestly, it might end up being a case that the first generation AUKUS submarine, the British build, is actually built for the Australians, because We sort of, because of the delay in fractures in our fleet, in our astute numbers, we can sort of fudge if one of the boats in the first batch of 3 AUKUS boats it goes to Australia, we can fudge it. The boats have had enough work done to them that we could fudge it year-wise and maintain the current strength, which is still not enough, but it's what we've got, so we're used to it. If necessary, but it's going to be an interesting thing working out and seeing how it works with the British and the Americans. Hats and eyes. What was I hunting? Oh yes, I was hunting a cookie. I'll be back in a second. I'm hunting a cookie. Do I have milk left for a cookie? I do have milk left for cookie. That's good. I have milk left, and I have a cookie. I have a cookie. Important things. It's sortable out as long as people start applying some common sense and work it through and are prepared to be sensible. I have been on some museum subs in the US, and I can honestly tell you, no. The US did not have the most comfortable accommodations of any submarine navy. So far, the most comfortable boat I've been on, by far the most comfortable boats I've been on, I mean Swedish. I've been on Finnish, I've been on Norwegian, I've been on Swedish, I've been on Estonian, Canadian, Australian, Japanese, American, British, Italian. I think it was Italian. I think it's an Italian boat. Yeah. And most comfortable accommodations by far has been the Swedish. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that upsets people in the chat who are going to go, but no, my country's most comfortable. No, go try a Swedish boat. Once you've been on it, you'll understand what I mean by it being the most comfortable. Only one I didn't have to walk around the whole time like this. It's amazing how uncomfortable. You sit there and go, yeah, the accommodation's about the same. Beds are about the same. Toilet's about the same. Don't have to walk around like this the whole time. Yes, it's the most comfortable. Oh, my neck was interesting. It's the only submarine I've been on in years which I haven't had come up with a mild neck ache. Okay. So, Guardsman 14, do you think if the French Navy joined the Axis forces after the fall of France, do you feel the Royal Navy would still be able to hold the Mediterranean and keep Gibraltar? I think they would be able to keep Gibraltar. I think getting all those forces to coordinate together would be interesting. Because realistically, in the Mediterranean, it would be Franco-Italian, not German-Italian. So it would be the French having to cooperate with the Italians, and the Italians having to cooperate with the French. And the French would be taking orders from the Germans, and the French have good kit, the Italians have good kit. There'd be an argument over who'd be in charge. It would be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare, and probably lead to a whole load of blue on blues. I think the actually holding the Mediterranean is a different thing. The British, the thing is, for a lot of the World War II, no side holds the Mediterranean. They are able to use the Mediterranean. I think the British would still be able to make use of the Mediterranean, but I think it would require quite a lot of force. I also think if that happens, post-war relations between Britain and France will be incredibly interesting. Because not only did their government agree peace, and this is what I always point out, the Royal Navy has complete trust in the French Navy. They have no trust in the French politicians. Because the French politicians negotiate peace without explaining, telling the British what they're doing, which is against their treaty and all the spirits and all the rules they're supposed to be doing. They don't do that. And I can understand why, from their perspective, why they end up doing that. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. I can see their logic and why they end up doing that. But the fact is, they do it. And that is... that is problematic. That is a case of, oh, well, if you're going to do that, fine. Fine. But, you know, and I mean this in the nicest way, you can't expect the British government to then turn around and trust your word that your navy won't be used for things other than what they're supposed to be doing. And so that's the trouble, is the British have no faith in the politicians. So the British were preparing for that. That's what leads to Mers al-Kibir, what leads to those things. And the formation of Force H. I also think that whilst the Marine Nationale and a lot of the Navy were very upset with what happened, and with the British attack on them, I think if they'd actually found they were being sent to war, things could have been very interesting again on the side of the Axis forces. I think you could have found a lot of those ships go to sea and don't come back. And as for the Germans actually tried to use French yards to produce stuff, and it was a nightmare. So, yeah, it's going to be all interesting. It would all be interesting. He's going to still have denser. Yeah, so that was my point. You know, when Romuald asked the question about the accommodation for crews, Swedish Navy. We love the Swedes! The Swedish Navy, they design submarines for people who are over 5'2". Oh. Yeah, I love the Swedish Navy. They are a good Navy. They are a grand Navy. They are a Navy I have faith in. They're a Navy I feel connected to. Okay. Next question. Yeah. Question, no. In the terms of the Los Angeles class SNs, why they installed the VLS in the later flights, not installing the VLS in the Seawolf? Seawolf was still attack subs. The Seawolf were... Basically, consider the Seawolf, they have a very specific mission profile. Their job is to go and kill the Soviet SSBN fleet. And that's literally what the Seawolf is. There are lots of people going to tell you about their mission and their, sea control mission, all these things. No. Their job is they are assassins. Whole purpose of the Seawolf is to be the most lethal submarine, underwater attack submarine that was ever built, with the purpose of hunting down and destroying SSBNs. This is basically the Soviet submarine nuclear deterrent would cease to exist because of the Seawolf class. That was their purpose. That was their role. That is what they're about. The general purpose submarines, yeah. They can use VLS. They're to do attack, sea control, strike, all sorts of things. All the various submarine missions, yeah. The Seawolf, they're killers. They are pure, unadulterated killing machines. Arguably the stealthiest thing to go underwater in generations. And because of that, they are very expensive to build, Timo. They are very expensive to build. And that's one of the reasons why in the post-Cold War, in the Cold War scenario where the Cold War has ended, everyone goes, oh, we can save money, we'll build Virginias. Yeah, you can save money. You can build the Virginias. But a Seawolf? That's an F-22 underwater. And it's even less apologetic. Jimmy Carter is the Special Operations Submarine, Ramol, and it counts. It counts so hard. That was the other thing the Seawolves could always be able to do, was Special Operations Insert, and yeah. But again, they're expensive. They are. But the Americans used to have a submarine which is specifically an electronic warfare submarine, which literally would go and sit close to the Soviet Union with various radar sensors sitting up above the water to listen to the radio signals and chart it in. And that's another thing which was lost after the Cold War because it was no longer necessary. But you sit there and go, I'd really like to have it. It'd be really useful to have that. Now, would you be interested in analysis of how modern People's Liberation Army Naval was established? During a recent visit to Dalian, I spoke with several officers. Many of them were remarkably young. Yeah, I'm not interested. In my time, I've taught officers from the People's Liberation Army, Navy, etc. when they came to King's. I taught people it was quite fun. One class I was running, I had People's Liberation Army Navy on one side of the aisle, and on the other side of the aisle I had People's Republic of China. And Republic of China Navy. Republic of China Navy. Sorry. Brain died then. Made a mistake. But yeah. It was fun, and I also had in that class a whole load of other people from. It was a fun class. That one. It was a fun class to teach. I had them for about 3 or 4 weeks. They were a cool class. I was covering for someone else. That was when I realised, and the first sort of that class, and where I was invited afterwards, was when I realised that to make sure they kept separate so they didn't have problem with their governments, they actually had agreements over which restaurants in Chinatown each side could use, and which they could go to. And there may have been a very interesting undercurrent of, well, yes, this is done in this restaurant, which we're not allowed to go to, and this restaurant is done in this restaurant, which you're not allowed to go to. But you really like that, and I really like this. So, dishes would swap magically. It was amazing in the amount of choreography which went into it. Yeah. Oh. The thing is, in the nicest way, they came to King's. We're talking back in the... Let's see, when was I doing my PhD? So... all prior to 2010. We're talking a decade and a half ago. The world was different then. It still is different. You still do get to students. We still do have exchange programs where students come through. It's, as I've said before, there were. I think most of them are, a goodly chunk of them are sadly no longer with us on this earth. Students of mine on both sides in the Ukrainian-Russia conflict. Yeah. I've been teaching war studies and naval warfare and strategy and conventional deterrence and various things for 20 odd years now. Pretty much. Yeah. I have a lot of former students around the world in a lot of interesting places. And I loved teaching them all was interesting. I learned something. The thing is, the good thing about being a lecturer and teaching people and working and talking to them, one reason, another reason I like running the YouTube channel and doing all this stuff, is I can learn as much from other people as they learn, as hopefully they learn from me. I can hear interesting things. I have a wider circle of information coming in, because there's only so much information one person can gather, even if they are a functioning insomniac. So having others to come and talk to me, others to talk with and exchange ideas with, really does help you learn and refine your ideas. So yeah, I taught a lot of people when I was a PhD student. A lot of people. And again, it's the same with the YouTube channel. I know from my analytics where my videos are watched, and they are, I'm quite glad to say, quite a smattering around the world. I am quite surprised how many Argentinian subscribers I have, because last time I had a conversation with an Argentinian academic, he was calling me nasty things, but, that could have been just because I'd just been telling him that no British carrier was lost during the Falklands War, and he was trying to insist it had been. But we'll leave that to one side. He was an interesting soul. Ooh, look at that water store. This can be a free-stage reservoir. Yeah. I honestly think that America is missing a trick. I would have converted some, when it comes to your higher replacements and I would have honestly replaced the 4 SSGNs with either converting 4 of the newer, younger Ohios to the role, or converting or building some of the SSBNs to that role, as well as the SSNs, because frankly, I think you're going to need a lot more missiles. And at certain points, an SSGN is a great big missile truck that people don't know is coming. And that is something which is advantageous. And a saturation attack, being able to get one submarine in is sometimes a lot easier than being able to get in 4 submarines to launch that same strike. But, you know, we'll do it different ways. We'll probably do distributed attacks from different points and have the submarines from a wider area, and that does give you also survivability, because now if one submarine is lost, you don't lose such a huge chunk of your firepower. And there are advantages and disadvantages. It's half a dozen, 1/6 of the other. Like a lot of things in defense, it's half a dozen, 1/6 of the other. And that's the way it goes. It sometimes crumbles. Can I tell you a rough timetable for today? I was just about to work it out. And I'm answering some questions. I got distracted by questions. I'm sorry. The remote just keeps sending in such cool questions to me to answer. Okay, so, rough timetable for today. Roughly, it's divided up into 3-hour segments, so roughly there are 12 segments. If I go to my Word file, roughly there will be a presentation roughly sometimes between 3 and 6. So, and the presentation to Black Swans at War is most. What I'm going to try and do at the presentation times is mostly have a chat. Then it's going to be more Discord pals drop in. Probably I'm going to, maybe between 6, maybe after that, I'll do Pirates of the Burning Sea and then World of Warships. Possibly after World of Warships, we'll do Space Marine 2 for a bit. There'll be a presentation again between 0300 and 0600 hours on Churchill's early Christmas present, HMS Seek and the Battle of Cape Bon. Then it'll be probably Timberborn while there's questions and more questions and chat for everyone. And then there's going to be 09 to 1200 hours tomorrow morning. That's going to be UAD design session, where people tell me what, I'll ask people what they want designed, and I'll design it on UAD for about 3 hours. Then there's going to be more questions and probably more Tim Ball in the background. Then there's going to be presentation 8, which is 1500 hours to 1800 hours tomorrow, all about HMS Portchester Castle and the sinking of U-1200. And then it's going to be questions with Discord chat pals drop in, basically probably Pirates of Burning Sea in the background, and World of Warships collab stream after that to carry on as well. Oh, Timo 82, you don't ask that question. That's going to cause war. Hello, sister.
One's in my office.
Okay.
And I've wrapped the gates up in cotton in sheets, so hopefully he can't chew them.
Hopefully he can escape, because he'll believe the sheets are solid. Hulk Corgi at the work, yes.
And the other one's in London.
Yeah, if he wants to come here, he's welcome. If he wants to stay there, he's welcome. She was worried earlier, so I said I didn't mind, whichever was easiest for her and him.
I'll see what she wants.
Yeah.
The thing is, actually, by leaving you both together, it means it's easy for you to check on them both.
Yeah. But honestly, I could just leave the poodle watching the screen. He'll quite happily chat away with the other people. We all know the poodle is an absolute camera hog. We do. So that's a rough planning of what I have going up ahead. It's fun. Now, yeah. Black Swan class are an interesting breed, okay? Does the team come up with a question? The trouble is, how many kills are shared kills and to what extent they should be shared? That's Yuki. That's why I've changed the 36-hour videos I've gone from 3 planned videos to 4 planned videos. So they each supposed to be roughly 9 hours. Yeah, no, don't worry. There's no the writing competition has already been sort of discussed. I've got to get the videos out to people and things out to people. So that was left from the previous one. I hadn't managed to delete it for some reason. It had gone up in the version. I went, hang on, why is that there? It's not there anymore. There will be some discussions of things though. There'll be discussions of the stuff which is supposed to be coming out because I have found the box with all the stuff in. So yes, it is all going up. It will all go out. When I get a chance this week, it will all go out. It was going to go out Tuesday, but Tuesday I am now taking the poodle to the vets because he's got to go have a CAT scan. Yeah, he could have to have an ear operation in the end. He could have to have part of his ear removed. It's lovely when you consider ear infection with a dog can lead to an operation to remove sections of the ear. Can do a human as well, but yeah. Why not playing Sea-Power? Because Sea-Power I have too much time debating. I cannot answer questions and play Sea-Power. Sea-Power is something I would have to play on a normal Twitch stream when I'm not expected to be answering questions necessarily, or if I don't answer questions, no one's going to get no one gets to upset me. Oh, it's nothing to do with the fact that the UK aren't featuring large numbers yet in the Sea-Power. No. It's to do with the fact that, in the nicest way, Sea-Power tactics, some of them are wrong. Okay? Not do this without the video here, but some of them are wrong. And some of the things don't work the way they have them working. And I can understand it's for reasons of gameplay. But when you're trying to be as accurate as they obviously are, it's really annoying. But we'll leave that to one side, okay? We'll leave it to one side. This is why we're not doing Sea-Power, okay? We're not doing Sea-Power. Blood pressure. Seneca, what is the greatest or funniest case of sabotage during ship construction, like in France, where they moved the dipstick markers for trucks, so they failed constantly? In the ship ones, yeah, this was again that was the French. They connected the piping so that the bilge water was constantly mixing with the fuel. So the fuel was constantly impure, the bilge water was constantly impure, and the ship was barely able to move. And it took months to get it worked out. The French are absolutely ace at sabotage. It's another reason why I don't, think they should probably be building ships for the Germans in World War II. I think that was a waste of resources to do anything to be built there. Do you think for a long-term development of a navy, it is better to have lots of smaller ships and build bigger ships later, or build bigger ships and build smaller ships in case of war? I think in practice, because it's going to take more time, more money, and more infrastructure to build the bigger ships, probably you have to build bigger ships in peacetime. But you need to have a construction flow of smaller ships so you understand what you need and what you can do. So you need to have some smaller ships under construction as well as concentrate on the bigger ships as well. You need to do both, basically. The Type 212 CD is pretty darn cool. It's a pretty good submarine, but you have to remember as well, the common design, the CD common design, it's Norway's building between roughly 6, Germany's building 6 to 9. Norway has all theirs currently approved. Germany may have theirs approved. It's an interesting and capable vessel, but it's very much, I would call, very much a Baltic North Sea boat. And why would I call it a Baltic North Sea boat? Because whilst I know Canada and others are looking at it, and Canada is especially interesting, there is a reason it failed before the Dutch. There is a reason it fell for the Dutch. And that reason is probably its range. It's got theoretically an endurance of 41 days. But it's a very small boat to be going for that long a range in deeper oceans, in bigger oceans and bigger waters. And I think myself, the Canadians could end up going for it because cost-wise, it's an excellent addition to their force. And let's be honest, having 12 of them would be a useful thing. But my hope is that they go for the Korean option, which is more oceanic designed, rather, especially in the later batches. I would say the Dosanai Shango class are some very, very good boats, very capable and very, very experienced. One thing I would say, and I would caution this for the Canadians, is in my experience the boats built for the South Koreans are designed for people who have a slightly lower average height than the Canadians. Not that actually Korea does actually have a lower average height than the Canadians, from my experience, from my knowledge and my experience, but it is designed for people who are theoretically of a lower height for some reason, because I swear the standards were set in about the 1950s. And I say this based off 3 friends who have actually, and a former student, who have all served and spent time aboard these boats. Let's be honest, for what the Norwegians want to do, the German boats are fine. And the Norwegians do have a habit of going for German boats, so it fits with their history. The Swedes are the ones who are currently having trouble with their boat manufacturer, because they did the same thing as the Australians. They built a great class of boats, and then they went, you know what, we're not going to do anything for a few years. Yeah! And then they go, oh, we've got no skills left. All the people who used to build these boats have gone away. Why have they gone away? Because they haven't had employment, because you haven't built anything for years. But we want them now because we want to build something. Humanity, humanity, oh, the frigging humanity. This is why I like beavers. They just do it. Well, why the German modern diesel attack subs have the sub-launched IDA SAM system? Look. It sort of starts to make sense more in the Baltic and confined waters than it does in the open ocean. Okay? But let me explain it. The idea is, you're being hunted by helicopters or aircraft, and they're getting close. Your first instinct is to hide, because you don't want to confirm you're there. When you're absolutely sure they know you're there and they're coming to kill you, and you want to get out of dodge, you fire a couple of those SAMs. Perhaps you rip off every single one you've got. And then you get out of dodge. And while you use the time that those SAMs being in the air are going to buy you, because they are going to buy you time, because if the aircraft do nothing, they could end up getting hit, so they're going to have to do things like dive off to the side, pop flares, do all sorts of erratic maneuvers. And they probably, because those missiles are going to be unguided, have a chance of getting away. They really do. But the thing is, and I do mean the thing is, it buys you time. It buys you time. And that's what you need it to do. Buy you time. buys you time to get away. Okay. Steve, what's your opinion on the Trump peace deal for Russia-Ukraine? I think it's Trump trying to get more people to get involved in the process. Honestly, you're going to need America involved in the process. America is always going to have to be part of the process. But other powers are going to have to get involved. And so far, a lot of other powers have been going, but we don't want to negotiate with them because they're the bad guys. Yeah, they are, but in the nicest way, you're adults and you have to sometimes break bread with people who absolutely make your skin crawl, because that's what diplomacy is. I'm sorry, I know that's not necessarily a popular opinion in the world, but sometimes you do have to break bread with people who you absolutely revile. Because guess what? Your job is to not make moral judgments on the person you're dealing with, but to try and make peace. Because peace is better than war. Economically, socially, survivability-wise, it is better. And the Russians can't keep going on. And the trouble is the Russians will keep going on for longer, and every side is suffering. If they think that, they're going to get a terribly bad position of it. I don't think lots of it are enforceable. And maximum size of armed forces, all these things, etc. To an extent, what you do, that there is no mention of the paramilitary forces or what are the home guard organizations which the Ukrainians will probably have developed, and all those things, and gun clubs. There are lots of ways for the Ukrainians to maintain a very large, very vibrant volunteer reserve force without making it a volunteer, without including their armed forces number. There are so many holes in that assessment, in that agreement, that it would be, you could drive trucks through them on both sides. And that's really a problem for both sides. Okay? So, yeah. I see it as someone trying to get a conversation started, because currently there is no conversation going on. That's what it is. It's someone trying to get a conversation started. If they achieve it, great. If they don't achieve it, that happens. But that's the thing about diplomacy. A lot of it is just about getting the conversation started. No. Yuki, I've read it. It's just the nicest way. I've looked at it and gone, yeah, I don't think that's a final document in any way, shape or form. So, start it off. Let's see if it starts in the conversation. And there have been conversations going on for years, but they've stalled for about the last 12 to 18 months. So we'll see what happens. But it's not really... Look, you're welcome to your opinion on it. I'm welcome to my opinion. My opinion is looking at it just going, yeah, that's not a final agreement under any circumstances. It's not. It's a conversation starter at best. Look at it, and actually look at how many holes you can drive through it. The thing is so blooming... Yeah, it's just... It's not producing anything firm. At all. It's just not. So, yeah, that's my point. In the case of Munich Agreement, no, it's... I think, also, I would say, it's Trump trying to get a peace deal, trying to get any kind of negotiation peace deal through while he's still president. But I have a feeling it'll be his successor who has to deal, who's going to still be dealing with this. I don't think it's going to happen at the moment. I don't think Russia really thinks they need it yet, which is stupid of them because they do. And Ukraine isn't going to back down. It's not a workable plan under any stretch of the imagination, so it's not going to happen. It's a case of, no, it's opening points, and no one seriously would believe it wasn't, and it was anything more than that. Look, Yuki, you're talking about a politician, and I'm going to use that to describe Trump, and I don't want to spend a whole of 12 hours or 9 hours or 36 hours discussing Trump, so I'm going to end this here, because this is a naval history channel, and current affairs are not usually what we get into in that much detail, but I know you wish to discuss it because it's important to you. The thing is, we're talking about a politician who has been known to change entire agreements in the morning of the agreement on a whim at his demands. Under what circumstances are you presuming that any document which comes out is A, a final document, and B, what he really wants? If you've ever read The Art of the Deal, and it was one of the things I did when Trump was running for president, I actually went and read the book. The first thing you realise is everything is bluff. Everything in there is bluff. And until you get to a final agreement, you have no idea what he's actually after and he actually wants, because I don't think he really knows, judging by that book. But leaving that to one side, that's it. Oh. Yeah, this is where you and I differ, Yuki. I have the view of diplomacy that I would like to take a moral view about that person I have to conduct diplomacy with. I really would. But I can't, because they're the representative of that country and the one in charge of their weapon systems. So I have to, in a nice way, play nice. And when it comes to dealing with dictators and those sorts of people, usually the easiest way to play nice with them and get them to actually go along with what I want to do is to give them compliments, because most of them are ardent egotists. And let's be honest, who better to understand that than an ardent egotist himself? It's fun. Welcome to the world of diplomacy. It's not nice, and you don't always deal with people you like. Sometimes you will find yourself sitting in a suit standing next to someone who, frankly, considering what they've done to people, you would quite happily kill. But you're not allowed to. You are supposed to talk. So you talk. Because that's how you build peace. Even when you hate the people you're dealing with. Which of the Black Swan class had the biggest sink count of submarines? Okay. So. Starling has 4 confirmed solo kills and 11 joint kills. Other vessels are similar levels of how many joint kills, and it depends on how much you rate the joint kills. Which percentage of them. But I gave Starling as an example because across the class, they're involved in something like 30 to 40 submarine destructions. That's it. And they're involved in a few others as well, because some of them, they provide the sense that they are providing the assist in telling the Flower class where to go, or the Castle class where to go, or the frigate, Bay class frigate, or the River class frigate where to go. And yeah, the basically the Black Swans are It's what portion of a joint kill you give them, you credit them with, does affect how many they are directly responsible for, and, you know, it adds up. And Paul Amos, 1962. When you have finished your 10 primary books, do you have a plan for the rest of the next book, or will it be a further primer series? I have a primer series which is 50 books long with ideas. So there are 50 books which I could work for it quite happily on 45,000 words once. I already got the plans for them and worked out. So I could just keep working on those. And Yuki, I know you've written, you believe peace through superiority, but that's where I'll leave it. The only way you can enforce peace through superiority is if you beat them all in a war, and you run the world through basically a de facto military dictatorship. Which, does that make you any better than them? If you have to go, if the only way you can bring about peace is by killing a lot of people. That's the problem. That's ultimately why you end up having to negotiate with these people and work with them, because your only other option is, okay, let's kill them all. That's fine. They're not, none of them are nice people, but the moment you make that decision, don't start claiming you're a nice person either. You're doing what's on the side of good because you're standing up for democracy and all those ways, but in a nice way, no. No, you don't get through peace through a nice way. You think economics and civils, they don't give you a peace. Let's be honest, we had that throughout the Cold War. We had that recently. In 1990s and 2000s, the West was economically superior to everyone. They had all the money, they had all the things. That didn't bring about peace, did it? It just brought about jealousy. It didn't bring about peace. It doesn't bring about any of these things. No. Sorry. Doesn't work. And if you consider the various things, even with the 2008 crash, and the nicest way, even with it, if you look through history, there were many empires which were far, far richer than the world around them. What did that do? Did that give them peace and superiority? No, it gave them borders which were constantly being attacked. That's the lesson of history. I'm sorry. Humanity's not like this. They don't see rich and think better. They see rich and think, ooh, target. Lions, I would like to see player in the Middle Age anytime soon. Potentially after Christmas. I think it's basically, I would like to start doing more Twitch streaming as well as YouTube streaming. YouTube stuff. I would like to increase my Twitch streaming, but it's making sure I get the time. And if I can get it to the point where the YouTube videos are being recorded enough in advance, so I can function in and go, oh, well, I can guarantee I can, after work, I can take that evening off and I can do a Twitch stream. That's the fun thing. You don't have to agree with me, Yuki. I'm just telling you what the historical facts are. It's a nice theory. It's a nice idea, and I've seen lots of people put it forward over the years. The idea that we can be economic, civility, morality, superiority, so that will cause peace. And it sounds nice, and it looks really nice, and it speaks to the nice person in you, and I support it from that perspective. But then I look at the history, and I look at the reality of the world, and I look at the past and the present, and I'm sorry, that doesn't work. I wish it did. It would be so much nicer. It would be a really cool world if that was the way it did, but it doesn't. So that's it. Paul Amos, while working through 50 photograph, do you have a major book you would like to undertake? Yeah, there's about 4 on that list, which are all 75 to 100,000 words as well, including Admiral Henderson's book and a few on other things like that. But yeah, I have a full list of the primers, which I've worked out. And some of the topics that in this sort of week's presentations have been about them. That's fine. It's, you know. It's the way of history. It's the way of the world, sadly. I really wish it wasn't. But yeah, it's the way of the world. It's yeah. It's it's not that bad. Honestly, it's a good opening plan. Oh, Paul's questions coming in. Burris, do you realise you can't buy your book in Australia? No posted. I have no idea why that is. I actually bought some when I was in Australia, or rather, Dan did. So we actually bought them from Amazon Australia while we were out there. So not sure why. Didn't know that one. Points. What do you consider to be the most important development in naval warfare in the 1930s? Radar. Radar. It's a 1930s one. It's when it comes into service. It's actually technologically earlier, but it's radar. It is radar. That's going to help store quite a lot of more water now. Yeah. Next question. In the very beginning of British iron shipbuilding, did the builders use angle iron for framing? Basically, you have to remember, the British, when it comes to iron shipbuilding, come at it on a very slow scale. You first of all get iron reinforcements going into wooden built ships. So you have that experience. And that explains, it's one of the things of the Americans for adopting iron shipbuilding are rather a quick transition. Probably due to the volume of construction going on. Okay? The British, because of the far greater volume, they started experimenting with iron quite early. And it's first of all iron being added into the ship to strengthen bits, and then iron supports. And because you see, some of the pieces of wood you have to get very, very difficult to get some of the shaping wood, because what you want is you want to find a tree which is already in that shape or that form, so it'd be naturally, find a bow or something you can actually have so you can make it very strong in a sort of curve or other lines, and that's difficult to get. Well, iron you can make into that shape. Iron, you can start building nails, and so it sort of works up, and then at a certain point you start using more and more iron, and then you have ideas for other places of iron, and it grows, it evolves, and is gradually used more and more. So that's what we're often talking about when we're talking about this stuff, is that there are builders who use angle iron, there are builders who use various types of iron, because they're experimenting in Britain. So there's all sorts of use of iron used in the various bits of construction. Could I point to specific builders? Not off the top of my head, but there is a whole book on this subject of... Yeah, let me try and find a book for you. Ah, there you go. That's it. Let me just get the appropriate thing for you. Yeah, 0. Done. So, if I reply to that here, you will want, and you should be able to access it. Everyone, I think, can access this particular section. There's a Norwegian written book which has quite a lot of details on it. This one. and that's a fairly good read. So you should be able to go and find it there. If you go into the Discord server, you'll be able to find a link there.
Activia presents If Your Gut Feels Good, You Feel Good. So give it some love and start your day with Activia's Kefir range. Delicious drinks and yogurts. The most diverse Activia
Why are there so many
mix with
advertisements these
16
days? It's just
strains of
annoying.
live cultures,
So many.
including probiotics, along with authentic kefir grains plus calcium to support.
Done.
Calcium to support.
Done.
Calcium to support.
Sorted. That's all working. That's not working. That's good. Yeah, but no, that's Iron in Shipbuilding by Olaf is a good starting point for that. It's a lot of interesting there. There's also building battleships. No worry, Peter. Played a game to Amazon Australia. My bad. Amazon Australia won't deliver to my PO box from UK source. If a book in Amazon AU warehouse, then my book PO box is okay. Yeah. Don't worry. Amazon is fun. Points. What are most important developments in the following decades of today? 40s, 50s, 20s. 40s comes the integrated fire control. Integrated fire control and eventually the CIC. 50s, you've really got not much going on there, more harmonization stuff. 60s, it's the missiles really coming in, and a lot of the anti-submarine warfare capabilities really building up. 70s, that's when SATCOMs really start to have an impact. 80s, we've got integrated technologies coming in and making things more and more interesting and more data related. 90s, and it just carries on from there. There haven't really been massive developments, but there has been a lot of gradiated improvements, and it's usually what we do is you reach a sort of point of technology usually does that, then calms down for a bit, and then does that again. So at the moment, I'd say we're at this sort of point. We've been at this point for a while, and we're just about to do this. I'd say when it comes to warfare, naval warfare technology, because usually what happens is no one really wants to rock the boat for a bit. No one really wants to rock the boat and change things too much, because then it's going to delete their existing investments, and that makes them upset. Guardsman 14. When the People's Liberation Army find out what they want for a carrier and start building what they want, do you think that is a good idea to start converting the other three into drone trip sort of things? I think they're not gonna start building once they've built their fourth carrier, and that's probably what's going to be what they're happy with. Then they're not going to start converting the others until they've got enough of the fourth type in service. So basically, in a nicer way, they're going to be left as carriers for a good few years, and for at least Lilang, that probably means, considering her hull life, she's probably not going to have much of a hull life left after that. For the other two, maybe they converted, maybe. Probably not. Probably they just get scrapped. Maybe they get made into museum ships. Maybe they do, but probably they just get scrapped. Because to an extent, the Chinese are already building drone ships. They're already building drone motherships. They're already happy with what they're building. They're fine. They're happy with it. There's a chat. Someone chatting in. No worries. No worries, Steve. These things bring about the questions are worthwhile asking, but it's a case of, I always explain that I've spent my life dealing with some really weird stuff, so my perspective is not always others. I'm a lot more cynical, I would argue, and I have spent a lot of time involved in a lot of very, very interesting random history study. No, Liang is not getting sold to Russia. Unite. Russia don't want it, and think about it. At the pace of Chinese construction is point. They are currently churning out. Let's see. Fusion is going to commission probably in 2025. The Type 04 is probably going to commission maybe 2028. Maybe 2028. So we're talking every 3 to 4 years, right? At best. So the probability is, if you consider that, I doubt the Chinese will want to drop below 6 carriers. So you're talking at least 16 years before you can start giving up Liang. Liang was first launched in 1988. She is, as we speak, 37 years old in her hull. Add another 16 years onto that, she's going to be 53 years old in her hull. Doesn't matter if she's been used or not. That hull has been through... No one is going to want to buy a 53-year-old hull. No one is. So no, that's not going to happen. And whilst the Russian Pacific Fleet does need strengthening, nah. Look. Fusion commissioned, 2025. But it looks like the Chinese are following the German policy of commissioning rather than necessarily the British-American policy of commissioning, which probably is okay because, let's be honest, the Chinese have far more control over their private business than Britain or America do. So it makes sense that you can be afford to commission a ship before you've done all the testing if you're the Chinese, and you can't do that if you're the British, because if you're the British American, once you've taken possession of something, it's all your fault if anything goes wrong. Whereas if you're the Chinese and it proves to be problematic and the company goes, well, you now own it, you probably are going to have a nasty introduction to the exact power of the social credit score in the People's Republic of China. You don't have those options in the UK and America. So in the UK and America, you don't commission a ship till after it's been through all the testing and is pretty much as good as you can get it before you put it into service. In China, they tend to commission a ship as soon as they're basically happy with it, but they've still got bits to fix, bits to check. And that, as I said, that's fine. That's also what the Germans and a lot of nations actually still do historically, because that moves, to an extent it moves the burden of cost onto them, but also it moves to control the testing onto them. And some nations prefer that. Yes, they have the cost, but they also have control of the testing, so they can be sure of the results. Some nations prefer to leave the testing under control of the organisation supplying the aircraft carriers, the vessels, on the grounds that they will then they then have to pay for if things go wrong. It's the way the cookie crumbles. No, I think... Honestly, I think if Russia goes down the carrier route again, it'll be a nuclear-powered vessel. No, Commander Sub-Pacific Fleet is not going to be that nice. Not going to be that generous. Plus, surfacing boomers and STGNs are more for tormenting places like Iran than China. If the thing is with the Chinese is they might do something like surface a nuclear attack sub in the middle of your carrier battle group, just to show, oh yes, we can do this too. And you're sitting there going, yeah, we knew you were there the whole time. The thing is, we're not at war, so we can't sink you, can we? We can't. It wouldn't be considered polite or appropriate for us to do so. As tempting as we might find it, it isn't considered polite or appropriate for us to do so. You could put that, Steve, but honestly, I would argue that if the Russians go down the carrier route again, it'll be nuclear powered, because honestly, that's the only maritime engine sector they have enough. They actually have the ability to realistically do themselves the whole way through at the moment in a reliable way. And gas turbines, as good as they are, they're having to rebuild that entire experience technology, because, as we said before, the gas turbine production for Russia was in Ukraine. And the really interesting thing, with all this stuff going on, and etc., in a post-war scenario, is if Ukraine managed to get investment into their sector for production and construction of those sort of things like gas turbines, etc., they could find themselves linking into a whole new international market, which would be quite interesting. Oh, I have no doubt. You see, this is where I get really cynical. People tell me, oh, there's money and all these things against these things, but no. In my experience, countries are prepared to sacrifice a lot of treasure for the sake of ego. A lot of treasure for the sake of ego. And that's the scenario you're dealing with in this system. You're dealing with they want to get this stuff into place because their egos demand it. Their ego demands that they get this sort of thing into service, that they get this capability, that they have the power they need, they deserve, because after all, they are the Russians. Sorry. India was willing to has bought a Russian aircraft carrier, not more than one Russian aircraft carrier, and they have highly modified it. In fact, honestly, the Indian aircraft carrier is probably more rebuilt than many of the other options. But they took a Baikal, didn't they? They took one of the Kievs and they've modified it, and put a lot of it. And basically, I would argue that ship is the Victorious of the Indian Navy. It's cost so much money and has been so difficult to do. It has drained budget from everything. That's an interesting thing to think through. Is how much money that has cost, how much money that has been limited things for the Indians. It really is interesting. Right then. So, I have just put basically this together, and it is things are coming in, but but pretty much I'm going to be producing this shortly to put it up. Okay, let's go to PowerPoint. So the standard placement, yeah, that's one. No, I don't want that. I want that. Why is my... that. then let's do this. Caramba. And hopefully I can go browse for that. I can go through that. I can find the title part of the thing. What? Hang on. Oh, there it is. That and that. And I can do... There we go. Right. So, questions are still open. But just so you can all get an idea of what I'm talking about, I've basically stuck in the same rewards as last time because the books haven't been managed to be published because of moving house. So I've left it as that because it seems fairer to do it on the first 3. And basically, I have given you all the graphics and details of what YouTube does and money coming in. Yeah, basically, the more money we get, the more we can do on a trip around the UK in terms of around tour, wandering around what me and Dan can do. And from the quick check I've done, and you have to remember, this idea was confirmed as an idea last night, so I haven't done that much fun on terms of working it out. But the plan is to basically rent a car in probably February, March time. For a couple of weeks. And yeah, wander around the country. Now, I would say the car rental alone, because what we plan to do, and the kind of vehicle we probably plan to do, would probably be about £1,200 for the car rental, because we plan to bring one of those large people carriers, which I put in Discord. And the reason we do that is so that other people, if they wanted to, could come along with us and could meet up. So basically, that's the idea. We'd rent a car, and then we'd be wandering around. So that's £1,200. It's slightly, no, it would be interesting. It would be quite a lot of fun to do, and having driven one of those, well, I've got enough points for a few. I've actually got enough points in Enterprise for a couple of free days, so actually it does save some money on that. It isn't actually the full. It's £1,000 because I can use points to offset some, because I've got some points on my Enterprise account because I use Enterprise vans a bit when I need to rent them for things. When I need to do stuff, I rent a van from Enterprise. So if I use my points, that reduces it. But yeah, that's basically the plan of what we're going with today. So 50 grand. Yes, I've left that in as of last year, the 50 grand to watch Princess Bride. If you want me to do a watch-along of Princess Bride, it's 50k. I'm sorry, but for me to watch that video, you need to be buying me a new kitchen. I am not shameless enough to say I have a price that I can be bought. I can do. It's just that my prices are very expensive. This is why I am reliable. I can be bought. I acknowledge this. I am human. I'm expensive, though. Aegis is not. No, Rommel, that's not the case with Aegis. No, Steve, we're not letting. This is why I'm saying this is not a ship-shaped tour. This is an AC Naval History tour. This is a Alex and Dan tour. I think Drac would be too busy to join us, sadly enough. He probably actually would join us. He probably would come out for a bit. But again, the easy thing is if we do rent a car, we can just put ourselves both on it, and that saves in terms of a lot of issues. And also, we won't have the issue of... Drac is a very good driver. Drac also doesn't like being driven by other people. And then you start to feel guilty because he's not showing the driving. But we love him, so we don't know how to really complain. We tell him this to his face, though. We do tell him to. This is nothing I haven't said to his face. So, yeah. But we'll see. We will see. No, I'm not illuminating. No, well, your bribe depends on how many cases of an iron brew you want. Look, I did leave in there, you know, a nice new, brand new, fancy laptop is in there as well. Solo history to United States if I make it to 11 grand. Trip to Haida. And if it gets to 60 grand and raised, then I'll watch Princess Bride. I will do a live reaction to Princess Bride and invite the Shipshape crew to watch it with me. You know, I'm good. Thanks, Ed. Thank you, Carrot. Is Iron Brew caffeinated? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. In fact, in Bull Parakeet, if you drinking Iron Brew is in the UK, it's often stored in the energy drinks aisle. It's not in the soft drink. It's often in the energy drink aisle. But I will confirm, if you take it along with you to the gym, they will look at you as if you're nuts. I might have done this a couple of times, you know, just because you can. Look. I would say one of the things you have to remember, one of the sources I deal with quite regularly, when it comes to defense, and this is why I don't actually... I always advise this when you're looking at defense and you're analysing history and things. Remember, when you're asking for funding, you can your opponents will be the strongest military force ever known to mankind, and you'll be the weakest and most untrained force known to mankind, because you need more money to get it. Then when you're doing diplomacy and you're deterring conflict, you'll be strong, they'll be weak. And then when you're writing up the histories post-war, it's usually it depends on the perspectives of the people involved who's doing writing. So just remember, 90% of whatever appears in the press and public when it's about defense is about getting funding and getting money. Okay? 90%. Once you realize that, you learn that, frankly, you're not taking any serious. Aegis has changed multiple times. It's evolved. Anything. It's a system, but it's kind of like it's a system which has been evolving over time. It's called the Aegis system, and it's been evolved over the years. Whilst it's still called Aegis, the Aegis of today is not the Aegis that originally entered service. It's a very, very different system. It uses very different computers. It uses very different software architecture. It is a very different system. But the thing is, it's still called the same thing. It's kind of like the Arleigh Burkes. They're still called Burkes. And there's a reason for that, Ramol. Because, as I talked about the other night, if you are trying to get money at the moment from governments, and you were for many years, if you said you wanted something new, that was risky, it might fail, they wouldn't give you money for that. But if you said you wanted to improve or evolve an existing capability, that was a guaranteed success in their perspective, and that was going to make them look good, like they're investing in defense. So it's kind of like the classic example I usually give is the Hornet versus the Super Hornet. There is not a single person on Earth who has studied anything to do with aircraft design who looks at those aircraft and goes, that's the same aircraft. It's not. But the point is, that's what it was marketed as to get the funding. It's the same with Aegis. So yeah, don't you know. Chat errors again. Yeah, life is life. Aegis, yeah, and yeah, lots of building going. Mostly the building this week is today is happening. It started off in here in the reservoir area. Chat glitching out for some reason. Ooh. In 2014, I was watching a channel talking about the MiG-23 and they said it was designed for carrier operations. Is this true? And what carrier were they designed for? Is the Kiev flight deck? No. It was designed to be rough strip capable, I think, the MiG-23, and therefore has a theoretical carrier capability, but it's a theoretical carrier capability which I don't think anyone actually ever intended on delivering on. And there was the Russians talking about carriers for a long time before they actually implemented them, so probably there was some talk about taking a MiG-23 because it was rough strip capable and making a carrier version, but I don't think a MiG-23 was ever actually designed for carrier operations. Bonus, do you think that India is constrained by the effects of what Pakistan does, or is it just financial? Okay, Pakistan and India are an interesting relationship. Pakistan and India are... they have issues. And they will be the first to admit they have issues. They have locked themselves into a very adversarial relationship, and I don't think either knows how to get themselves out of it. And that's the problem. At a certain point, they might get themselves out of it, but, you know, it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. India is by far financially far ahead of Pakistan and is far more secure. And that helps India. But India's also pursuing far more aggressive internal development, which takes time and costs a lot of money. Let me put it this way. This is also the problem for Pakistan, in that in Pakistan's mind, they are India's rival and they should be on the same level as India. They're not. They're not the same size, they've not got the same industrial positions, they've not got the same infrastructure advantages, they haven't got the same geographical advantages India has. But they don't necessarily acknowledge that. But also, for Pakistan, their problem is they are trapped between India and Iran. They have two neighbours, and then they have Afghanistan to their north. They do not have stable borders under any circumstances. And they are dealing with that constantly. And then they've also got a consistent brain drain. One of the things for India, Pakistan and India, both of them face, is a brain drain. And people talk about, oh, we've now got better quality of life and better money over here. And you sit there and go, yeah, you have. Explain why your top engineers and top engineers and scientists keep going off abroad and keep going elsewhere. Yeah, okay. Night Signal, how likely do you see the Royal Navy returning to the 2-power standard? I read the article. I giggled. I'm leaving it at that. it's a two-power standard. There is an interesting idea of a two-power standard, but is it the next two largest navies, or is it the two largest navies in the world? And no, I don't see a two-power standard. You have to work out what it was going to be, what this two-power standard was going to be. I do think the argument is there for increasing naval priority, naval spending, because for Britain, one of the things we're looking at is realistically how big are we prepared to make our army, and how for it to be actually useful. Because when you consider, I would say the actual useful armies in the European context, the moment in the NATO European context, are not the British and the sort of those armies are actually sort of the armies like, well, they're the Polish army, they're the German army, etc. So the British army is not going to be a realistic factor, which means the two areas where we can invest money and be useful to our allies in NATO and maintain realistically a global capability are going to be the Navy and the Air Force on terms of mass, and the Army in terms of, I've always looked at as going, well, nice way, an armoured division, a small expeditionary force, built around a division which basically goes around the Royal Marines and the Air Mobile Brigade, those things, and having strike brigades which can filter into that, and then having some forces which are structured around providing tripwire forces elsewhere. Those are things which the British forces could do very well, because we can invest in the tech, we can invest in the training. We aren't probably going to have a large mass army. I would love to. I think we probably need to have a slightly bigger army, a bigger navy, and a bigger air force than we currently do have. But again, it's going to take time to build up. And also, one of the things you have to factor in Britain is going to be the wages, because, as I said before, and if you can earn more working for McDonald's than you can being an infantryman in the British Army, why would you be an infantryman in the British Army? I know you do it for patriotism and all these things, but why? You have a risk of getting shot at, getting killed. You have to give up a large portion of your social life, a large portion of your freedom of movement, your controls, your parts of your life, and according to all these tight standards, and you earn less money than working as a McDonald's fry cook. Surely we've got to sort of work on these things. Ramol, do you think the Soviet Navy had a capable and fitting carrier aircraft lineup for fighters? No, they didn't. But they were developing it. They were working on it. And if they'd actually what are they called? The U-class. The next class of Soviet carriers had entered service. I'm sure they'd fielded some good aircraft on them. They would have certainly been interesting aircraft. And let's be honest, the fact is, often the Soviets had very good ideas. They just couldn't realistically deliver them that well. And the classic example I give that is the F-35's own propulsion system, which was actually a Soviet idea. I think it was on one of their Yak developments. And basically we looked at it and went, that's a good idea. And everyone, the Soviets couldn't develop it, but we could, and we got it working. And the F-35 is as good as it is, but F-35B because of that. Okay, so here's the thing, Ramol. The Ural class, and I was just checking that, that was the ones I was thinking of. 72,000 tons, nuclear-powered, speed, theoretically 29 knots or higher, unlimited range, capable of carrying 50 aircraft. There isn't even a question if they are much better than the Invincibles if built. They just are. Just are. I love the Invincibles. They are cute baby carriers. They really are. Basically, it's the Queen Elizabeth class and for the Royal Navy carriers, which can rank in compared to that thing. And even then I go, ooh, I'd like the nuclear power, and I'd like the counterpart configuration, but I wouldn't get that. I won't get that because that's too much politics. I've done a whole video on that one. Why that's too much politics. Too much politics. No. Romuald, do you think the Constellation frigates could be delayed because of the Saudi? No, it wasn't. It's delayed because the amount of changes that everyone has put into the Constellation class project to make it, yeah. Don't get me started. Every Western Navy does this. Every Western Navy does this, and I have to remind myself they do. Everyone does this, and it's annoying. They buy an off-the-shelf design. Then they make changes, and changes beget more changes, 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 and you end up with a ship which is very different than the one you just bought off the shelf. And yet it's supposed to be cheaper because you bought it off the shelf. We made so many changes that you might as well have started out with a blank slate and designed something from scratch. But yes, because you haven't done that, because you've started from a proven design, it's considered a safer option by the politicians, so they'll go for it. But pretty much you could have designed, for the same cost, or actually possibly even less, something from scratch and got something to fit your needs. But yeah, it's the world we live in, it's the world we live in, and I have to remind myself of that on a regular occasion. I have to remind myself of that on a regular basis. I have to do that. I have to do that. Oh no, Ramul, the British have fumbled their frigate program so bad that, in nicest way, we are running out of frigates before we can replace them because we've taken so long to get around to replacing them. Nicest way, the British frigate program is now working, but the fact is, for the previous 20 years, it's a classic case in, oh my god, you guys are inept. I mean, we should have been carried on building frigates and been building something the moment the Type 45s... we should have built at least 9 of the Type 45s, for starters. And then, when we were doing the carrier program, we were supposed to be starting the light frigate program to start off the replacing of the Type 23s, because that would replace replace them in their GP role, at least the oldest and most capable ones, in that role earliest, and then we could have gone straight from the carrier program into constructing the Type 26. We haven't. This is why we've had delays and delays and delays, and this is why we've got such a shrinking escort force. So please, do not hold up the British program. If you want to hold up a good escort program, go to the Italians. They are running an okay program. They've got their own issues. They've got problems. Don't get me started. They have issues. But pretty much the only navy which has managed to keep a consistent production flow of escorts going through, broadly speaking, the time, in terms of the Western navies, is the Italian Navy, not the British. I love the Royal Navy. Do I admit that our government and we have has managed to muck things up and other things have been mucked up? Yes. Yes, they have. A lot. Ramul, you can go and look at the French yourself and then answer that question yourself. Who is having an argument with Nightbot and why? Okay. For the US, would you call both the LCS and the US? Would you? No, the LCS are not US OPVs. That's what they have the Coast Guard for. The US Navy doesn't really need OPVs because they have the Coast Guard do those duties. Yeah. And Bull Barragy, you basically, in necessarily the peace dividend of the 1990s has left us with so many issues. Pretty much every Western nation is in the same problem, and this is one of the reasons why the Western nations are currently going, "Oh, I don't know why people aren't doing what we tell them to, and why our diplomacy doesn't work like it used to." Well, I can explain it to you very quickly. It basically is this: you didn't properly and adequately secure your defences. You didn't pay the bills. And you didn't fund the things you needed to fund. And now you are finding out. These beavers work so quickly. The Flight 3 Burks aren't to replace the Flight 1 Burks Knight. They're to replace the Tychos. Which were supposed to be replaced decades ago. So, please, no, stop saying the Flight 3 Burks are to replace the Flight 1s. They aren't. They're to replace the Tychos. The Flight 3 Burks will probably eventually start replacing the Flight 1 Burks as well, but that'll be a problem because they'll be replacing Flight 1 Burks and Tychos at the same time, and they're running, and then that means that both are not going to be where they're supposed to be. The Flight 1 Burks might need to be replaced. I'm not going to argue against that, Knight. I'm just saying that the Flight 3 Burks are not about replacing the Flight 1 Burks. They're about something else entirely. I think they died. If they... Bulb Hurricane. If the US Navy ends up getting a Flight 3A Burke to replace the Flight 1s, I will be running screaming through the US House, through the US Congress. Out to my lungs, can you please start being adults now? Yeah, that's all coming out there. That's good. That's what we want to do. We want it to not. We don't want it to go any further than that. All the bad water can go down there. Yes, it stops me having power generation, but until I have this built, I don't want that going anywhere. What is the USN DGX going to look like, or is it just Flight 3 or Flight 4 Burke? Okay, look. My hope is what DDGX is they take all the internal gubbins from basically a Flight 3 Burke, which is fine, and they stick it into a Zumwalt hull, and they build it. Because that would be the lowest risk option for both, because then they have a proven hull, and they have proven systems, and they can just churn it out. And then finally we have a hull and power generation system which is which is up to date with the modern era and fit for the modern era, and we have all the sensors we want. With them doing it, for them to actually do that though is very, very unlikely. As much as it might make sense, and as much as it might be the sort of those option. So we will see what actually happens. We will see what actually happens. Mm-hmm. Nice, everyone. If the 8 Type 82 Bristol guided missile destroyers, realistically, is that the Type 42 Sheffield gunner? There is a potential that, honestly, what you probably end up is 8 Type 82s and 8 Type 42s built. Where's Fleet of Oceans? Don't think he's here today. Actually, there's no one in the thing with me at the moment. No one's popped in yet. They might start popping in later. Lions, on the provision that politics could be sorted, and was sorted, would it make sense for the UK to have gone for Cadabar, Q, Close, and standardised an F-55C for appropriate roles for both? Yes, it would have done. It would have made a great deal of sense, but the trouble is, F-35C, once you get it, is far too capable in terms of long-range strike and starts to make a real problems for things like the Tempest program. As I talked about before in the video, F-35C has very, very long range. It would have made a lot of sense because British could have gone F-35C, Hawkeye. But if you've done that, then you also got Hawkeye competing for the UK Airborne Early Warning land-based one, and yeah, that could have made a lot of sense. But also, that mean the air wedge tail. So a lot of programs which the Royal Air Force were very keen on would have been destroyed by going that route. A lot of programs. And that's politically one of the problems. It would have turned the carrier program into the bête noire of the Air Force, and that was never going to be a possibility. That's all good lines. Pause. Do you think the promise of boots on the ground by the Prime Minister when talking of peace, keeping forces in buffer zone, was nothing more than a pontification? No, it probably means that there's going to have to be boots on the ground. And at the starting point is there's going to be no native forces, all these things, and then it's going to be a case of, well, how much do you trust Russia? So there is going to have to be some kind of tripwire force in Ukraine. Who it's going to be and what the composition is going to be interesting, but there is probably going to have to be some tripwire force in the buffer zone in Ukraine. It might well be border observers. They might not, you might not be talking about a full unit. It might be a team of border observation people or etc. to watch the border. Those sort of deployments. It's kind of like what was put round Israel at certain points in the Golan Heights and things. It'll be interesting to see what happens and who gets it and who's in deployment rota. But there's going to have to probably be something. Zako 18, no, they're not going to cut the Type 26. At the moment, let's put it this way, it's too essential in terms of... and this is what I'm going to say. I would love to say it's too essential in terms of operational needs, which it is. But reality is, the reasons it won't get cut is it's too essential in terms of promises made to Scotland during a certain independence referendum a few decades ago. It's essential in terms of foreign orders, which is generating foreign income coming into the UK, which is useful. And it is too essential in terms of jobs and jobs around the UK and the unions, all of which Labour does not want to be upset at the moment because currently they're having enough trouble maintaining control of their party as it is. If they annoy their major backers, then they might find they're really in trouble. So all of those mean that no, the Type 26 is pretty darn safe. Ramol, do you think the Hawkeye platform is outdated? No. The E2D is one of the best in the world. The only reason I would argue against the E2D for a land-based air force is because if you're trying to do theatre command from it, it's too small. It's only got place for 4 people. For a carrier battle group, it's a perfect airborne early warning asset. The question is going to be, what's going to be the successor to it? Is it going to be airborne early warning? Is it going to be a drone? Is it going to be something else? It's going to be interesting to see what that route goes on. So, you know, it'll be interesting. The ETD is getting fatigued. The airframes are getting fatigued, not because the aircraft is old, but because the aircraft they didn't procure enough. Because again, it was supposed to be going to be a peaceful period where you didn't need to have maximum operations, where you didn't need to mostly keep two aircraft airborne or keep one aircraft in the air and one on alert. And that's the problem. It's because of the number of aircraft procured, not because of the aircraft. It's because of the peace dividend. And because of the fact that they reconditioned the number of aircraft, the airframes they decided to recondition. So realistically, yeah, they needed to do better on that one. Karen 1151, you get an industrial replicator but can only create current day materials. Using matter from landfill, what do you create as a real scrap fire and flotilla for the Royal Navy? Oh, there's a lot I can produce using current materials. Honestly, and even scrap sort of materials you could get hold of, I would probably build the Type 45 general purpose design, which I worked out a few years ago, which basically uses the Type 45 as the base, extends it, and turns it into something which has about 198 VLS cells on it, as well as twin 6-inch guns and twin 3-inch guns. Basically, Otto Malera 76 twins, 3 of them, along with 3 close-in weapons, 3 ZOS, and 2 auto 6-inch guns, 2 twin auto 6-inch gun turrets on it. But basically based on the Type 45 and extended, with, so appropriately enough, more power in it so that it can power itself properly. It would have been fun. It would be fun. It's one of those things it's one of those missed opportunities I would like to have gone back and corrected, because I think the Royal Navy could have really done with those. If I could go back in time and correct it to Type 45 maximal design, yeah, that would make life a lot easier for the Royal Navy in so many ways. Those would have been good vessels to have. Well, it's given the pressures of expenses in the UK Treasury for all the promised plans. How can any government commitment to 5% for defence, along with the increased NHS investment, policing benefits, how do they achieve this without increasing taxation to a level greater than that in the 1960s and 70s? Probably the same way most governments do when they do faced with this scenario and they don't want to increase taxation. They're going to increase borrowing. Or they're going to try and increase taxation by means which means it's indirect taxation. So you don't see it in terms of your tax bill, you see it in terms of what you pay in the shops and things like that. But yeah, they're going to... That's their options. Isn't that looking nicely? Isn't that a nice reservoir? A lovely looking reservoir. Nice to have a reservoir. And store as much water in here as possible, so yeah. Realistically, we don't want to go below, though, these. Oh, there. That all sort of works. I should get the most of those ones. And then do I need to get lower to anyone else? Probably, but not yet. Hello. I think we're about to be visited by a big fluffy beast. Oh, hello! Yes! A big fluffy gentleman has come to say hello.
He hasn't come to say hello, he's come to stay.
He's come to stay. You've come to keep me company. You're going to be in here for the full remaining 33 hours and a half, 3.5 hours. You're not going to stay for the 33.5 hours. You're going to go for bed at some point.
No, I'm going to put Zed in the back of the car.
Okay, that sounds good. He'll be happy. Hello. Oh, hello. 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 Do we have water for you? Before we start anything else, we have to ask a question of, do we have water for you? Do we have food for you? That's the important thing, isn't it? Do we have water in here for you? I should go check your water bottle, shouldn't I? Yes, I should, because you haven't been here for the last couple of days. So has your water bottle gone stale? So, sorry. Poodle first. Have to grab water bottle. Check his water bottle. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go wash this out and put a new one in here. Quickly. Won't be a second. We are talking, don't worry, it's okay. You came to check on your water supply, did you? It's coming. Your water is here. Why are you licking your teeth about? What have you been eating? Have you been up to something? Something you should be up to, something you shouldn't be up to, what's been going on? Anything I need to know? Anything I don't want to know? Good boy. Right then. Hello. Right then. So, answer that one. Next question. What if you suddenly found your car had become... What? What, my car, Porsche? What's my car suddenly becoming? What's it coming? What is it? What will it be? Go down on Bruce Ship stage. Get them out of the chat. No one I'm going to nick there for too long. Yet. There's people there who I might nick in a bit. Let's get through these questions. Can you give a possible working plan rather than generalization of indirect taxation and borrowing? Honestly, that's not really my area of specialty, but I would say, in my experience, governments only have two real options in those scenarios. And one of them is to be very naughty. One of them is to be very indirect. They will probably be indirect. They're going to try and pretend they're not raising taxes. They're going to try and talk as if they are just doing what, nothing unusual, nothing abnormal. And yeah, it's going to be a case of, oh, did we do that? Oh, that wasn't what we were doing. We honestly didn't mean to do that. Has that caused the cost of living to go up? Oh, that's a surprise. So things like, okay, sugar tax, alcohol's tax, those things which can be sold as taxes on premium items or unhealthy items. Expect car tax to go up, especially on cars which are not green, because they're doing it for environmental reasons, not because they want to make money for their system and they need to pay bills, but because they are doing it for the environment, don't you know? That's the sort of thing you're going to have happening. All right, so that's what happens. And a nicest way, environmental taxes and all these things, I've seen they can work. They can be used successfully for these things. Tariffs, none likely with the UK, considering the trade deals we have with places, and not direct tariffs. But you can put indirect tariffs on things. Again, you make it costs on. You make the way the VAT's added onto certain goods slightly higher. So instead of it being a tariff that you're paying on importing, it's a tariff you're paying on selling inside the country. Honestly, this is one of the reasons why Trump has been playing around with tariffs probably as much as and his government economy has been. Is they're trying to square this circle of they don't want to put up taxes, but they want to spend a lot of money. So tariffs was the way they allocated onto. I don't particularly think that's necessarily the best economic model to go, but it is an economic model you can go down, and you can understand why they went for it.
Do you not think that
it's an option?
One of the problems you have is that...
Hey, Paul.
Hello.
Yeah.
One of the problems that I see occurring is that the more they tax people, the more people who can afford to leave.
Yeah, that is true. But the scenario...
the people who end up paying the greatest amount of tax are the people who can least afford it.
Yeah, but that's
with indirect taxation.
That's always been the way it ends up. That's always been the case. This is the problem with the models. The models are based on people have nowhere to go. And honestly, in the mobile global economy, if you consider let's consider me, the amount of work I do online and digitally right now, I've relocated down to Cornwall from London because it's where my family is, etc. But honestly, if I was relocating for pure tax reasons, considering the stuff I do, the access I get to some archives I can get through digital means, the access to other archives I get by just going and visiting, having to go visit them, and the fact the cost of flights are often cheaper than the cost of trains around the UK, I could have moved to Ireland. Not had to worry about not knowing English, about mainly speaking English and being most comfortable with that, all these things, and I would have been fine. I could have moved to a whole slew of other countries as a digital nomad and worked digitally from those countries and had a lot cheaper taxations. I'm not done because I've chosen not to, but in the modern era, it is easiest for those with transferable skills to do this, as ever has been. And that's a problem which governments are slowly waking up to. I think the ultimate thing is that the best way to pay these bills is to try and find a way to grow the economy. And the way to grow the economy is to increase export orders and service orders to going outside the economy, but also to increase internal demand. And you increase internal demand by making sure people have more money in their pockets. And this is one reason as why there's a certain point at which it's better, you actually generate more money for the country by lowering taxes than you do by increasing taxes.
Right.
And I would say the first thing I would do if I was in the government was actually raise the tax threshold, because the people who are on lower incomes spend a greater proportion of their money than people on higher incomes who are more likely to save, etc. And if you want money going around the economy to grow the economy, it's the people who are the lowest earners who you need to get out of taxes. You need to raise tax thresholds. I know people like to reduce taxes for the high earners, because the idea is someday we're going to be rich and we don't want to pay as much money then. That's fine. I understand the idea. It's sensible and to an extent, but if you want to boost the economy, what you do is you want to raise people out. You want to raise the tax level to take people out of taxation. So you want to try and make it so that people, low earners, people maybe earning minimum wage to minimum wage plus 50%, minimum wage 50% for full hour work, for 40 hours a week, sort of the full hours work, don't pay tax. And they still pay national insurance, but they don't pay tax. So they still pay towards national insurance, and then you have to have a conversation about making national insurance really national insurance and really go towards the pension fund and really go towards those things. But that's the sort of thing you probably are looking at. You need to do sensibly, but at the moment, I don't think anyone in government is going to be having that conversation. And realistically, none of the political parties are really prepared to have that conversation. They're always talking about the high tax, the upper tax rate, and what they're going to do that for the high earners. And so they go, realistically, the people you should be talking about on terms of taxes are the people at the bottom. And also, if you raise that threshold, you raise that threshold for everyone. So let's say you go, right then, from now on, any earnings below £36,000 a year, you don't get tax on. Make that a threshold. Well, then everyone who's earning below £36,000 a year doesn't get tax. And everyone who's above £36,000 a year only pays tax on the money they earn over 36 grand a year. That's a sensible system. That's a system which you can work with. But again, that then tends to get swept up. People going, well, should we make it a universal basic income? And I go, we're not in the economic situation. We've not got the amount of automated production that you can yet do that. You're going to see the universal basic income sort of scenario probably become a sensible option once you reach the level of that you no longer have mass employment, because mass employment is done of robots and control computer systems, and you've got no factories, no big plants, no big mines and those things actually providing mass employment. So you then have mass unemployment because people don't have jobs to do. They have to go and find creative works, etc., and things to do because the normal work they'd be doing isn't there. And then you're talking about, well, then you probably need a universal basic income, because people to get established in creative careers and those sort of things takes longer on average. It takes longer on average to get established in those sort of careers. So, yeah.
Also, I mean, with people who earn over, looking historically, in the 60s, you had bands who were making tremendous amounts of money leaving the UK because the tax rate was 95%. What you earned over a certain amount. And when they reduced the maximum tax rate to, I think it was 40%.
Yeah.
The actual income that came into the UK from high tax earners was greater, because a lot of people moved back to the UK because they prefer to be in the UK than where they were living. They were just living elsewhere because they couldn't, the tax was.
Yeah,
if you have people who are making lots of money, they are in a position to invest that money continue making money because the, the, the biggest money makers are the ones who are actually investing in companies and things like that. That's how they make their money.
Well, that is
So
still.
if you allow them to have that money to invest, then companies will build quicker and faster, employ more people, improve the quality of training the people so that they have a chance to get into these jobs which require a level of training that didn't exist 50 years ago. You know, when I left school, I could walk into a job without actually any qualifications at all and earn a good wage. And
I would say one of the things you have to remember about the Laffer curve is it is correct, but one of the things that's often interpreted just for the higher end taxes is also it's if you increase the threshold at which people start to pay tax. So let's say you increase it to 36 grand and then you only pay tax above that. That also has an impact on those higher earners, etc., because they again go, okay, so I'm paying tax over 36 grand. So that does affect. But also, you do need to have the percentage. As you're right, it is a percentage discussion. But it's how much of my money am I taking home? How much of my pay am I taking home? How much of that do I have to live off? How much do I have to pay my mortgage? And these things that come in the factor. And it is the cost. If you're paying a lot of tax, a very high tax amount, it is a cost. And that's what people have to understand. As you know, I remember one of the debates once that was on the West Wing, and it was a really interesting one. And it was their debate between Santos and Vinnick. And at one point, Santos turns around and goes, I don't care whether the bill is a tax or a premium. I care how much it is. And it's often used as a phrase of, well, it's better to pay a cheaper tax, pay a tax than a premium. But it's also the other way around. If the tax is much greater than the premium, you'd prefer to pay the premium, wouldn't you? And this is the reality governments have to start thinking about. And there's a lot of... I find a lot of the economic debates we're dealing with today, they are very much still stuck in the 1990s and not dealing with the modern economics we have of today and the scenarios we have. And I would say that's the same case in the UK in education, a lot of the other things. It's the amount of times I've had talks with schools and I'm going to give a school talk about being a historian, being about what I do in terms of the work I do, etc. And I go, so are there plumbers and things coming along with me? Oh no, we don't have those. We have doctors, we have all these people. And you sit there and go, yeah, but there are some very good skilled professions, which honestly, if you don't go to university, you don't have to go to university to do. Plumbing, electrician. Runon, of course, is a good example we've got in the chat. You know, very, very skilled electrician. Can earn very, very a lot of money very well, doing all that sort of thing. And it's a case of those are skill sets which are unlikely to be easily replaced by computers and drones because of the amount of sensor information needed to do them. And that is usually the amount where you can't the issue of replacing the squidgy organic computer versus a regular computer is usually the sheer amount of sensors and data needed per process. We still haven't cracked that level yet. And so we've got to deal with dealing the changing economies.
You have the thing of with things like plumbing, electrical, building and stuff like that, there are elements which can be sort of automated a little bit.
Yeah.
But when it comes to actually laying cables, laying pipes, building walls and stuff like that, you need people who are qualified to do it. And
Smile and Fitfolks are just put in the chat, I'm a plumber at a hospital here in Canada, I make about 70k a year. I'm not surprised. I know. One of the interesting things I have seen, one of the things I came across in Japan was in Japan, they're far more happy about things like, they're working out hospital technicians, etc., using rather than trying to replace nurses and nurses and all these with robots or doing that sort of thing, they're looking at giving them exoskeletons which help them with lifting, so they don't go. And so actually, you can still carry on doing the nurse can carry on doing the physical labor for many years longer when their body wouldn't allow them to do it, because the strain isn't going on their body. They've got an exoskeleton to take the weight of the lift and the movement. They are providing, it's attaching on and supporting them, and also making the wear and tear less on their bodies, allowing them to concentrate more on the mind stuff. And it was quite an interesting conversation to have. I ended up having a chat with a nurse who just got off. They just got off duty, and they were in the cafe, in a sort of cafe I was in late in sort of evening, and I was chatting away, and she was sort of going, she hadn't expected to see a foreigner in that cafe, and I went, they do great noodles here. I worked that out by the smell when I walked past. She was chatting away in English, and she was talking about the system she'd been working on that day, because we got into the conversation. She'd been working with an exoskeleton system, and it was really interesting listening to it. But I was thinking, you imagine the debates about trying to implement that in the UK, about implementing an exoskeleton, and it would immediately be, it's got to be, we've got to buy one system for the whole NHS, we've got to have a universal system, it's got to be agreed by all the trusts and all these things, and you sit there and go, it would take about 30 years to implement.
Well, look how long it's taken them to get to the stage where the equipment that's available to nurses now for manual moving of patients is astounding compared to my day, where it was basically you did all the lifting. There wasn't anything to assist you. There was no easy slide orbs to help you move somebody from one bed to another. It was, a 3 or a 4 man lift.
Yeah.
And that's fine when you're all the same height. If you've got somebody who's 6'1" lifting with somebody who's 5'2",
it's fun.
It causes problems. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Steve. You're very quiet, Steve. Steve, we can barely hear you. You're incredibly quiet. So. Yeah, sorry, Steve. I can't hear you at all.
Log out and log back in, mate.
Now, so the question of if my car suddenly turned into the Bitten class HMS Stork off the coast, I'd be slightly worried because I've lost my little car and I need to work out how to replace it. B, she might be a bit upset because she's actually called Warsprite, my car, the original spelling of the Warsprite name, Warsprite. So she'd probably be a bit upset that she hasn't turned into a giant battleship. And then I'd be trying to sort out how setting up a museum, probably, because a Bitten class sloop would be a beautiful thing to have as a museum.
Is that better, folks?
That is much better.
Yes.
Ramol, no,
right,
the UK didn't hate the LV2 and LVT in 2 and 4. They just had other things to use for that role, and it didn't fit their concept of operations. Honestly, the LV2 and 4 were very much for the Island campaign and Pacific, and very good for that. But realistically, bringing them in, the extra logistics and extra training you needed for their capabilities wasn't necessary in the European Mediterranean theatres, and really wasn't useful for the Southeast Asian theatres, which the British were looking at. There were other methods of doing those things which better suited those environments. So it was a case of, that's nice and that's a cute system, and probably, honestly, I would like them to have gone slightly more down that route from the perspective of it could have been useful for longer term. But at the time, it wasn't really necessary.
So why I originally popped on, Alex, was you were talking about tax.
Yeah.
And as I was saying, outside doing this, one of my job is working in said department in the UK. So I'm only going to speak on behalf of what happens in the UK. I can't speak of what happens in other places around the world. It works out when if you raise those syntaxes that you were talking about, you end up with more smuggling or evasion.
Yep.
So that's where the issue comes, is then the cost of, if you raise those taxes too high, you end up paying so much in enforcement. It's a bit like, you can talk about this better with the Cornish side, where basically the smuggling thing happens in the 17th and 18th century, is that we end up putting coast watchers down the coast trying to basically pick up all those boats that are trying to bring smuggling stuff in.
Can we not limit to the 17th and 18th century? That suggests A, we stopped doing it, and B, it isn't until happening.
No, we never stopped it. We never stopped it. But they were called coast watchers.
Yes.
And and a lot of customs officers died because the smugglers would shoot them. Anyway, because they weren't very popular. So it can become self-fulfilling in that respect. If you continue to raise the taxes, that you end up paying so much to enforce them. However, each pound you pay on paying an enforcement officer these days, they raise about 12 quid in revenue. So we're very effective at doing what we do in HMRC. And if anybody is looking for a job, all right, go and look on gov.uk and go and look at the Civil Service Jobs website, and you will find there are plenty of opportunities within the civil service if you have the right skills. There you go. There's my advert over.
That's good. And the thing is, all these taxes have a payoff and end. It's like if you have a higher rate of tax, and if you put the higher rate of tax up too high, people leave and you start getting money. If you put the sin tax up too high, you have to just start doing smuggling and enforcement, and it gets more and more advanced. All these things have balancing points, and this is the problem for governments, which means that realistically, there is no secret money pot. There's a certain amount of money you can take out of the economy for a government based on its percentage points, and that's what you've got to spend with. And you either have your options, therefore, at that point become borrowing, cutting spending, or finding other means of government income. The Norwegians are very good at the latter. The Norwegians are very, very good at that.
They put all their sovereign oil money into a fund to pay for when there is no more oil.
Yeah.
Unlike we just basically spent all ours on tax cuts. And how wise? I don't know.
We didn't. I would love to say we spent all ours on tax cuts, but we didn't even spend all ours on tax cuts. Also, we gave in the nicest way, the sheer amount of councils which built themselves brand new buildings in that period, which are now judged not fit for purpose because they were built so shoddily, is just amazing.
Yeah.
In the UK, 1970s council built a council offices construction are basically a byword for, oh my god, you've got to replace it already? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that the two councils I worked with when I was in Surrey had sections of their buildings which were roughly 100 years old, and those sections were fine. The additions on in the 1970s, they were so bad they were almost causing the building to have to be condemned.
Yeah.
What happened was
we can say about
you had the 1974 changes in the local council set up.
Mm-hmm.
So you lost the urban district councils, and you had 3 or 4 UDCs combined into a unitary authority.
Yeah.
And they had to build a new building for it. A lot of places, the urban district councils, although there was considerable nepotism within those councils, they really did look after their area well.
Mm.
And it seems that from the idea that came about in the late 60s, which caused the change in the 1974 thing, and has continued to the present day, where they're talking about having unitary councils of even bigger than some of the county councils now.
Yeah. Well, Surrey's
Just
being split up
seems
into
that-
2 unitary authorities.
Yeah, it just seems that the idea of government is that bigger is better, when actually smaller is better.
Well, the Senate
And
committee
one of
was...
the other problems that I see is that when I was a kid and growing up, all the local councils and the councillors were independents. There was no party politics in the local area. It was only when you got to national that it became a party political thing.
Yeah, but
And it's now gone down to the point where it's party political, even down to village councils.
Yeah. We'll get to go
And
back to
I
try and
think
get back
that's detrimental, personally. I don't know what Steve thinks.
I was very young when that happened, Paul.
Yeah.
So I was around,
Yeah.
unlike Alex was. So it's a bit. In many ways, like say, you do see the remnants where you see old council buildings which were no longer used for that purpose because that council no longer existed, and it moved. So what do you do with that building now?
Yeah, but the trouble is, let's get back to naval history, which is a far more fun topic.
Yeah.
Than local council
Yeah, I was going to
politics
say
in the UK.
there is more questions in the chat.
That's
Do you
good.
need me on now, Alex? Now I've finished.
No, if you want to pop off. Basically, I'm doing
I'll
policy today is drop in, drop out for people who want to come in and chat.
Yeah.
If they feel they want to come in and chat, it's more than welcome. For the people who are sort of coming in and chatting, as I said, I'm going to try and start doing a Killick brew ships once a month, where the Killicks and above can pop in and chat when they want to, because I think that's a fun thing to have. No, you cannot have my iron brew, Raleigh. Boom. Boom. Arguing with a poodle over whether he likes my iron brew or not. What if, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if during the attack on PQ-17 one of the escorts is suddenly and temporarily becomes US limits? Will last until convoy gets ashore. Well, she's got a lot of ASW helicopters on her, so that would be helpful. That's about it, though. She can probably do some interesting damages, considering how long it takes the colony to get the convoy to get to shore. That's probably going to be interesting. But yeah, she's also. Let's put it this way. She's supposed to be the centre of a task group, and her turning up in the centre of a task group, which hasn't ever worked with her, hasn't ever operated with her, she's not probably going to be able to function at her full best. Will she be an outside problem that they won't be able to deal with? Probably at that time shortly, but if she's not an ASW ship herself. She needs escorts. That's all you're getting. She does need
Without the
escorts.
escort, she's potentially a target.
Yeah. Right. Rune von Bismarck. Imagine a scenario where France resists the German invasion, German advance in 1940. Don't know. They'd stick a couple of divisions in the right place. How does this affect the decision-making process of Japan, Italy, and the USSR? If Germany gets into a quagmire in France, then there is a good chance that Mussolini goes, well, our treaty said it was only supposed to be a defensive treaty, and we're not doing that. Mainly because Mussolini is the kind of guy to like doing that and go, yeah, I don't want to cost myself a lot of money. It could be interesting. As for other options, though. I think if
Russia
you,
might go into Poland further.
I think honestly, Russia probably might well still take Poland, but they'll try and frame it to Britain and France as we're taking it so we have territory to defend ourselves against the German avarice, not we're attacking Poland so per se. Which is what they did historically anyway. As for Japan, well, Japan is on a different timescale, and honestly, if the European war gets locked into a German struggle in sort of Belgian, Netherlands area, and that's taking a lot of attention, but otherwise there's no struggle going on in the Mediterranean, that sort of thing, they probably still have to go to the similar timeline, but they're going to be having to juggle the fact there's going to be a far larger British presence in the Far East. Probably sitting in the Indian Ocean, because the British will not be sure if they can rely on the Italians staying out of it. So the British are going to be basically going, yeah, we're not in the Mediterranean in full force, watching you. We just have a fleet sitting in the Indian Ocean, probably in the Western Indian Ocean. Ready to deploy either way. Which also means it's beyond the reach, really, of the Japanese to go and attack it as a preemptive strike.
Do you think in that situation that Britain may actually aid Japan with fuel to prevent them heading in the direction of the Dutch East Indies?
Maybe not. It's going to depend on what the British decide is in their best interest at the time. It's basically, if they are relying on a lot of supplies of stuff coming from American factories to provide extra aircraft and extra things, then that's going to be a different scenario. But also, you're going to have to remember, without the control of the French, northern French airfields, etc., the whole blitz takes on a very different shape, because the Germans have to come across the North Sea from Germany and from their airfields in Belgium, etc. And then you've got also the fact that the British could be using their heavy bombers from France, especially if the front stabilises. You could end up in a high-tech version of 1914, 1918 relative to World War II. But also, the fact is the Germans don't have that long on logistics around.
Jane Home would work a lot better as well, because it was designed to predict German aircraft coming from Germany, not France.
Yes and no. It's got enough. You have to remember, France was always on the threat register to an extent because of the size of the French Air Force and their proximity. So there was. It's often not appreciated just how much of Jane Home was orientated around France as well as a potential threat. There were sections. It's not really sort of a publicised one, because they're an ally. They are an ally, but, if they hadn't been, they hadn't been.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realise Jane Home went round the whole of the British Isles. They only think it covered the southern coast.
Yeah. Now, Ramol, how would you compare the Tycho Flight 1 with the Type 82 Bristol? I'd say Flight 1's, i.e. so fits. I'd say, honestly, right. No, the Bristol wasn't. Bristol's a destroyer. The Tycho were a destroyer leader, eventually designated cruiser. Managed to bite my tongue then. Yeah, the Tycho's better, realistically. The 82, if they'd been done a proper investment, could have been better than it was. But realistically, the 82 is also something slightly different, whereas the Tycho is very much an air warfare ship. The Type 82 was ASW, air warfare. It was general purpose. It's a different build. And both were differently good for the 80s. The Tycho Flight ones were good for the 80s. Rommel, if they are forced, can you use... Yes, you can use the LHDs in a C-control config. They actually do operate them sometimes. That's actually the big loss the Americans suffered a few years ago, because the vessel, the Bonhomme Richard, which went up, was one of the LHDs which was best configured for operating a large F-35 wing. And losing that is one of the reasons why you have a Queen Elizabeth class turn up every so often in the Far East to cover the gap which was left in their production in their operational cycles by that ship being lost. Ramol, do you think the IJM was the first to envision and operate an amphibious assault ship? They're not the first to envision it. There were a lot of ideas going around about it in the 1920s in quite a lot of navies. They're certainly the first to build it and actually operate it. So that's... but there's a lot of conversion development going on at that point, and that makes sense, really. History is full of conversion development. It's one of the fun things of it. Out of all the amphibious assault ships of today, which one is the best design? Depends what you want to do. If you want to be if you're America, you want the America class. That's certainly fit their needs most. I'd say for most Western medium powers, I'd go for Trieste, especially over Mistral and the Juan Carlos. The Canberra is a Juan Carlos. For China, I'm looking at the Type 76, and I'm trying to work out how that is reflecting their actual policy. It's been an interesting thing to look into their amphibious warfare doctrine and try and work it through. And I'm wondering, I think there is a distinct difference between their published documentation and their true doctrine. I think there is a difference in there in terms of... approach to fire support and coordinated fires, which is an interesting thing I'm doing more digging into. It happens, though. It happens. There we go. That's those questions, and back on with the beavers. Beavers are still watering around.
Question then. Are there any ships that were built from, say, the 70s up until today that would still be viable with modernisation as fleet escort ships, a cost that is considerably less than the latest and greatest that is being done now?
I'd say that the trouble is most of them have too small of VLS cells in terms of their quantity of VLS and their quantity of cells. But honestly, the ones which you'd be looking at are things like the Oliver Hazard Perry design, and the Type 23 frigate and those sort of things, the light frigate concepts, because they're usually the easiest to just keep going and the cheapest. And especially if you consider the Type 23s, by the end of their production run, were down to I think they dropped from £180 million per unit to 30 or something million pounds, 30 to 40 million pounds per unit to build, because you built so many of them, which is why I find it strange, because the Royal Navy originally wanted to build 24 and they ended up getting 16. And you think about it, you're getting it down to 30 million a unit. You could have had 8 more hulls for 240 million pounds. That's a bargain. That wouldn't buy you a Type 31 today. A single one. But that's because you built so many of them. You were getting that benefit of that, number. And it's the same with the Oliver Hazard Perrys. You sort of look at it and go, why the frigate did you stop building OHPs if you're America in nicest way? If you kept up a production line of ordering an OHP every year, you could have kept the production line going, and they'd have just been getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And yes, you could have modernized them, and that would have caused a bump in the cost, and yes, you'd have improved them, but, you could have kept them going and just go, okay, yeah, we've got the OHP production line. Because again, for a light frigate, for the duties, do you need it to be the latest and greatest?
If you have enough of them, no. You're saying about VLS, they don't have the VLS capacity. Well, if you wanted the VLS capacity of say 64, and you can only get 16, then you just increase the number of ships so that you've got the 64 in the task force.
The other thing is you actually look at the design and you go, well, let's expand. Can we fit in more? And it's like with the Type 23s, especially the later design plans included an evolved design where you could have added in a section into the hull, and basically you could have go right. Well, we can add a section into the middle of the hull so we can move things back, and we could therefore stick a 96 cell VLS on the front if we really wanted, and we got enough. Let's be honest. For a VLS, if you're talking about expanding, what you're doing is going to, well, I need to increase the hull space to accommodate the VLS cells. So I need to add a bit onto the hull. But do I need to add in extra computers? No. Got all the sensors, got all the computers. Do I need to add into extra power generation? Probably a little bit, but not much. Do I need to add in extra crew accommodation? No, I don't need extra people. I've got all the people already. Honestly, the easiest thing to add onto a design is extra capacity for VLS cells.
Why didn't they?
Because realistically, at the time the OHPs and things like that are stopped, they're looking for the newness. They're looking for the next generation of global trendsetters, and doing that sort of thing doesn't make sense. And in the British, it was peace dividend. The Type 23s, Type 45s are both victims of the peace dividend. In a world where the Royal Navy's got 12 Type 45s in the service and 24 Type 23s, we're in nowhere near the situation we are now, because individual ships wouldn't have been so overworn because of the situation, because of what they'd have been dealing with, but also the other the actual scenario you'd be facing would be different. The ships would have been able to be, and I'm trying to sort of mean this in the nicest way possible, the ships would have been able to be rested and used appropriately. They would have been able to be refitted when they need to be refitted. They wouldn't have been guys of going, we've got this panic on, so we can't do this right now. It would be a case of, we need to do this. That's fine, we'll do it. We've got ships available. Because that's the thing. If you have enough ships, you have slack in your system. If you have slack in your system, you can adapt to the circumstance.
If that is the case, it would seem that it is a valid argument.
Yeah.
Why is it that it wasn't put forward at the time?
It was put forward.
A
guy called Jeremy Black put forward a lot of these arguments a lot of the time, as did Michael Clapp and a few others. It's just no one really wanted to listen to them at the time, because that would have involved them spending money on things which they didn't want to spend money on.
Let's see. The situation of that. If you want to be listened to in the world, you have to have a strong defence so that you can have an offence should you need it.
Yeah, but...
And politicians don't like to think like that.
Well, the thing I often point out with politicians, and you gotta love them, you gotta work with them, they spend their life being able to solve situations by talking. That's their experience. And therefore they honestly believe they can solve situations by talking. That doesn't make them bad people, that means that's their experience, and that's what they're basing it on. And the thing is, the politicians who are successful, who get to senior positions, in UK or any country, have usually been the ones who've been successful at solving problems by talking and by getting people to talk together and work things out. That, as true as it is,
that only works if you've been in government for any length of time.
yes.
Without a long break. If you've been out of government for a long time, then it doesn't matter how good you are at talking to your own party. If you can't talk to other parties, then
It's not going to work.
In a problem unless you're, as currently, where you have such a majority that you can do almost anything you want.
Yeah. It's one of those things you have to sometimes explain, is a case of, yeah, if you don't have X, Y, or Z, you can't get this through.
I mean, you were saying the other day about, and I think earlier today even, about the role of the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
The Royal Navy, because we are an island. Historically, we've never had a massive army because we haven't got continental borders.
No.
We have a sea. We still need an army in order to represent us once we go somewhere.
Because historically you need the army, because it's going to sound strange. Wars are won by sea power. But usually they're won by sea power and eventually putting some troops somewhere to go, now, we can supply these troops and we can keep them fighting for as long as we want. Can you do that? If you can't do that, you probably don't want to get involved in this with a fight with us, do you?
Which would make sense to, as well as the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, is have a very strong Royal Marines presence, along with the Parachute Regiment in its pre-1975 role, where they've got the air artillery as well, and then the other conventional forces are basically there for additional backup and home defence.
It's an option. It's a case of the Royal Marines are very useful in their raiding and their theatre entry role. And the trouble is, if you expand them too much, given Britain's population, are they going to be able to sustain those roles? That becomes a criteria. That becomes your overarching mission of, is this viable for this operation, for this requirement, for this scenario?
The biggest problem is retention of the experienced NCOs within all the forces.
Oh, yeah.
And having good quality housing for both married and single quarters. Which effectively is a social housing basis, in that it would if you've got good housing for your troops, then that is also a reason why you might want to join.
Yeah.
Is that, well, I can sign up for the maximum amount of time and be guaranteed to have a bloody good house at,
Paul.
sorry, a very good house
Mm-hmm.
at at a very affordable price.
Yeah.
Which then means you can save your money for when you do leave a full-time service, to be able to buy somewhere of your own, but still have that buffer of being in the reserves for a certain amount of time to allow you to transition, rather than have that, oh right, yes, you've done your X number of years, here's the door, bye bye.
Spawn Trooper.
Which is what happens.
Today, I had to admit, today during the Historiophon, I'm doing a policy of it's only people I've been chatting to before, but that I sort of are open to kind of pop up into the stage. It's just because, honestly, if I open it up to one, I have to open it up to all. And I don't want to, and whilst I trust some people already because of what my interactions with them, I don't want to start doing a whole I pick you, I won't pick you thing. I just want to do a sort of blanket rule. So I'm doing a rule of if people have been up before, they've been, they're part of the admins or something of the chat, that's fine. They'll be able to pop in. But it's the joy of social media. It's the joy of the stuff. It's that there is always a possibility that someone comes up and just decides start spewing stuff which is going to cause me to have trouble with YouTube, etc. And I don't think you do that. But again, I have to draw the rules somewhere for these things. Sadly enough, if everyone, it's the problem in life is as you get older, you realise that the rules have to be drawn not for the vast majority of people, they have to be drawn for the a-holes, because the a-holes will cause trouble. And once you realise that, then you start getting happier with the rules, and you start realising the rules are not about me. The rules aren't about me being expected of being this. No, it's because of some prats. Yeah. It's fun times. No, I would let you. I would love to have you up there because I do know that background because we were chatting the other day during the things, but it's a case of at the moment if I say yes to you, I have to say yes. I should say yes then to others, and yeah. But please do keep having the chat, and what you might do, and this is just me suggesting, is potentially, considering that we have a couple of Masters Arms and people in the chat, they might you might go and have a chat with them in the general chat in the voice channel, and then they might feed your points in. I'm just saying that might be an option for people who want to submit, who want to put stuff in without necessarily being able to jump up today, because. Just saying that's an option because we have both Steve and Paul, and I think we have a couple of other Masters Arms in service, wandering along, in the chat and wandering through, if I remember correctly. Yeah,
I remember correctly. Actually, won't be here until this evening.
Yeah, but we do have Timu.
Yeah, Timu's here.
Who is also a Master of Arms. Aren't you, Timu? Poor team has just found himself added to the mod team.
just volunteered him again.
Yeah, well, see, Timu has the advantage that I spent a good few weeks, a few days in Finland in his company and Estonia, so I feel complete comfortable having him up there. Timu was filling the dishwasher. But I have to admit, meeting all of you and chatting with you and talking to all of you is one of the reasons why I'm really hopeful we do actually let's see, raise the money today for the trip around the UK, because that would be really nice if we could do that. If we could do the funded trip around the UK for, just to go and meet some people, because our plan is to do Northern Wales, up the northwest coast a bit, and to Scotland, and then down the northeast coast a bit. And basically, starting point end point would be Bristol, because then we can pick up and return the vehicle to the same place, and we can do that kind of easily. And then from Bristol, I can get back to my home, Dan can get back to his home, and Bristol's a good point to start off with. Why not play the new Hoi 4 update? Because if I play Hoi 4 without Gareth and the tenants, Gareth will be very, very upset with me. So, I will play Hoi 4 during this if Gareth is available and is going, yeah, I'll play Hoi 4 with you. Because if I don't have him available, then I will have to exist with Gareth on one of these ship-shape trips for a month, with him being upset with me. And I'm not saying my friends mope. Yes, Spawn Trooper is in the general conflab, so if any of the Masters at Arms want to pop in there, have a chat with him, and maybe add in points into the chat.
I'll drop out of here. And
okay, thanks, Paul.
Spawn. Okay.
Thank you. So, any more questions? Any chats coming in? Good night. Gareth might hurt you. I wasn't going to say Gareth would hurt me. And you need more levels in Burning Sea, and of course you need Fleet in there. Yeah, I shouldn't do Hoi 4 without Fleet, because he does like to be there as well. So, yeah. This is the thing about being a part of a naval history group. The only game I can realistically play on my own, if none of the others are here, is Timberborn. Because if I do Space Marine 2 without Dragon and Runon, then they'd be upset. So I wouldn't do that without both of them. And Petch as well. Really, we've got to do Pirates of the Burning Sea as well this evening. No, sorry, we're going to be working through the whole night. This is 36 hours live, so I've got plenty of time to work through games. Anyway, Timu, yes, you can continue filling the dishwasher, but now you're an admin. Know this now, Timu. You are now an admin. Yeah. Timu going, I'm an admin? No. Why did you do this to me? What kind of evil person are you making me an admin? I'm just that cruel sometimes. I'm just that cruel. Oh. I do love the way Jonathan is going, don't worry, Timu, the same happened to me. Are you telling me that all my admins are created by me just picking them and going, you're an admin now? Yeah. Terrence Tyrrell. Are you sure about that, Lions? Because I was thinking, I've checked on Twitch, and you weren't on Twitch, but I think you are on YouTube. I think on YouTube you are a mod. If not, I'll go check it. Thank you, Guardsman14. Received a question. That's always nice to have. And Ramol, thank you. Questions. Good to have questions. So, Ramol, would you call the Nox class better as a better frigate than the Type 20 in ASW? Better than Type 21, yes. Type 22 was very good in ASW. I would say the Nox and the Type 22 both are basically. I would give it slightly to the 22, but that's purely because of, if I remember correctly, the rafting text. Let me just check. Yeah, the Type 22s were, again, it depends on which ones you're talking about, but now, the Nox class are very good, but you have to remember, A, they are built in the 1960s. The Type 22s are built in the 70s. And between that, so basically, the Type 22s are better than the first half of the Noxes, because then they go through an upgrade from memory. It's about halfway through that they have improvements built into them, and they have better rafting put in. But I would say the Type 20, but there's a difference in the sort of their role and their duties, and the Nox are. The Type 22s are always bigger than the Noxes. The batch ones are for about a couple of 100 tons bigger. The batch 2s are almost 700 tons bigger, and the batch 3s are over nearly 1,200 tons bigger. It's a different thing. Again, the Type 22 is Britain's premier frigate. Basically, you should be comparing the Nox to the Type 21, Type 21s, the Type 12s, and the Type 23s. The Type 22s, the Americans don't really have a large frigate due to the fact they have usually a large destroyer force. See, Lions, you are a moderator in YouTube as well. We've forgotten to do it. Because I actually try and have it so that everyone. I try and manage it so that all my mods are mods on all, so it keeps it standardized across it. So basically, you will deal with the same team on YouTube, on Discord, on Twitch. It's the same team, it's the same people, it's the same very nice volunteers who help mod the chats and keep everything happy and chatting away. Guardsman 14. In 1970s, if there is one tech or equipment Soviets could take from NATO, which one would benefit the most? Oh, it's the computing power and electronics in the 70s. It's basically the ability to miniaturize stuff. It's the big problem the Soviets have, and it's one of the reasons why their ships' command structures often end up being so massive, is because the miniaturization tech is lagging in the Soviet Union. And I'd say it's lagging because of not because of anything because of structural problems in the Soviet Union getting it. They are so obsessed with developing stuff themselves, which I can understand, that they aren't sharing technology as much as the Western nations are. The Western nations are far happier to go, oh, you develop this, I will use this, than the Soviet Union is prepared to do that. And the Western nations are even prepared to buy stuff off the Soviets, and the Soviets are often prepared to sell it, because that shows how great the Soviet Union is, feeds into that ego. But conversely, then buying it the other way around often doesn't, and the amount of times the Soviets end up trying to come up with workarounds to buy it from someone else, buy it through third parties so they can do it, and yeah. takes a long time, and it's a lot of effort for no good reason, realistically. I'll be in no bad water. I think. That. Now goes to that. And that I put one of these here. Yeah, that will be a sensible idea. Lions. At the Battle of Trafalgar, you replace the British fleet as captain on a motor gunboat, armed with a pair of 40mm Bofors, with a disclaimer that the ammo and fuel are not a problem. Unlimited. Can you take the French and Spanish fleet? Yes. You may have as many members of the server assist you as you crew the longboat. That's good. But, yeah. You can do it, but it's going to be interesting. What you're basically going to do is hang out with a 40mm, pair of 40mm Bofors, and you're going to clear the decks, and you are going to basically try and start a fire. So, if you can do things like, if you've got unlimited ammunition, you can shred the masts, you can clear their decks, and you can just basically attack them in the night. If you've got a motor torpedo boat as well, you can just hang about at range and do what you want. You can just circle around them, tormenting them, which is what I would do. This is me we're talking about. I would torment them the whole frigging time. So that one's that one. Now I'll build up a nice water store in there. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, you can have fun. I'd probably take my admin team because they'd probably also need a bit of a wonder. Also, the thought of Steve manning a 40mm pom-pom, aiming it at the Franco-Spanish fleet would be quite hilarious, because I could just imagine him get his approach to it. I'm also imagining Foxo and Dragon probably having to pull her away from the 40mm occasionally, just to stop her from just randomly shooting French people. It would be a very long battle. It would be a very long battle. But with unlimited ammunition and fuel, I could do it. But, you know, that's the thing. You can do that in that sort of scenario. Also, it's a motor gunboat. There's also probably... There's 40mm pom-poms, Bofors, but there's probably other things as well. 40mm Bofors are good. And also, 40mm Bofors... they come with... It will come... with Tracer, and Tracer will set fire to things for you. Thank you, Sarah. You got the biggest ship in the game in your naval officer. That's very cool. That's very, very cool. Congratulations. I'm basically aiming for the Gallant class frigate, which you can get a level 38. Sonic Canera. You get to give the Germans in World War II one modern warship from 1990s or later to sabotage them. What do you give them? From the 1990s or later. What do I give them? Okay. From the 1990s. I want to give them something which looks good on paper, right? One warship. I will give them 1990s rumor. I will give them Zhuhai. Okay? Zhuhai is a Type 51 destroyer of the People's Liberation Army Navy. It is the best of what the Chinese could build at the time. The place is 3,670 tons. It carried 16 anti-ship missiles with 8 surface-to-air missiles and 16 spare, manually reloaded. It has 4 130mm dual-purpose guns. 4 dual 37mm AA guns, some ASW rocket systems, some torpedo tubes, depth charges, and naval mines. It looks, on paper, it looks a perfectly great ship to have. In practice, the Type 51s had issues that were massive and long told. But saying that, it still is a good ship on paper. Its sensors didn't match its weapon systems at all in terms of their capability, but it did look good on paper. And seeing as it only decommissioned in 2020, it tells you how viable it was. They kept it around for roughly, it commissioned 1991, so it was kept around for 29 years. It was a good ship. It was, for the Chinese, it was a very good ship. By everyone else's standards at the time, it was not that great. But giving it to the Axis forces, they're going to have capabilities, but they're not going to have really the sensors and systems to be able to use them. The missiles it carried, especially the anti-ship missiles, were a modernization. A lot of modernization. And they got a lot of interesting information. I would also say it was the Type 51s were the first class which had a massive amount of work put into them from, and she's a Type 51G, if I remember correctly. Zhuhai is going to be actually turned into a museum ship, and I'd love to visit that, actually. But, yeah, the thing is that the missiles, etc., they were fitted with good, solid missiles, didn't really have the sense of time, not really the best equipment. It's first generation, what I would call the Chinese starting to build a modern destroyer. And it suffers from all the issues you get in the first generation. So it's one of the tricks I tend to give. If I'm looking for an Elbonian suggestion or I want to sabotage someone, I give them a first generation of someone's work. Because on paper it'll look really good because it's got all this tech in it and it's got all these capabilities, but it's a first generation. And first generations are always bad. Take it from this as the youngest in my family. I am a far improved version, a far improved and far more capable than the eldest children. Because, they're the first generation of kids. They're the starter model. They're where you test things out, where things, if you break them, you're going to have others to succeed with later on down the line. Of course, joking, but, it works. Seneca Nero, you got banned mostly by Dan when he was a admin because he thought it was funny to wind you up, and a fair number of other mods did. And I basically, after doing that, I went, no, we're not turning this into a meme. We're making Seneca a mod so he can't keep getting banned. And to be fair, Seneca, you've been a fairly good mod, so it has worked. It was a plan and it worked. It solved the problem. My methodology is very simple, realistically. Let's go back to the questions and see what more have arrived. Guardsman 14. I saw 2 videos. One saying the UN are looking into battleships again. US, I'm presuming. And another saying that Russia is looking to upgrade Kirovs due to loss of Moscow and Admiral. If they do this, do you feel most nations like China, India, France, UK will start building battleships too? Probably not, but maybe build large cruisers. And do you feel their role will be more command and control and drones with flight decks like Japan's Higa class? I think you're looking at what we're talking about realistically is it's understood now you need a larger escort than a destroyer. You need something which is category up. You can't keep calling everything destroyers. And in quite a few Western nations, you cannot use the phrase cruiser because it tests as imperial and sounds evil and sounds bad. So they're actually going with battleship. But when you look at what they're actually talking about, they're talking about a cruiser. And Seneca, what would I improve? I've got a lot to improve. I'm building up the water network here, so I'm going to get more water coming through, so I can better power my systems. So I'm going to control this water source as well. And then I'm going to structure this area to better improve my woods production. And then I've got to work all the way over here, because I've got all of this space, which is unexploited. Look at this. All this space I can move into. All this space. I have literally taken over just a smidgen of the map. Smidgen of the map. I'm over here. I've got all that space to expand out to. All this space. Seneca versus the anime trope of the prototype being the best and the faster passing the production model. Yeah, reality is... Let's be honest. Let me give you an example. Look at the first ships in classes. Let's look at the service history of the Arleigh Burke class. HMS Daring of the Daring class Type 45 destroyers. USS Nimitz of the Nimitz class. Gerald R. Ford of the Gerald R. Ford's carriers. Kirov of the Kirov class. Pretty much, first in class is usually the worst in any class. Usually the first class of a next generation of idea and concept is usually the worst of... Yeah. I am drought-proof at this point. I am drought-proof. That's the thing. Is at this point, I'm drought-proof and I'm, to an extent, bad water-proof because I've got the bad water under control. I've now got this and this to basically maintain that I will not get a drought, and then this is my actual... I don't start drawing my water out till I get down to this part of this water, and I've got this water supply, and hopefully this all keeps it at sort of drought-proof levels. And I've gotten in here, which... This basically allows me to keep water coming in, even if it drops below the level it's supposed to here. So even if water isn't flowing in, it won't get below 0.7, which is what I want it to get, not get below. Realistically, I should probably put in a depth gauge. And if I can build that correctly there, that can help me assess things. I want to have the data. I need a data point. There are sometimes interesting flood points. Oh. You're building ships, Sarah and Saras. There could be interesting and people interested in this. At the moment, we are all on Roberts and British. At the moment, we're all on Roberts and I think we're all on Roberts and we're all technically Iron Brew Company. I think there is at least one person who's Dutch in our group, and a few others who are. But we're all Iron Brew Sailing Company. We have that policy going up quite strong. We're having fun. We are having fun, definitely. Let's put that together. Oh, Portsmouth Historic Dockyard is a gorgeous place to go. It is a wonderful place to go, Seneca. It's really a lot of fun there, and it's sort of, there's so much there to go and see. There is so much. What is the most insane question you remember me asking? No, good, no. Seneca Nero, you've asked a lot of questions in your time. In the nicest way, I've worked through, I've also still on the high of working through like 300 a night's questions yesterday, you know, my brain's not going there. Drinking Ivory is fun. John, should we arrange a care package? Oh, good lord. I've got Iron Brew, I'm okay. I have family members who will see it through. But, yeah. You ask a lot of good questions as well. I think at times, the main reason you kept getting banned at certain points was because you kept asking the same. At some points, you kept spamming. You weren't sure the question went through, and you'd spam in a couple of questions. But I think that's the thing, is that one of the we had a lot of if you consider the bot has now been running for a year. The bot was assembled, was first put together and first came into place really the last Historiophon, and the bot has changed things quite considerably. The bot really has changed things quite considerably. It's made people less worried. If they get their acknowledgement from the bot, they know their question's in there, and so they know their question will be coming. I think refitting the ship of the combat line to frontline combat ship was a bad one. That was an interesting question to try and basically work through and pass and go, we're going to need a lot of power generation here. This is going to be interesting. But, you know, there have been worse things. There have certainly been worse questions I've been asked. That's going to get through to that. And once that's built, we then have the bad water flow controlled, so the bad water flow will flow over that way. Now we're good. So let's just let them build for a moment, and I can answer questions. So you are stress and control of it. I do know that there are a couple who are like that. Do the Beavers also have Iron Brew available in game? No, but I have been promised many mods, many mods by my good colleague Timu, by my good colleague Gareth, to do with Iron Brew. Many mods. Timu is just now going, I've got the power to get my questions to pop up. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that helps. That's the point about this thing. That's the point about... To be honest, that's the point about doing this Historiophon to an extent. Because there are people who are going to ask questions during a Historiophon who would never normally ask a question just because it goes on so long. And they're going to go, well, I might as well put my question in. I've heard all these other questions. I'll ask them in. You know, when I first had this conversation with some people about doing this, they were going, why are you doing these long things? I went, partially it's a good way to see if I can raise some money towards some interesting projects. And that's a lot of fun. And doing a tour of the northeast and basically doing a tour of northern Wales, northeast of England, well, northern Wales, northwest of England, Scotland, northeast, and doing a couple of weeks to go around some tours, like somewhere. You could do some really interesting places, And basically, the policy will be, you know, we'll pick like 7 places to visit in that time period. And we're allowing, you know, start off in Bristol. And the reason we start off in Bristol is a good point to sort of gather and get things together. And we can sort of start off in Bristol, have a night in Bristol, start from the morning there, drive up to Northern Wales, then do the things in there's some fun stuff in Northern Wales to do. Then go to the Wirral the next day. And realistically, you don't need to. That doesn't need to be a separate day because that's like an hour's drive. I've done that a few times. Then go to the Wirral Archives, and then see Liverpool the next day, and some stuff in Liverpool the next day. Maybe visit my dad's grave. That's more one for me than anyone else. But yeah, as I'm up there, go say hi. Because my dad's buried up in Liverpool, because that's his family plot, and that's where he always wanted to be buried. I really should think about those sort of things for me, but I really don't. It's one of the things, once you start approaching 40 and you're going, I ain't married and I don't have kids, so I should probably start working this stuff out myself, because there are going to be no one else to work it out for me. It becomes a bit of a thought process. But you get there. And then you push on, and you sort of think, okay, and what else can we do? And then you sort of go up and, well, let's see. Going up from Liverpool, there's stuff up on that road. There's a lot up on there. Probably will end up in Newcastle. End up in Dundee, of course. But if I'm coming from Liverpool, going up the coast, oh, there's a few good things to pop to. A few good, interesting spaces to pop up. We can get to Carlisle. There's some interesting history up there. Maybe go by Camelot Castle, because that's a cool one to go to. Work our way up to Rosyth. Oh, that'd be fun. Rosyth would be fun. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to do. Barrow. Yeah, we'd have fun. Probably from Liverpool we go to Barrow and Furness. Probably that'd be the first one to go to, and go have a look at the naval history there for a day. See if I can, because there's a dock museum there. Also, probably see if we could have a quick tour, if we could get in for a tour around the actual production facilities. That'd be interesting. And then go up from there, work our way up, and probably sort of end roughly Newcastle, and then from Newcastle go back to Newcastle to Bristol. Let's look at a drive. Oh, that's easy enough. That's about 5 hours drive. That's fine. That's a very easy route. Yeah, it's all doable. It's really interesting once you start looking at the route and going, oh, okay, could we do this? So no, why would torpedoes on meant to use mounted on a fixed mount and not swivel mount? Honestly, it's weight, and it's also a case of if the swivel mount breaks, or the catch that's holding it breaks, which it can do when the torpedo boats are doing that and that and that and that and smashing their way through speeds, high seas at high speed, you don't have a torpedo swiveling around, and that can cause all sorts of issues. So it's just far easier to have it on a fixed mount and point the boat itself. It's just far easier to do that. Its complexity is not needed, but also, in a nice way, the advantage of the complexity is outweighed by the risk of the complexity. That's again, one of the things you sometimes have to get into when you talk about this stuff, is going, okay, so yeah, this is a great feature to have, but do we need it? Think about some of the features which sound really cool when you buy them, and then after you've got them, you're going, oh god, I can't believe I have this feature. It's an absolute nightmare. So they go, yeah, well, that's the way it can go sometimes. That is the way it can go. And some of the most well-meaning, well-intentioned features have been like that. Again, not because anyone's doing anything bad. It's just because people think, well, it's got to be good to have this system in. It's got to be great to have this system. It's, think about how useful this is going to be, and you sit there and go, yeah, it'll be useful, but for how long? Mama. Bam 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 bam. Yeah da da dee. Yeah da 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 dee. Ba Ba-da-da-da. Ba- Oh, this one. What's the most needless complexity that's put on a warship? Oh, there's been a fair number of those over the years. Most needless complexity. And... when it comes to needless complexities, usually the ace of that, and usually the biggest likelihood of people to put that into a sort of thing, are going to be look. Certain nations get very attracted to the idea of very cool tech. Okay? That's just part of what they are as a nation. They are attracted to the idea of really cool tech. And that's fine. You can be attracted to these things. It's fine to be attracted to these things. But, and I do mean this in a nice way, it can also leave you exposed to some serious problems over time. For example, and I mean this with no disrespect, I do love the US Navy. I love the work they put into things and how much they develop. But they have a problem with their politicians in that they will add on shiny. And in terms of needless tech, I would say the Zumwalt class, some of the stuff chucked onto them that was eventually used because it wasn't available as the reason for them being cancelled was, why are we adding this on in the first place? Why do we need this? There are things we need. Things we can justify needing, and I can agree wholeheartedly you want. There are, however, though, things which I look at and I go, did you really need that? Did you really need that as the system? Because what's that going to get you versus going with a bog standard system? What is it going to advantage you? You know, it's like the advanced gun system. I would have built it for the advanced gun system. I wouldn't build it with the advanced gun system. And I'd have been developing that. I'd have gone, for the time being, do we need more than a 5-inch gun? Or maybe I'd have gone with the 6-inch, etc. gun system they're developing. And I'd gone, well, let's go with the 6-inch, and I'll call that the next generation surface combatant weapon. Next generation surface combatant deck gun, or whatever you want to call it. Something like that. Something that sounded particularly riveting, but particularly, doesn't really matter, but it does its job. It stands up and it looks like it's new and these things. Other systems I've seen like that with the British. The British don't really have a habit of fitting the things, but that's because they do the fitted for but not with thing, which is really equally stupid, but for a different reason. That's the British thing. Although the County class had, of course, that wonderful hangar, which basically the aircraft had to be pulled along and go in the side of, and you saw it in, you sit there and go, why? And then you had the Soviets who, for many years, were so obsessed with the idea of sticking their hangars down below deck level, so they'd have ramps, lifts, all sorts of things to get the helicopters down below. And again, why? It didn't really help much. It just caused a lot of difficulty in terms of manoeuvring and managing the aircraft. and limiting the aircraft types. And you just sit there and go, you have just made your life infinitely more complicated. Stop doing this to yourself. Stop doing this to yourself. What is the biggest bottleneck of not building faster in this game? It's basically supplies, and it's making sure you have enough builders. At the moment, I only have 8 builders, 12 builders, so 12 beavers on building. I could probably increase that, and probably should increase that to about 16. But if I go too high, too quickly, I'll run out of personnel to do the building. And I haven't got that massive a population. If you look at it, I've got 300 population total and 25 kids. I've got 244 currently employed and 55 not employed. And realistically, the not employed are also covered for people who get injured, who get ill, who die suddenly, all sorts of things. So I don't want to max them out. I do probably want to start these though. That'll probably build pretty darn quickly. Yeah. Sonic Canary, what is the most fun decorative modification you ever heard a crew doing the warship? Disco balls. I won't name the ship, but if you served on it or were around the time, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There was one ship which stuck a giant, which managed to find a red buoy that it was stuck on its nose at Christmas time, on its bow, and it managed to make it light up. And it managed to make it light up so bright that it actually caused the task group it was to think there was a distress signal going on. It was a distress beacon. The ship and crew will know exactly who I'm talking about that did that. And anyone who was around at the time will also know which ship I'm talking about. But it was an incident which was, how to put it, in the most effective way possible, was hushed up within the services because no one wanted anyone to repeat it because of the trouble it caused. So basically, what they did was they made it cause chiefs paperwork. And if something causes chief petty officers paperwork, it will never happen again. That came in twice. Seneca Nero and John South both put that question in. You should Minecraft Watcher. The co-worker I mentioned yesterday was the second co-worker who likes the host. They also like Guar. Yes, the Ironclad. Minecraft Watcher, we've told you before, stop going to work with Fleet. It's not good for you. Okay? Stop it. Stop doing that to yourself. I don't know, what is the worst looking non-French warship? The Royal Navy produced some interesting designs in their period, but I would say, barring it's usually the ships which cause the trouble are the Ironclad era. And whilst I would point to, there were a couple of Royal Navy Ironclads which were certainly on the interesting list. I would say Hoche and the French ones do take most of the bottom ones. And then on top of that, you then have some of the German and Spanish models. The Germans were occasionally experimental, so their ironclads, some of their ironclads are really interesting, especially their coastal battleship ones. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, Blackburn, for the worst looking non-French aircraft. Bern or Moscow? Ooh. Look, Bern has. This is the thing that annoys me about Bern. Is not Bern. Is the fact that, in nicest way, they take a ship which was going to be a turbine-powered battleship, and they turn it into a vertical triple expansion and turbine-powered aircraft carrier, which actually reduces its speed, and then they make all sorts of decisions which actually make it less capable. That's what annoys me about the Bern. The Moskva is just a bad design. Probably Moskva, but not by much. Which warships or warship systems would you consider cognition hazards? I think of issues which interrupt thinking. Okay. I would say at certain points, the US Navy has the most complicated nomenclature for ships on the planet, especially post-World War II, where they are basically trying to, I don't know, they're basically trying to be Mercedes-Benz of the ship naming world. We have a name of a ship for every occasion. There are some systems which are quite fun to look at and go, excuse me, why? I think the Russian the Kashgan CIWS system, you sort of look at and go, you basically look like a small child has drawn this. You are neither good for your missile nor your guns because you are trying to balance both. But you're a point defense system, and you're trying to be also a short-range air defense system, and oh my lord, you poor system. I do feel sorry for you. You're very good. You're a one-stop shop, and I can understand why it's attractive. Just makes it all very complicated for the system involved. So basically the idea is there is going to be a bad water canal, which will be fully covered in closed canal, which is also a bad water channel, which will take the bad water all the way down to here, and will make it flow out this way. And it will be the same with water coming from here. And if we can do all this, we should be in a situation whereby we have maximum water power for generation of water supplies and for generation of capability, and we have maximum, and I do mean maximum, food maintenance. Because if we can keep the water flowing, then we're always going to have food. Right. What if just after Pearl Harbor all Japanese carriers become copies of Bern? They've just lost the war very quickly. There's no way they're winning and doing anything at Coral Sea, let alone Midway with those. During World War II, all aircraft carriers turn into copies of Bern. Whenever someone builds something better, the moment it commissions it turns into another Bern copy. The aircraft carrier is not going to be known as the dominant weapon. Look, the point is about the Bern is it's got lots of very good ideas. The clamshell lifts, very good idea for stopping liquid and water getting down into your lift area, getting down into your hangar. Very good idea. Trouble is it also blocks the flight deck the moment you have them. Alright? That's the problem. It blocks the flight deck. It also means you store your lift in your down position rather than your up position. Okay. Which then creates weight variances when it goes up because it's not expecting to be up. Whereas if you put it in your up position, normally have your up position, you bounce your weight on it being up, which is the position it's going to cause most momentum. So, there are lots of good reasons. Hello, Garsman14. Thank you for subscribing for 30 months. But yeah, Bern is so many good ideas crippled by some very bad political decisions that, yeah, you have issues. You have issues. Okay, if the Dutch and French navies and a small army and tanks and aircraft fully transferred to UK at their full in Model 2, how would they split, and what would Force H look like? And what do you think would take on the Italian Navy? If you got all the Dutch and all the French navies and all their personnel coming to the UK after France and the Netherlands fall, you suddenly have a lot more firepower coming in. So you have a few extra destroyers, a few extra ships, it's going to change the force structure. The big thing is going to be having the Dunkirks, etc. Dunkirk and Strasbourg probably go on a northern approach and are sitting there as part of the force, adding in to the ships, waiting for German surface raiders to come out. So the thing is, then you can have things like Hood go and get its refit, because you've got the ships to work with it. It also means that you likely end up with, whilst it probably doesn't have the long extended refit, it probably does have a refit and those sort of things. So that's going to make a difference. You probably end up with things like the Battle of the Denmark Straits is, hello, I am Hood. Hello, I am Prince of Wales. Hello, I am Dunkirk. And, or Strasbourg. And, it's going to add in the firepower where you need it, when you need it. Same with the French heavy cruisers. They're kind of useful for that one. And it has a cumulative effort because you also have some of the French battleships, etc., assisting in the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean fleet and those things, which means you have more ships to pull from, which means you probably don't have the same problems you have with capital ship numbers at certain points. It means you can spare more for things like convoy escorts, means you can take slightly more risks in the Arctic convoys, means you can have a larger Force Z. But also, that's going to have an impact on carrier availability. Why is it going to have an impact on carrier availability? Because if you don't have the French fleet as a risk, you don't have to do Mers el Kabir, you don't have to do other options which wear down your carriers and are risks. You have extra escorts for your carriers, extra escorts for your operations, extra destroyers. You don't also have to worry about the French surface naval forces. And the Dutch surface naval forces and the Dutch submarines, and all these things add in to the force strength you have overall. So you have less potential threat you have to gauge on your opponent's side, and you have more capability on your side. And it all builds up into cumulatively better. So, what is the equivalent of burn for other ship types like battleships, battlecruisers, cruiser destroyers, etc.? I'd say battleship where a lot of good ideas are ruined by politics is probably Bismarck and Tirpitz. There's a lot of good ideas going on them. It's just there's a lot of politics which overrides it. This is where I go fun. If people go, I talk about them being over-engineered, etc., and they have all these different things put in. People go, well, you know, this. It's not advantageous. It's complicating things and making it more difficult to maintain and more difficult to keep in service and more difficult to operate at sea and more difficult to, you know, get the best out of it. And that doesn't help. And most of those things are put in because of political reasons. Not because it's wanted by anyone, but because of the politics involved. And that's a real problem. When politics is your defining motif, when politics is what is limiting you most, that is a real problem. And yeah, John South, for first attempt, I still rate Burn more than Graf Zeppelin. Yes, I would agree. But there's also, that's because of the level of politics which goes into the Graf Zeppelin. When you consider the Graf Zeppelin was not supposed to have those blooming double gun mounts, but it has them because someone makes a mistake, and because of politics, no one dares challenge it or disagree with it. And you sit there and go, why? What are you on? Oh, I'm hungry. I want a snack. Do you want a snack? Should we see if the girls are getting something when they come in? And if we get a snack, do we get you a snack? Probably. I'll figure about it. I'll figure. But yeah, it's the joys of history. It's the joys of the world that these things have happened. I made a strategic error there, didn't I? I mentioned food to a poodle. And as we all know, poodles are bottomless stomachs, aren't you? Oh, yes, bottomless stomachs. Now, the equivalent for battle cruisers... That's interesting, really. I would say, to an extent, it's actually Hood. Because for political reasons, they keep building a battlecruiser. But they try and put in as many changes as they can. But they also realistically know that Hood was built originally as a renowned style battlecruiser. Something which was more sort of a continuation from the Invincible line than the Tiger line. And therefore, it's not one needed. If Hood had been a continuation of the Tiger line, A, she'd probably been designed to be about 45,000 tons, not 42. And B, you wouldn't have had as much trouble transitioning her to something more armoured because she'd have started out more armoured. Again, density of Tiger. Tiger is the most dense in terms of its subdivision and its armour coverage of any British battlecruiser. Once you look at its size and its overall weight. Which is a fun thing to get into. Hello. So, yeah. Hello. You're having fun. I know. I'm substituting for what you want with lots of fuss and attention, but that isn't what you want, is it? Cruisers. The US scouting cruisers. I love them dearly. They're 8-inch cruisers, the Pensacola's, etc. They're good. They're good ships, but they're called. They get classified as heavy cruisers after the London Treaty, and they were never heavy cruisers. They were scout cruisers. They were. That is politics, and politics that puts them in a bad position. And politics which put destroyers. Which destroyers put in a worse position? By politics. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I suppose we could go with those. Oh. The German ships prior to World War One. Some of them we classify them as destroyers, but they call them torpedo boats, and the reason they call them torpedo boats is in many ways they're being honest, because thanks to the relative availability of funds and infrastructure and industrial might they have, and the concentration of force they're putting into building their top tier units, their capital ships, their battle cruisers and battleships, they don't have the money to build the ships they really want to. I'm not sure. Are there quantitative metrics for subdivision? Okay, so usually what I use as a rule of thumb, but it's kind of like GDP. Okay, GDP, it gives you a thumbshot, it gives you a thumbprint of what you're looking at, not or a thumbnail of what you're looking at, really. Not an accurate view, but as I take the relative length beam of a ship, I work out roughly what its space is, and then I divide the weight by its space to get its density. So it's how many tons over this cubic area is it? And that gives you a rough rule of thumb to work out this. It's a very quick assessment. It's not an accurate one. It's a very quick one, which allows you to work out certain things when you're looking at them. But then you start looking. You can go through and go looking at their plans and look at how their how their rooms are subdivided, how they're shaped up, how there are which way are the transverse, lateral bulkheads. Where the things are going through, where they're going through. No, sir. I don't see AI as ruining the online naval history space. I see AI is going to be coming in as AI comes into everywhere. But there again, I sit there and go, is AI going to do what I do? No. I see it as, again, it's like a lot of AI and all these things, I see them as learning programs which are going to take over certain functions in the space. They're going to take over the history by rote stuff to an extent because of that's what they can do. Are they going to take over the analytical? Are they going to take over the answering the questions and the working out what the question the person is really asking? Because that thing is, AI will answer the question you ask it, but that might not be the question you're actually asking. If you think about the amount of times when people are talking on here and they ask me a question and I go, you're asking for this, but I think from your phrasing in the earlier discussion, what you're actually talking about is this. So I'm going to explain both. AI can't do that. So that's the thing where we can sort of work it through. I have to admit, I do use AI a little bit for things like chibi photographs. If I want to chibify a photograph, I will AI it because it's quicker and I don't actually have the money at the moment to hire a artist to do it properly. But yeah, so I can't say I don't use AI in streams because you've all seen the chibified photo of me and Raleigh. That is AI. That was me using AI, but that was me experimenting with AI to test around various things with it. Oh, how would a Timborn Navy look like? I'm so hoping I eventually build one because I would love to have a Timborn. I would love to have the beavers have sort of rafts wandering around doing things in the water. It'd be fun to have them. Guys, warning. Nope, you're not the only one. The Soviet ships in the 70s do look really cool. They do look really cool. One of the reasons why the Soviets designed them the way they were was to look cool, was to be striking. They actually put money and effort into that. They had to look like a 7-year-old to design them, and it was going to be cool. That was what they were looking for. So, there are Black Friday deals on Raleigh. That's lovely, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Let's see, shall we? Oh God, no. Okay, that's not doing it. I'm not doing that one on. Sorry, just considering options. Options and options and options. Options. I'm hungry. I could go stick something in the oven, but I don't feel like leaving you all for that long. So I'm going to see what the other options are. And also that would use up food which I've got to see me through the next next few hours. Unfortunately, there's no Five Guys nearby. So all these advertisements for Five Guys I keep getting really don't help. I do not understand the system. It keeps advertising Five Guys to me, and I can't get Five Guys where I am. There's no Five Guys. There's literally no Five Guys. Also, I bet now that I've taken my headphones off, someone's going to pop back into the chat. Don't, please. Don't, just to wind me up. Don't do that. That's unfair. I don't like having headphones on my head, but I do it because it makes the sound work better. Mm-hmm. 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 The options. Oh, I can't go to them again. I can't do them again. Ooh, I'd love to do them, but they're expensive. They are expensive as anything. So, yeah. Why is it all the people who are quick to deliver are limited order tracking? Which really doesn't help. Oh, and these are people I ordered from before. No. Is the answer to that one. They're a £20 minimum. Okay, they're a £20 minimum. Let's go to the chicken options. Let's see what there is. No. KFC isn't open. They're closed, apparently. Oh, good lord. I think I'm going to be left with McDonald's as the only option. That's just terrible. It's terrible when that happens. That's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it, Ronnie? That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's all sorted. Yeah. That's good. You got banned from Etsy. See him at Devitt. That's terrible. How do you do that? Yell out pie while... No. No, don't you dare. Don't dare. So, how is everyone doing today? How is everyone doing in preps for Christmas? Did the book tips help last night? I realised that they were, being a bit cruel and a bit loaded to you all, because I realised how susceptible you all are to book suggestions, but, Oh, frick it. You might have to set up a new email account and confirm it all through that way for Etsy. McDowett. John South, this is why the West Coast of Scotland rocks. Fish supper, 2 pieces of fish and chips to 12 quid, while sausage and black pudding and or haggis supper is £7.50. Very nice. Very, very nice. In Cornwall it's okay. It's if you want it delivered through Deliveroo. And basically all delivery in my area seems to be taken over by Deliveroo. And then it sometimes becomes £15, £20 minimum, and you're sitting going, I don't want that. And it's a case of McDonald's. I can get a McDonald's delivery for about £15. The rest is 20, 25 quid. I'm still going, yeah, okay, I'll take the McDonald's one. Hello, Poodle. Dang. That's when having a really good friend who doesn't mind taking money off you and doing the buying for you really helps. To be fair, my friend who usually does that is a guy called Boom Boom Dan, because he is an absolute master at these online short stores. And I just go, you sort it out, and I'll give you money. You get there as you get older. Okay. Guzman, if you had to take on HMS Illustrious World War II version and you had to pick your ship out of Aquila, Bern, and Graf Zeppelin, which one and why? And what aircraft would be your first strike? Illustrious. Okay, Aquila wasn't really getting strike aircraft, so that rules her out. Bern can do one strike, but she can't do much else, but she can do one strike. Graf Zeppelin would have been interesting, but again, could probably do one strike, but if you can get the strike in first, it's going to... The thing is going to be a trouble with dealing with the Illustrious is because she's orientated around, as carriers to extent, the Aquila is orientated around operation of aircraft, Bern and Zeppelin are to an extent operated around strikes. Illustrious operated around operation of aircraft, as in continuous operation. So Illustrious is going to have a better reconnaissance profile than the other two. So she's more likely to find you and hit you first. If, however, you're going by pure theoretical way to strike, etc., you probably go with Graf Zeppelin, because if you do find Illustrious first, you have the best strike to launch. So probably end up with Zeppelin that chance, but it's not going to be a good one. Rules for AI would be interesting, but again, it's going to be how do you implement them? Do you get companies to implement them? Well, what are the companies incentivized by? They're incentivized by money for content. You can expect there is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if you see very soon a streaming service which basically advertises itself as no AI content, and people will have the choice to pay for that, but that will cost extra. I would not be surprised if that comes out. But I can certainly not see organisations like YouTube, etc., which, to an extent, their business model is made upon volume of eyes on screens. That's their business model, is based around volumes of eyes on screens and the day-to-day capture from all that. I'm not going to go for no AI. Not going to happen. No, you'll never get YouTube AI. Because YouTube knows the moment they start differentiating, they're going to cause themselves trouble. Whereas if they leave it as it is, they'll be okay. And that's the reality you're dealing with as YouTube. As an organisation, there are limits to what you can do. Let's go find where the builders are. Because I think they should be building on something, but obviously they're building on something else. Oh, they're all around here. I ho, it's off to Beaverwork we go. Ah. They're making sure all the metal gets built in them. Ah, that's good. That is useful. That means they're going to have their floors done. It's the way that history crumbles sometimes, but I think AI is going to be one of those things which is going to revolutionize stuff in stages. It's going to come in and be a revolution that people are going to watch and go, mm-hmm. And then they're going to go, okay, maybe it's not that good, and then back off for a bit. And then at a certain point, they'll come back to it and go, oh, actually, this is really useful, and it can be used this way and this way and this way. And you're going to have that sort of growth and then drop and growth and drop a scenario. That's what I think happens. That's what I can see happen. Yes. Yeah. McDivitt. Yeah, there are, in nicest way, speaking of someone else who likes to believe he can be funny, but knows he really isn't that funny. Yeah, that afflicts many of us. We have the dream we're funny. We have the idea and belief and hope we're funny. We know we're not funny. We wish we were funny. We wish we were. We do wish we were. Basically, right, we're going to build a channel that's going to run all the way along here. And that channel is going to be very useful. Because the whole point is we want to make sure this is all never out of water. Never out of water. Nothing happens that gets it out of water. Yeah. What's happening fun? Jonathan Moon seems to be having fun with Twitch right now. Let me just check on that. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Pulse check and redeemed. History fact you learned today. History fact you learned today. Not really today. But late last, well, sort of today, because it was early hours of this morning. It was just going through the whole burn scenario and reading more about the decision to delete the boiler room. The fact that there was a strong argument against deleting the extra boiler room, as there was, and losing those 9 boilers is really intriguing to me. And the fact that the reason I made it was because why would the carrier need to go faster than the battle fleet? And with its reduced weight vis-a-vis battleships, it wouldn't need it because it would still be able to keep up with the battle fleet. And you sit there and go... But very quickly we learn, yeah, you need to go faster than the battle fleet. You do. It's a constant. You need to go faster than your battle fleet. Hey, Big Fluff. I'm going to quickly go use the facilities. I'll be back in a second. I leave you with a poodle. Camera. Poodle. Watch the poodle. Okay? Watch the poodle, camera. Okay, can you do that for me? Can you do that? Can you watch the poodle? Is your AI good enough to watch the poodle? No, it's not. You do realize the poodle will get upset with you, camera, and the poodle will whack you. I think I can put you in the garden quickly. know, you're a poodle. You behave yourself. You also got a thick woolen coat and a fleece on, I point out. So, in the nicest way, you are probably one of the most well-dressed canines I know. Normally, no! New camera. New camera. New camera, new focus. Hydrate. I'm hydrating. I have a whole bottle of Iron Brew to get through down there. Hello. Oh.
You just ordered yourself something.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was...
Nicest way. Very kind of you, Karen. Thank you. Give me a second.
I don't know. Mum told it was aggressive.
I don't worry. I'll sort it out first. I'll sort it out.
Lots of money.
I know.
Alright.
Hey. No, I do not want a knife and fork. Sorry. My family have very nicely bought a pasty, but there is no delicate way of eating a pasty with a video going. You might notice I had a bit of trouble with the pizza yesterday. And I'm sort of going, no, I don't want it to go everywhere. But, you know, we'll see what we can do. Because apparently my family don't think about the fact that there's a camera watching me while the cement mixer is going around. So I'll try and work it out. This is why I ordered things like chicken nuggets, but we'll figure it out. Don't worry, Karen.
Do you want a knife and fork?
No, Karen, I don't. Thank you. It's very kind of you. It's very, very kind of you. Oh, it's always nice when people are very, very kind and you sort of go, you're very kind, you're very helpful, you're doing something very generous. But I wish you'd think. Just a little bit. Okay. No. No, you're not getting any more. Children are particularly interesting sometimes, yeah. One has this, the other has Springboks vs Island match. Oh, good match. Good choice. No, you've already had them. You're not getting any more. No. No. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's what the chat is for sometimes, trauma dumping. Anyway, so how's everything else going? Hello, Stafford. 2 screens are different. I think I'm going to end up with 3 screens actually to run all these things. I am noticing that now because I keep having to flick between different screens and different bits and different pieces, and it's just... It gets fun sometimes, it really does. It gets fun. Ooh, the catch-up rambling is about to start. Yeah, there are going to be monitor arms. Basically, I'm going to need to have a third monitor arm. My plan is to get a third of the same monitors I've already got, so I have 3 exactly the same monitors. And I've looked at the pricing, and the ViewSonic monitors are very good, and a third one shouldn't be too difficult. But it's going to be a fun thing. They are going to be... I won't get gas canister arms ones, because gas canister arms have a habit of breaking. I'm running out of gas. You know, things like that. So I'll figure it through. Figure it out. It's going to be a while before that gets here. Okay. So, any questions? Any questions? Anything coming around? Ah, Vermintide 2 is free on stream right now. Vermintide 2. That's a game. And why would you not bolt down your mount? That's the whole point of having the mount, to bolt it down. I wouldn't buy it for this particular desk. I'm going to buy a new desk, and I will bolt it to the new desk, not to my current desk. I want to get one of those desks which can rise up and lower and raise up, because it allows me to stand. Because believe it or not, my sitting all day, working and doing... Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone, for coming and joining us and coming in to say hello. We're currently taking naval history questions, and we are, alongside that, we are doing Timberborn. So, questions. Opinions on the Avro Lincoln. Do you think it's a better bomber than the B-29? And would be... No. It would have been the British one, and honestly... Probably would have been an adapted Lancaster, which would have not too dissimilar to Lincoln, should the British have had to take on the bombing role. But yeah, the B-29 is better in that role for the duty it is in the Pacific area. It's fun times. The beavers are doing well at the moment. They're doing okay. They're doing okay. It's currently asleep. And opinions on Tempest 2 fighter. Do you think it's... we'll see. The Tempest is a strike aircraft more than a fighter, really. It's basically its successor to the Eurofighter, but it's also a strike aircraft. It's going to be interesting to see what the Tempest comes out as. It's the thing is, the real drivers behind it are Britain and Japan, with Italy joining in, and it's going to be interesting to see what that project produces. There you go. It is going to be interesting to see what they produce. So, hello everyone. Hope you're well. Welcome to the channel again. What we're doing is we're taking naval history questions. I'm live for 36 hours. For my sins. I'm Alex Clarke, and currently we've got Timberborn going on in the background and questions coming in. Questions can come in, and the Discord is being displayed. To put the questions in, you type in and the bot will pick it up. And as you can see, just pops in. Hello, Poodle. Yes, and we are joined by a Poodle who is very much demanding biscuits. Very much demanding biscuits. I know, Patchington, but it happens. It happens. It always does. It does things. Hello. Yes, I know. You'll think if you ask, and you're plenty if you ask for more biscuits, you'll get biscuits. But no, we are not doing this. We're not doing biscuit demandings. We're not. And there are plenty of space in naval history curtains. Hello. You good boy. And we're doing quite well with the beavers. They are currently building... Well, as you can see, the beaver colony is doing quite well. It's currently occupying this side of the map, but it is branching out further over there. I'm currently building a bad water canal so that I can keep the canal the bad water flowing without affecting my normal reservoirs, and still power my industry down here. And the bot is working. Everyone is rather too nice to you. They keep giving in on your biscuit demands, and it's going to make you tubby. But in your defense, I have to take you for a CAT scan this week, so... frigate, give me a biscuit. Am I going to join Fleet's Random Ramblings? No, I don't think I will. That'd be a bit cruel, me jumping in on Fleet's Ramblings while I'm doing this. It will be a bit cruel. It will be very cruel. But yes... The beavers are working well and doing a lot of fun stuff. Yeah, I can answer that question without even clicking it up. Do I think the Halifax was an underrated World War II bomber? Yes, it was. It was an underrated one. TC Freer, it was an underrated bomb. Because the Halifax has a lot of... If you think where the Halifax comes in, its size, its capability, it's a very good bomber, but it's... How do I put this politely? It's not very good at being produced in large numbers. You still get 6,000 odd produced. And it is a very capable aircraft. But it's not rated as probably because Lancaster just gets the iconic position, and a Halifax just comes on and goes, well, I'm here too. But the Halifax does have some advantages, has some disadvantages about Lancaster. Basically, its biggest advantage is some of its stats and capabilities, its range and these things. But its disadvantage and its real disadvantage is that it is not as easy to produce as the Lancaster. Realistically, the one which gets the least love it should do is the Short Stirling. But the Short Stirling is massive. If you ever looked at the Short Stirling, that is an absolutely colossal aircraft compared to its counterparts. The Lancaster, the Halifax, they are fairly similar in their overlaps. They, you can see they're built to similar requirements for similar needs by similar technology levels. Yes, they're different countries and different companies and different manufacturing techniques, but, they are what they are. But the short Sterling is basically short of gone, we need to build a heavy bomber. Okay. Normally we build giant flying boats which basically slam into the water and dominate the seas. Yep. We now need to build a bomber. Yeah. And basically go and build a bomber which is about 50% larger than everything else being built at a time in Britain. And go, why does no one want to build our bomber? And it's like, we're building it, but have you seen how large you are? Really? They only build like just under 2,400, I think, on the short Sterlings, and it's just a case of, it's massive. They can be used as transport. They were very luxurious transport command for if you wanted an airliner during the war. A lot of space on them. They were very comfortable. And they can carry a lot of bombs. It's the fun of the draw. It is the fun of the draw. How do you zoom? Oh, I clicked out the screen, didn't I? I had clicked out the screen. But yeah, the Halifax. Good aircraft, handy page Halifax. I do love the way that handy page is quite so obsessed with trying to make everything H names. We're not just going to be called handy page, we're going to make all our aircraft H as well, so people realise they belong to us. So the case of, you guys have got branding down pat really early on, haven't you? Stafford. What would the Beaufighter have done in a ASW role, and did they ever try it? Yes, I think they did. Beaufighters were used for Coastal Command, I think, at various points. Let me just check. They did quite well hunting them down. Basically, they were attacking aircraft on the surface, attacking submarines on the surface. Yeah. Yeah, Coastal Command actually got the largest number of Beaufighters, and basically they were being used for long-range maritime patrol, attacking submarines on the surface, and attacking boats on the surface, and torpedo boats, and doing all those things duties. So yeah, Coastal Command was very heavily Beaufighters. I think they also dropped bombs as well when they got the chance. Answered that. I should tick all the ones I've answered. Come on, so take two. If the invention of base bleed subtactical shells in 94 makes it possible to use the same as artillery tables, with 9.2 and 12-inch shells or any combination, how does it affect HMS Dreadnought? Doesn't really, because the reason you're going for, whilst that's lovely capability to have and does probably make your pre-dreads more lethal, the reason you're going for the combined 12-inch salvo of Dreadnought and the Dreadnought's post-sight is because of the weight of shell impact and the damage they can inflict at long range. Because whilst your shell might have a similar performance at that range, and you might be able to do the same as the 9.2 or reverse it, get the 9 and 12 to perform the same as 9.2. The whole point is you want to deliver maximum firepower at long range because you want to damage the ship before it can damage you. So you don't want to close to the ranges you did with the pre-dreads. What do you think of the new Dreadnought class and what's known about it so far? New Dreadnought class are going to be in Britain's new SSBNs. I think they're going to be very interesting and capable boats in their role. I do mildly object to a vessel which is known for having a history of being incredibly aggressive and going and hunting down the enemy wherever they are, being one of the vessels it's named for. HMS Warspite is not necessarily a good choice, I would say, for that name. I can understand she deserves to be honoured with a ship named for her. She does. I just think a ship which is in history includes a about 2 or 3 occasions where ships named Warspite have started battles by firing before they've been told to, and which have a habit of doing things like doing donuts in front of the German High Seas Fleet. The case of the Submarine, or the High Seas Fleet, possibly not my choice for the name I want for my ballistic missile submarine. There are vessels which I want to have a personality. Ballistic missile submarines are not them. I do not want my ballistic missile submarines to have a personality. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if people are going to agree with me or disagree with this. I don't really mind. But my views personally, I don't want a ballistic missile submarine with a personality. I don't. It worries me. What if all the Axis navies... Oh, Brandon Larson, thank you for this. What if all the Axis navies swapped to... so Germany's navies got to Italy, Italy's navy got to Japan, and Japan's navy got to Germany. Germany's navies go to Italy. Italy's crying. Japan is devastated, and Germany's going, woohoo! Because Italy's got a better navy than Germany, especially at the beginning of World War II. A much better navy than Germany at the beginning of World War II. Go look at it. They have more submarines. They have more. They have 6 battleships. They have everything. By every measure imaginable, because of their treaty system and the way it's worked for them. The Italian navy is better than the German navy. So the Italians have now gone out to the scenario where they've now got they've got barely enough ships to do what they want, barely enough ships to do anything, let alone what they want to do, and they haven't got the industrial capacity to be able to rapidly build ships because of the way their industry is set up and what's the reality of their infrastructure industry that Germany will try and do with massive submarine construction, etc. So they can't do that. Then you've got Japan is going to be looking at it going, no, where are all my carriers? Where's my first air fleet? We've just got nothing. And where's the range? Because, of course, Italian ships are designed for operating in the Mediterranean, and they don't have to worry so much about range. They can concentrate on speed and performance in the Mediterranean, not in the Pacific. And then Germany's got Japan's fleet, which is they're both going to give them the most powerful fleet. They can cruise out and have a big battle if they want with the Royal Navy and North Sea and all those things. But also, those ships are designed for Pacific operation, and a lot of them are very lightly built, and they're going to get pummeled by the North Sea, North Atlantic. For the Royal Navy, their lives will be made a bit easier because Japan's fleet's now weakened to the point at which they can't do anything of what they wanted to do. The Italians can't do anything they want to do virtually in the Mediterranean. So the Royal Navy now needs to concentrate in Britain and the North Sea and a home fleet, and that's where they have all their infrastructure and industry, so they can best support their fleet. It's going to be interesting. Cruel, but interesting. Oh, let's see, what kind of questions have we got coming through? Make sure I tick them all before I go from. Ramol. Which early guided anti-ship weapon is the best? Fritz X or the ASN-2 Bat? I'd probably pick the Bat over the Fritz X, but that's mainly because I can actually produce more of them. But neither are particularly brilliant. The first generation. Been over this before. When you're asking between, trying to divide between first generation of anything, it's basically a case of pick your poison, not pick your benefit. Ramol, what would you call the P-36? Even outdated? No. The P-36 is introduced into service in 1938. Its first flight had been 1935. I wouldn't say it's out of date. It's just it's at the point at which it's not really going to be the most useful. And honestly, the Hawk was not found to be that bad to fly compared to even the Spitfire and various things. It was a good aircraft in many, many ways. And the Finnish certainly enjoyed it. And I think, the various others did. So I wouldn't call it a bad aircraft, the P-36. I'd say the reality is, to the extent they suffer, because by the time they enter combat in 1941-42, the world has moved on significantly from when they were first built. But for their generation, they're a very good aircraft. For their generation. Yeah. Josh Hand, you're quite right. The Fritz X is, to be fair, relatively combat proven, but the thing is, it was also, if you look at the number of weapons used for the number of hits achieved, that's when you start to go, okay, so if it hits, it works. But the question is if it hits. And it had a lot of issues with that, especially the amount of... The main problem with Fritz X, on those point of view, was the control aircraft and how it had to be manoeuvred and how it had to be positioned. Okay, do you want me to come for that?
I can come through if you want me to.
Okay, you can do that if you want to. But yeah. Okay, so that's...
Yeah, I've just brought him. Just take that and put that.
Yes, please.
Hit it on.
It'll be Monday. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Very kind of you.
That's all right. You wonder what it is? It's new salmon smell.
Okay. And there's fun times. Jamming, Josh Han again, jamming on the Fitz X, there's a lot. One of the things that's the issues that comes up with the FITSEX is there's a lot of people things made case of specific British jamming equipment, and whether it was specialist for it or not. The British had a lot of jamming equipment. One of the things about their ships are the British are obsessed with electronic warfare. They have been for a long time, and some bits of equipment which were already going out there were found to be very effective against the radio controls of that system, but it wasn't purely fitted for the FITSEX. It had been being fitted to an extent before it. So it's all fun. It's fun. Okay, Seneca Nero. During World War II, all the Axis get the best navy of the Axis each, and all the members of the Allies get the best navy of the Allies each. What happens? The Axis, well, if they all get Japanese navy, and let's be honest, the Americans don't. So that means all the Allies get the Royal Navy to begin with, and all the Axis forces, which is basically Italy and Germany, and some additions, but very few, only a couple of additions. If you give those additions it, then you have to give the Dominions it as well, so it balances out in favour of the British. Get the Italian Navy. That's a curb stomp, because you've got the Royal Navy times about 8, and the Italian Navy times about 3. So there is a huge disparity in force structure there. If you go later on in the war, let's say 1941, then it's still the Royal Navy at that point, because Congress's funding hasn't actually delivered the ships, because they've only just commissioned. In 1938 they hadn't ordered enough destroyers. In 1940 they finally ordered enough destroyers. Yeah. Things would be interesting. That's probably lots of... The Royal Navy ships don't necessarily fit what the Americans want to do across the Pacific, but the Royal Navies do go up. It'd be interesting to work it out. But replacing all the Japanese Navy is going to give them a bit more strength, but again, you've got another full Royal Navy. So that means you have about 10 Royal Navies versus... like 6 Japanese navies. It's still a disparity in force numbers which is obscene. Yeah, Josh Hand, that's basically what we're going. About 18 or so capital ships times 8 versus about 8 or so times 3. Then give or take. Yeah, it's just a case of, yes, you have Yamato Musashi. We have about 60 Queen Elizabeths. You will win the fight. You will sink a lot of them, but they will probably eventually sink you. Sheer weight of numbers will be on their side. That's the small issue. And there's also, just think about how many nail rods you have. Yeah, it'll be fun. You said also the best Navy, and I've basically gone with the largest, because the Royal Navy and the US Navy are 6 of one, half a dozen of other on their capabilities in this period. There isn't really a best one. And the US has a lot of potential which has been hindered by various organisations within their own government and own structure. Same with the Royal Navy and Treasury, but we'll leave that to one side. Both are suffering from the treaties. Brennan, what if the Allied navies swapped? So the Soviet and French navies went to Britain, Britain's navy goes to the US, and the US navy goes to the USSR. USSR collapses because they can't support and sustain that. The British are crying because they haven't got enough ships, because the Soviet navy is terribly small and the French navy isn't much larger. And the US are going, okay, we've got the Royal Navy. They are good ships. We can make do with them. They're not really what we need for our operations and the way we operate, but we can do with it. That's basically the reality of it. Ramul, do you think the IJN invented the idea of the amphibious assault ships, since I already answered this question earlier? That basically, when we talk about the assault ships, I said I answered this one earlier, but basically, there are lots of people designing and working on the idea and development of it in the 1920s after the experience of World War One. The Japanese are just the first to build it, and the really reason they're the first to build it is because honestly, the army is trying to be independent of the navy. We'll leave that to one side though. Hey, Blatant. Don't worry, but listen, you could have, I prefer that you popped in rather than pooped in, but it's fine. Either way, it's fine. Carrot 1151. How much longer do you think World War II sea forts will last? And do you think? Ooh, I love visiting them. You can learn a lot. How much longer do you think they'll last? We are probably talking decades, not centuries, and it's not a lot longer. They were supposed to be temporary things, not last as long as they have done. It'll be a big storm someday will suddenly make them crack because the salt would have eroded enough, and then they'll disappear beneath the waves. But you should visit them if you can. Rommel 3866. What if the IJN adopted Bofors 40mm pre-World War II and installed them on it? That would help them. If they replaced the 25mm 40mm Bofors and they had the infrastructure in place to support and sustain it, they had the manufacturing capabilities in place, that would be a big improvement. It's not going to change the outcome of war, but it's going to change the results of a few losses. It's going to help their ships perform a lot better in air defense and be a lot more secure in air operations. It's not going to change the outcome of the war, but it's going to, give them a bit better chance in actual individual fighting. Cool, Josh. Drone for the Humble Sea Forts. Very cool. Stafford, the Admiralty, in 1933, the Admiralty was seeing war on the horizon. They get John Brown Company to set up a clandestine yard in Canada. What capital ships they build, and how many could they get built by 1939? If they set up a yard somewhere clandestine in Canada that people aren't going to spot, it's not going to be a big yard. It's probably going to have about one slipway, so they can build something about once every get something off the slipway about every 18 months. Probably take about 2 years to build, so that would be 1935. So they could probably have about 3 things extra in service. So it's probably going to be a couple of battleships and a carrier. They could, if they go for a double slip space, they can probably get to 6 or 7. Depending on how they're completed and what the ratio is. And then it's probably going to work out about 4 and a 3 carriers, because that's roughly what they want to replace. They want to get in. If they could get that going. You probably have 3 27,000-ton carriers, their dream carrier designs, if they're going that full distance, and 4 interesting battleships. It depends. If it's all Henderson manages to get built, then Henderson probably gets his 16-inch battleship. Speaking of British electronic warfare, are there more recent cases of anti-ship missiles deflected by the Royal Navy electronic warfare? There's a lot of fun in the Falklands War, and there's some interesting reports about what might have happened versus various Houthi systems, but none of that's going to be confirmed for a while. And again, I do apologise, I was up in the attic again this morning. So, yeah. For those who don't know, I've been boarding at the attic, so I could get a lot of dust in me, and I do apologise. Occasionally it leads me going, because the dust is still coming out my nose. I try and blow it before I get started, but, as anyone will know from working in their attics, you get covered in dust and it goes everywhere. Senator Canera, you get to send 1 electronic warfare ship back to the Napoleonic Wars. How much can the ship change? Nothing. Let's be honest. There are no radio communications. There is nothing going on in Napoleonic Wars that an electronic warfare ship can actually assist with. The earliest electronic warfare ship can really start to assist is probably the Russo-Japanese War, but realistically it's First World War. And even then, World War II is far better, far more likely to do it. And AC-75, how much did the activities of the Cambridge Fire affect the Royal Navy? They certainly did get information about the Royal Navy, but one of the things that the British government has often found with the Royal Navy is it's hard enough for the rest of the government to get information out of the Royal Navy, let alone the Royal Navy is not exactly forthcoming. So you might have the information you get out the Royal Navy tends to be not exactly the most helpful. One of the things you realise when you deal with the Royal Navy is the Royal Navy tends to not announce programmes till they're pretty much ready to deliver. Until then, they are very, very quiet and don't get any attention. This is one of the reasons why, when people worry about the Type 32 programme not making much noise, I go, A, it's part of the Type 31 project office, and B, you won't hear anything until it's confirmed. Because the Royal Navy don't like to announce stuff before they're actually doing it. Let's see. What any more questions popped in? No questions. So, how's everyone's day going? And for those who weren't here earlier when we did a full tour, we have an industrial area going on here for our Timborne. Power generation, mostly this area. Bad water supply we're using is over here. This is where we are setting up for some lovely cattail roots. This is our lovely spaderock zone. So we've got a huge amount of spaderock coming in, which is good because we're going to be generating fuel soon. Lots of potatoes, again, fuel coming at some point, so I need to be able to generate that. Wheat here. So that's there. Metal coming from this, which is useful. It's got plenty of treated planks, scrap metal coming in, so the metal's working quite nicely. This is where the chestnut production goes on, also some of the wood production. We have a little bit of wood production here, but mostly our major wood production zone is these oaks here, which is quite a nice, useful area. That is going to be expanded to including this space soon, once I've had the time to do all the things I need to do up here. And yeah, then we'll go after that mantle and work our way down. Eventually, I want to use the seeder to seed all this and turn it lovely and green, and of course win the Timberborn. But it's always a fun thing to get there. Okay, McDermott, assuming you already have a Catabar carrier and jet aircraft, why set up a baby carrier as a Vistal and get custom aircraft instead of a smaller Catabar setup for the aircraft you already have? It depends what you're doing. If you are going for an LHD and you're looking at a system which is literally for supporting your Marines in actions, you might well do it amphibious forces because you already want a rough strip cable aircraft anyway. So that sort of aircraft, it's commonality with the aircraft which your amphibious forces are using rather than commonality with your aircraft carrier force that you're using. The other option is you are having two definitive air groups so that you don't have to have bleed through and you don't have to have aircraft going both ways. Now, The argument is, if you're a medium power, if you consider Britain, when originally we were going to build the Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carriers, we're also planning on replacing Albion, Bulwark, Ocean with an LHD program. So you'd have 3 LHDs, 2 strike carriers, you'd have 5 flight decks, all could take the same aircraft. It would have made a lot of sense, and everyone would be going, oh, we now understand why you guys got the F-35B rather than going for Calabar and F-35C. It makes a lot of sense. You end up with 5 carriers for a medium power like Britain, for a medium power of global commitments and global reach at the time. That was a very sensible solution to your problems. Especially when you consider this idea is conceived in the late 1990s, 1998 SDSR. So it goes back 7 years. Okay? It makes sense in the light of all that. Sadly enough, world and history intervenes, and that's not the world we end up with. That's not the world we end up with. And so this is when you get the issues. And usually it's, for America, they are large enough to justify the separate fleets because of interacting with their amphibious forces and working with them and wanting that commonality, so that makes sense. For Britain and other powers, there is a lot of stupidity going on. That's just the fun of it. Josh Han, assuming a realistic budgetary situation, what would your ideal Royal Navy in terms of composition in 2030? Well, really, I'd like to go to the LHD scenario I talked about just a second ago. I would like to be in a scenario where Britain had about 3 LHDs and 2 carriers in service and were working together. I would like to be in a scenario where you had the aircraft for them. I'd like to be in a scenario where you had about 7 surface action groups of surface action groups. Probably go for 7, and that would be made up of 14 destroyers and 14 destroyers, 14 Type 26 style frigates, so 14 Type 83s, 14 Type 26s, and 7 Type 31s and 7 Type 32s. Basically, 1 for flak frigate and 1 for drone control, so you have a escort force of 6 vessels as you call for the service group for each one. You'd also need another 3 Type 26s for the for protection of the SSBN program. So you need 3 or 4 for that. So probably you end up with a scenario of 16 destroyers, 16 Type 26s, 8 Type 31s, 8 Type 32s as your core force of 48 escorts to work out from. I would end up with a force of wanting at least 4 SSBNs and 4 SSGNs, and about 8 SSNs if we can get them to, so we can structure our forces that way and be force generating that along those lines. Preferably, if we can get up with 12 to 16 SSGNs, that would be really, really good. But there's no way you can get that kind of force structure by 2030. Unless you're prepared to put in a huge amount of money, and you're not going to get there. So, the thing is, you couldn't, in 5 years, what could we do? 5 years, what would I like to see us do? I'd like to see us maximize the Type 26 and Type 31 build, and I'd like to see us get the RFAs on. And that's the sensible thing. We could do more if we're prepared to order from the yards and max out the yards, but we won't do that. What is the most significant fire on Navy history? Chatham Dockyard. In the early part of the 17th century, Chatham Dockyard goes ablaze. And the Royal Navy loses a huge amount of seasoned wood and all sorts of things. And from that point onwards, the whole fire controls and dockyards and things change dramatically. And one of the things you realise is that in the history of them after that point, the Royal Navy dockyards are very safe production spaces. in that the Royal Navy doesn't lose anywhere near as many ships as other nations do to dockyard fires in construction. I can see that point, Josh Han, but the trouble is, for minesweepers, we're going to a distributed capability which is based upon uncrewed assets. So realistically, we're talking a mothership program, which is the Type 32 program, realistically, when we start talking about it. And that's going to come in after the Type 31 program. The odds are the Type 31 program, when that's completed, that's the same yard we're going to run into the Type 32, so there's no chance of really getting them in service by 2030. The RFAs, they have done all on so far, and as much as I would love to get them all in and get it all fixed, Harland Wolff is currently owned by Navantia and has just beginning to start the stuff they need to do. And again, it would take a bit of money to do it. OPVs, now, that's an interesting thing, because I would love to have a conversation with Appledore and see if we could do stuff there with Harland Wolff. It'll be interesting. It would be interesting to see what could be done. Soga, RM builds 14 Type 82 destroyers. How many would be left today? None. They'd all be gone. Because they'd have been replaced by the Type 45s. But if you built 14 Type 82s, you'd probably built some of the Type 42s, and therefore the Type 45s would never have been run as low as 6. Samuel Beckett's are a good starting point for a system. I would prefer to go mix Samuel Beckett with Nunner Rasmussen. But the thing is, the more capable you make it with the British Treasury, you run into the scenario where they go, oh, well, this therefore is this capability, so it's the same as a frigate, so why are we building frigates instead of these OPVs? And that's always the problem the Royal Navy has. Realistically, they would love to have these ships be more capable and have the capabilities we're sort of discussing in them. But if you make them too capable, then you run into the constant fight over, why do we build those instead of X? And yes, I think I was talking about the Dead Poet Society, aka the Sam Beckett class, the other day. They were built in, actually, Appledore. That's where they were built. They were built in Appledore. By Babcock in Appledore. I have spent too many times in those sort of meetings to actually heard the people say that. I've also heard people describe aircraft carriers as the real arsenal ships and all sorts of things in conversations. People might be surprised sometimes at the level of my stress levels. Right. Food is just arriving, so I'll be a second going out the door. Yeah, 39. Yes, you're cute. You are cute. I need shoes. No, you're not coming with me. As cute as you are, you're not coming with me. Stay. Thank you. Oh, right. Sorry. Food has arrived. Oh, now I remember why you're quite so excited. Ah, that's not what you were hoping. I'm sorry, Fluff. What you were hoping for was substituted. Sorry, boy. I know, you were hoping for reindeer treats, and instead they sent pineapple. So I will give you biscuits, because I'm a nice papa. Flash protection suits never look good. No, they don't. They do not. Hello, I'm here. Thank you. Dogs with ship. Corgis are destroyers. They're destroyers who do not understand they're not battleships. So probably tribal class destroyers, considering they spent most of World War II engaging battleships on occasion. Cold ships. Oh well. But yes. Which navies had the most beautiful uniforms, and which navies had the worst looking uniforms? It's always the Italian Navy, and for the answer to both. The Italian Navy, I swear, spend more on tailoring than most navies spend on coffee. Notice the product of McDonald's. Let's get a man over cooking. Cheers. Okay, can someone put that in the correct way for Bleston so it comes up in the Discord? So that's sort of also help. An aircraft carrier is a mobile airfield with all the compromises involved in making an airfield mobile. Yes. Oh, good lord. Timu. There you go, you're modded. Timu is modded, we can all be scared. In Twitch and YouTube and Discord, Timu is now modded. Hello. No, Alco boats were, they aren't navalised corgis. No. Because they're small and they know they're small. And they're vicious with it. Corgis literally do not understand they are not battleships. Corgis are a small ship which has no understanding of the size it is. No, Raleigh. You've got your own dinner over there. You can't have mine. You've literally got your dinner sitting there. No. My dinner, not yours. And I didn't get lunch earlier because someone, and I won't name names, wouldn't eat their breakfast, so they ate my chicken. My chicken. So yeah. Thank you. How hard is it now for to fit an anti-ship missile? Probably not that hard. And I think they can take. I think they can be. I think there was testing done for the Naval strike missile to be fitted on them, the Norwegian one. So probably there is already some development there if you can build on it and pick the right system. No, Drac would never nick my food. Drac and I have an agreement. We don't nick each other's food. We will combine to nick other people's food, but we don't nick each other's food. All right, but listen. We'll find a question. But yeah, it's surprise, surprise. So the operators of the Gripen, quite a few of them are interested in having naval strike capability. Naval strike missile is the scenario. Oh, Raleigh would be a cruiser. Looks all pretty and nice. Probably a town class. Looks all pretty and nice, and then turns into a right brawler when he gets in a fight. We are talking about a dog who, when he had an altercation, there's been literally one. We've got 2 boy dogs, and you expected in a nice way. The odds are sometimes you are going to get a bit of a fracas. We've only ever had one between Zebedee and Raleigh. And basically, it wasn't really much of one because Zebedee just grabs hold of, Raleigh just grabbed hold of Zebedee and holds him down. And just goes, I am not getting involved in a fight with you. I'm just going to hold you here until you shut up. Eventually, we got them off and we got it sorted out. But yeah, basically, we had video of it and we looked at the time and it was literally Raleigh just holds him down. Raleigh doesn't have a fight, he just holds the other dog down until they give up. I do love the way Sweden is one of those countries which we're all sure didn't develop nuclear weapons, but for a country which didn't have nukes, certainly did have a lot of weapons which were capable of taking nuclear weapons and nuclear warheads. Oh, certain. Absolutely certain. Sweden, no nukes. No nukes. Why are these weapons all listed as being nuclear capable then? They don't have nukes. However, their weapons are capable of it, just in case, you know. Just in case what? They suddenly get a freaking... they freak out and decide we're going to develop nuclear weapons to the sound of Super Trooper by ABBA. Or that we find out, oh, look what we have down there. We just happen to have, we're just looking down the back of Bofors couches, and we found some nuclear warheads. Oh, really? Did you? You surprise me, Sweden. You really do. Josh Han, what do you think in regards to the growth of some of the South American navies, primarily Brazil, with their major expansion of expeditionary capabilities in the domestic frigate program? It's unsurprising for a nation with as larger coastline, as larger amphibious littorals as Brazil to be interested in these capabilities. And it's unsurprising for a nation like them, which is looking at allies and thinking about distances involved, etc., to also be thinking about expeditionary capabilities. For Brazil, this is about sensible interest protection. Mitchell, or in case one day they decided to join NATO and can make use of US supplied weapons. Potentially, but usually those US supplied weapons come with their own systems, not built for Swedish systems. I'm just saying, Sweden is very militant. Sweden is very, very militant. I love them, though. I love them. Sweden was basically the classic example of walking around going, and now we have another very secure bunker here that please do not look at. And then we go, how many bunkers is that we passed? About 8. Oh, good. If I was China, I'd be really worried about the sheer number of Swedish civil engineers who have gone to Taiwan. I'd be really worried about it. Considering the large amounts of underground facilities built by the Swedish Armed Forces for storing their equipment, ever since, well, basically since they've been preparing for war, which has been ever since the last Russo-Swedish war ended, they are very, very good at building underground facilities. Brazil also has other reasons for it. If you consider, for them, they're trying to demark themselves from their neighbours. So their neighbours don't have these capabilities. Brazil is a brick. They see themselves as pushing up. They see themselves as future members of the G7, 8, 9, whatever it's called. All these things. They're heading towards that. Timu, should Taiwan get the Saab jets and the Ferdinand Gripen? I don't think they're going to be allowed F-35s. And I don't see them. Their F-16 fleet only has so long to go, so basically probably the Gripen is the only option for them. Unless there's something else available, that's the option. Oh, BAE has its tendrils everywhere. Apparently, I'm on bad history text or something somewhere, a bad military text or something somewhere, talking about how one of the things has been taken out. So it's me saying Lockheed Martin, and these things are, Vickers isn't like Lockheed Martins of these days, etc. Vickers is more like Mitsubishi. Not sure if it's been taken well or correctly, but the point is, modern defence companies are very much defence orientated. Vickers, you could turn up, and you could literally outfit a whole nation, from your sewers to your aircraft, from your railways to your port infrastructure, the lot. Bridges you want built, we can do that. Want tanks? Yeah, we can do that. Want cars? Yeah. Typewriters? Yeah. Everything? Pens? Yeah, the lot. You could literally turn up to one of these big countries and get everything. That's the way they were structured. Well, the thing about BAE's defence model is they're basically everyone's favourite defence partner for development and research. Everyone's favourite defence partner for development and research. And that's how they get involved. That's how they make the money. They're involved in literally everything. Think about, Raytheon Raiders, BAE's in there. F-35 project, they're in that. B-21 project, they're in that. They're everywhere. Everyone's favourite partner. Joe Fredericks, do you think Eisenhower deserves the title of one of the greatest military commanders by virtue of his ability to lead a coalition rather than by his military victories and an opponent? Yes. And that's why anyone who can go into a meeting and manage Montgomery, Bradley, and Patton in the same meeting deserves a medal just for that alone. It's that simple, really. Being able to do those things, going into those places, that's a skill. That is a skill. provide extra work for 24 personnel. Joe Fredericks, why did Kim Il-sung ignore both Soviet and Chinese intelligence on upcoming naval invasion of Incheon? And if he did listen to it, what could he have done in response? Not much. You see, the trouble is, what does he do? What's the option if he takes in information on board? He has to withdraw from the front. He has to withdraw fronts from the perimeters, from where he's pressing the the UN forces in South Korea, and he has to pull them back to Incheon, pull them back to Seoul, to Incheon. They're never going to make it in time. So he's going to conduct a bad withdrawal, which is going to put them in a bad position versus the forces down south, automatically, because if he tries to do a rapid withdrawal, because of the time the information comes in, it's going to be a bad withdrawal. It's going to be a withdrawal in face of from contact with the enemy is always a difficult procedure to do, and they're very easy to go wrong. And he's not going to get there in time if he does. So he might as well leave it and see if it actually happens. Hello, Figma. He might as well leave that and give that a chance. Harrigan, do you think future combat air system will collapse and Spain and Germany to join the combat air program? The programmers are looking for things which are subtly different. Very subtly different. So, it might not, there's a chance it'll succeed. It's got a good mix of nations in terms of tech in there, so it could be okay, but yeah, there's also a possibility that if it collapses, that's the other option for them to join. Joel Fredericks. Yeah, but he could also lose the whole of the Korean People's Army in that withdrawal. He could very easily have lost the whole of the army in the withdrawal, because a withdrawal from contacting the enemy, if you do it badly, it turns very quickly into a rout and annihilation, and he's a long way from home. So basically, he's in a scenario where there's no good decision to make. He's in a dilemma. Each option is equally bad. He either stays in contact, and he possibly has a landing behind him, and then he has to deal with whatever the consequences of that are, or he withdraws from contact to try and engage that. He probably doesn't get there in time, and he's going to be harried the whole way up in his fighting a rearguard action the whole way back. Either way, it's a bad option. What does he do? And Seneca Canera, a nation with a medieval level infrastructure, but a lot of gold, turns up at Vickers for a complete industrialization of the nation military. How many 14-inch guns would they get? A lot. What can I say? The Vickers salesmen are very, very good at their job. Very good at their job. Oh, good boy, Fluffy. But yeah, they... So anyway, I'll answer that one. And how did the People's Volunteer Army manage to conceal the movement to the point the most USS? Because they weren't looking in the right places. Quite simple. You have to remember that the US Air Force surveillance aircraft are not overflying China. They're not overflying China. And there's already a lot of vehicles moving backwards and forwards. There's already a lot of supplies moving backwards and forwards. When you've got already, you're supplying hundreds of thousands of army and personnel, a largely infantry force coming in can disappear quite quickly. And they did bring in the infantry first, and then everything else came in later on. And a lot of it was masters normal supplies and resupplying units for the Korean People's Army. Let's take them off that, building that for a second, because that's I want that done as quickly as possible. There are things I need done, so yeah. Yeah, Joe Fredericks, I would also point out that some organizations are very good at shouting how good they were. Some organizations don't like to tell you how good they were. Let's put it this way. For some organizations, saying how great they were at something is their reason for living and allows them to continue existing. For others, allowing people to believe they were terrible at something doesn't affect their continued existence at all, but does mean that, should they need to, no one's paying attention to them. No one is paying attention to them. And that's the important point sometimes. No one are paying attention. That's sometimes what you want. And the Vickers 14-inch, is the Vickers 14-inch salesman real or just a meme on this channel? No, it's real. They were... the Vickers salespeople were some of the most aggressive defense salesmen of their time. There's a lot of stories and histories about them and what they got up to. They were really quite fantastic at getting their sales, and there were quite a few complaints over time about how effective they were. One of the things that was realized quite early on was they didn't... how do I put this? They didn't bribe per se. That was how they worked things through. See, bribery is something which can get you caught. And that's a problem. A sensible person doesn't use bribery. A sensible person uses things which go alongside but are not bribery. Like Oh, well, of course. There is, you can make use of our seats at this box office. You can go to this wonderful play, which we already have seats for. You can... Everything but actual money changing hands. You want a fancy holiday? You want a cheap house? Oh, we've got a house we're selling off here. It's only going to be this one because, we've been using it and we've got to sell it off. That's a going concern, really, so we've got to sell it off. We've been marking it down as losing money the whole time to save taxes, so we've got to sell it at a lower rate and all these things. You don't want to actually give people money. Many of those have been sealed up over years, but the I have met some people who were Vickers salespeople and they were very, very well trained. The Vickers sales team were very, very good. One of the problems with World War II with Vickers is that actually they lose a lot of the sales team in World War II because they get called up and they go do various other things, and it's reconstituting them post Second World War that's the problem. Hello. Joe Fredericks, if Iran had been modernised to a country of a power equivalent to maybe a small major power like Italy, would the joint Anglo-Soviet invasion have happened? Probably. You do all this just for biscuits. You've got literally food over there. You've got a meal over there. In that pot, that bowl over there, is your food. Your sissy has got the salmon one, which you wanted. The salmon one. And instead, you're going after me for biscuits rather than eating your food. No. Go have your salmon. Have your salmon. If Iran was a modernised country with a power equivalent to maybe a small major power like Italy, would the joint Anglo-Soviet invasion happen? Probably would, but probably more of a fight. It's going to depend. If they look like they're leaning the wrong way, yes, a fight it will happen. If they look like they're leaning towards Germany and leaning towards the fascist powers, then in that war, because of their position, it would happen. If they weren't, then things would be better. Things would be okay, but that's the sort of scenario you're dealing with. Yeah, that'll be well looked after. Doing that construction. What's next? We've got what we've got really highlighted green for rapid build. It wouldn't be as easy if it was a more modernised country, but yeah, it'll be done. But also the thing is, if they're more modernised, they've probably built up stronger links in other areas as well. That's the reality of the situation. Would you say Admiral Jones miscalculated and escalated a war that should have been a colonial war to a total war? No. He doesn't make the decision to go to war. He's told to go to... That's made as a government decision. He's trying to do the best he can. And there aren't many options. Let's be honest. There is no option which sees Japan winning that war. Most of them actually go into Japan thinking they don't have a chance of winning that war. They're going into the war option because, and I kid you not, because they believe that whilst they will probably lose the war, the chance they might win the war is better than the chance of certain destruction of their culture if they don't fight a war. They perceived the threat of the Americans as an existential crisis to wiping out their culture. That perception is what drives them to war. Basically, the Japanese are driven to war by fear. Do you think the recent French success in selling weapons to Egypt was entirely because they were willing to bribe the Egyptian generals? No, they're selling fairly good weapon systems. I'm fairly, in the nicest way. There are a lot of other details going on there. I don't think necessarily bribery is one of them. I think, from what I've been hearing, it's more a case of... You have to remember, Egypt's bought Mistrals, bought many things from the French recently. They are kind of getting in. They understand each other, and the French are getting very good at pitching stuff to the Egyptians in a way which meets the Egyptian needs. And one of the trouble is that a lot of people go into in arms sales, especially at the moment in some of the modern companies. They go in presuming that everyone has the same needs. Or needs a phrase in the same way. Egypt has a very different strategic outlook and strategic need set than Israel, than Brazil, than Turkey or Singapore. Every one of those countries has very different strategic needs. And you need to pitch to those strategic needs when you're making the sale. I would argue, and... this is something I actually do consultancy work on sometimes, so I'm picking my words carefully. Because otherwise it sounds like I'm pitching for jobs. I would argue that a lot of recent bids have been very bad at actually looking at what those countries actually need and actually say they need. And are going for, but this is the biggest and best system you can find to fulfill the fighter role. And they're looking at, this is a fighter, they're looking for a fighter, so this is the best fighter. And not looking at, why are they looking at a fighter? What's their need for a fighter? If that makes sense. That happens a lot. Happens a lot. People look at the headline and they don't look at the subtext underneath it. Yes, you're gorgeous. No. No. If you want, I'll get you your own Steam Deck and you can press the button to move the questions forward. Will that make up for it? No. Okay. Don't worry. As a follow-up to Shiana's question yesterday, what's the consequence of having three European fascist dictators in NATO, one of them being a great power like Italy? That's making a lot of assumptions. One, that Giano manages to hold on power for long enough to stay a fascist, stay a dictator. Two, that NATO is formed, as it was historically, which it might not be. There's a very different scenario going on here. And three, and this is the most important thing, that there weren't that many fascist dictatorships in NATO to begin with in the first place. There were some very interesting governments in the 1950s Europe. 1940s, 1950s Europe. Very interesting governments. Very, very interesting governments. Hello. What do you want, Big Fluff? Garden? Go to the door if you want to go garden. Is it garden? Currently doing the pour on the arm thing, which means biscuit, and I'm not giving you biscuit, so I'm saying, do you want to go garden, or do you want to go eat your dinner? Those are your options. Remember, don't worry about the rapid fire questions. It's quite nice to have a nice flow of questions coming in. Let's see. Rune von Bismarck. Sorry for this is the last one for me. Most people will say the early 20th century was a disaster. What do you think was the critical moment where it all went wrong? I don't think it was a disaster. We didn't manage to wipe out the entire planet. Okay, and we had some good ideas on how to try, but we didn't actually do it. The early 20th century was... Realistically, it was as messy as most of the period has been. One of the troubles you have... People look back through on this past with the prism of the Cold War, where things were far more neat and tidy. Human history has never been so neat and tidy. It's kept that way in the Cold War because of the two grand alliance structures and the massive stockpiles of nuclear weapons and the constant threat of nuclear war. That's what keeps it the way it does. The reality is, though, it shouldn't have been. Most of human history is messy. Most of human history is brutal. Most of human history, you see major wars happening every 5 to 6 years, if not one after the other, with literally just enough time passing between wars for people to rapidly rearm from the sharpened sticks they've been reduced to actual functioning weapons. That's what most of history is like. It's a complete misunderstanding and misphrasing of history to imagine somehow that it was, at some point, better. And that the 20th century was somehow more of a dumpster fire than any other century. I usually just point people to go look at the 16th century, go look at the 17th century, go look at the 18th century, 19th century. They're all the frigging same. They are. I was doing a video the other night during live. I was talking about the British blockade of Argentina in 1845 to 1850. The Franco-British blockade. 1845 to 50. What was that over? Well, as I explained it, there was a civil war going on in Uruguay. And those sides were fighting. One side, which was the side which believed that they should be less into foreign trade and more into the traditional agricultural and things pursuits, went and got backing from Argentina. The leader of which had started to piss off all his backers, who were all the European powers, so they backed the other side in Montevideo. Eventually, they stopped Montevideo falling to the forces backed by Argentina, and they continue fighting. Eventually, the Europeans withdraw. Agreement is reached for peace with Spain. With Argentina, and then his most powerful governor has suddenly got a massive army from somewhere and managed to rebel, overthrow him, and then they renegotiated the treaties, which suddenly become more beneficial to the French and the British. And you sit there and go, and Uruguay carries on when the Civil War ends, slowly. Sit there and look at it and go, okay, that's human history. That's the history. That's what we're like. And no, Carl Gosford, the Cold War's not that cold. It was just more organised. It had better flags and PR. Was there an area where HMS Sparta was hit by HS 293, covered by any of her armour? I don't think so. HMS Spartan. I'm not so sure. HMS Spartan's a destroyer from memory. No, Dido class light cruiser. Still not much. There's still not much in the way of armor. Yeah, we're talking about a ship which has a 1-inch deck armor and a 3-inch belt. And she doesn't hit really an area where they have armor anyway, much armor anyway. Yeah, the 293 hits just after the funnel and detonates in the compartments about level with the aft boiler room, blowing a large hole in that, but also causing pressure and destruction down below, which causes issues. It causes flooding as the main mast collapses and the boiler room boiler rooms are flooded because of the holes ripped in it by the explosion and the mast collapsing. And yeah, nicest way. Yeah, that's just the bad place to be hit. And let's be honest, Didos are light cruisers though, and the latest of light cruisers, and they're not exactly the most heavily built vessels in the world. Oh, that's where Leslie lines are. Ah, good. Joel Fredericks. Currently, the Indonesian Navy has significant assets in terms of expeditionary capabilities, but our surface combat forces are lacking. What's the consequence of that? Consequence of that is that you're very good for supporting amphibious operations and literal combat operations in the Indonesians' myriad of islands. You're very bad at actually dealing with problems which are threats, which are coming at naval forces. That's the reality of it for Indonesia. But they're working on it. They have got a lot of interesting plans abreast. No, I was just checking where everyone was. I was just hunting people down, lions, don't worry. When I want you, I'll tell you. And that should increase my space of construction as a tad, because that's going to help me get more builders on duty. With that all done, there we go. Lions, your keyboard hadn't cannibalized on Brian Brew. That's not a good thing for the keyboard. It's not. Calm goes back. One of the things I would say about that thing is, again, some of the German testing is done to the highest of standards. Some of the German testing is done to the highest of political standards to make sure you don't get deployed to the Eastern Front. Whilst I have no doubts of the efficacy of shaped charges and their abilities, and I am, they can do really, really well. There is also the small problem, just a small tad, small tiny, tiny problem. This is a small one. That some of those testings were, depending on which one you're talking about, which video, are very spectacular. Almost as if someone wanted to make sure they were very spectacular. Eye-catchingly spectacular. And memorably spectacular, even. Does that make the point? Tina. It's good having the beavers wandering around. It is good. Yeah, Can I just say, kudos to Knight for keeping up the sheer amount of questions he has on both mine and Fleet's videos at the same time. It does take skill. I got a message that there's a huge amount of questions on Fleet's ramblings from Knight, and I just went, I'll go and check and see if there's happening. Yeah, there are. A huge amount. So this wars are slowly coming. But that's 3.8 days, and it's fine. Current depth 1.55. Just open and helping the water go through. And I'm just slowly getting built. Slowly getting built. Everything doing well. I like this canal. It's going to be a good canal. It's going to be a very fussy, busy industrial section. A genteel calm elsewhere, but a very busy, fussy industrial section. Okay. Stanis Kostanov, if you can repost that question with a question mark in front of the question, literally just a question mark, an exclamation mark, and exclamation mark in front of the question, that will pop up and turn up in the Discord thing to my over that way. And I'll be able, and everyone else will see it when I answer it. I do like to have this is one of the reasons why I have the system set up so it is, because you're not allowed to display chats on Twitch of YouTube, and YouTube doesn't really like you displaying Twitch chat. So my idea was to allow so that both sides can always see the questions which come in. We'd have a Discord system, and as we already had this Discord system, it made sense and just sort of works out the way. Basically, if you put a exclamation mark in front of question or Q and A. Literally Q and A. Then it will then basically I press this button in front of me and it will appear in here, like Joel Fredericks has just done. So if someone can do that for Stanislav Kostanov, if they can't do that themselves, that'd be really helpful. But I think I'm sure they're probably going to do it themselves. But, you know, it's always good to help each other in the chat and make sure everyone knows how to do it, because it's nice and everyone can see the both sides can see the questions. I think going the F-15 would have been a good option, but the Rafale allows you to claim greater independence because you're going with the French option. But going for the F-15 does buy you into the American system, which does help. Does help. Thank you, Lions. Powder Monkey! Exclamation. Hello, yes, I know you are gorgeous. You are, but you want biscuits and you're not allowed them. Because you're turning into a tubby puppy. There's a tubby puppy. Up you go. Oh, up you go. Oh, who's my big fluffy boy? Oh, good boy. There we go. Or else, he is black and white underneath. He's got a coat. I don't know. Poodles. They're very demanding. Ah, yes, that is a good one from. I'll be good. Yes, I'm good. How? Oh, Calvin Gunsmoke put it through for Stannis. Okay. Thank you. From Stannis, but via Calvin Gunsmoke, who's helped to have typed in. How much of the fear of the Japanese had America was the result of information plotted by Stalin? I heard a version of Stalin basically created the conflict to then take Europe. No, to be honest, that fear came from a lot longer than Stalin had been in power. It goes back to Commodore Perry's fleet. It goes back to the forceful opening of Japan by America. Basically, what's really funny is if the British had got there first, the British would have done it. And so the French were also coming to do the same thing. But basically, yeah, the Americans get there first, and so the Americans become the original sin, the bad guys, who force the Japanese out of their nice lull where they believe that everything's fine and they know what they're doing, and you know the world is all sensible and it's all going to plan and all the things, you know, everything's good in the world. Could you mind not knocking my mouse onto the floor? This is why I don't have why I don't have a Wi-Fi mouse now, because you're knocking the things on the floor. Poodles. Poodles. Hey, get up here and you start licking everything. Yeah, people I don't believe me that you lick all my seat so much that it squeaks. You can lick everything off, but that's what happens, isn't it? You lick everything off. Such a poodle. But yeah, much of the fit, and it's not Stalin. Stalin does certainly fan it. He certainly uses intelligence services to fan it, but it isn't. How do I put this politely? It isn't by any stretch of the imagination. It's just fanning an existing flame a little bit, and it really isn't as successful as sometimes some sources claim it is. Because one of the theories that one of the things that you always have to remember is that when something works out and it looks according to a plan, lots of people are going to claim to be its parents, when in reality there were very few, and it's just the way the cookie crumbled. It's the way the cookie crumbled. Also, there's the fact that there's almost on the part of America a willful misunderstanding about that event, and thinking there are literal American sources which think that the Japanese treated them, believed them to be benevolent givers of civilization who helped them chuck off the destructiveness of their own culture. And you just got to go, okay, there's a missionary fervour and there's being an idiot. No one likes you turning up with weapons and basically forcing them to open up their ports and facilities to you, but at gunpoint. No one is ever going to like it. They believe they were. They believe they were loved. They believe because of it they were one of. And, yeah, it's just no. Now I would say that there are many of those people. Unfortunately, a couple of them are in quite senior positions in America, usually in the Senate. But look, let's get those out of the way. No. And now you have licked my thing to the point at which it is now liquid. Do I have a spare sock? I do. Yeah, I don't think anyone else I know has to do this. Put socks over their seats, their seat side, armrests, so that they can put their arms back on their seats without sliding off. Poodles! Poodles! Thank you, Stanislav. You've got to put a question. Ramon. Even though they're kind of similar in general purpose gun configuration, do you think the Dido is better than the Atlanta? But that's because, in nicest way, the Atlanta is the how do I put it slightly? The forgotten stepchild of the U.S. Navy. The Atlanta class is the most we have this. What are we going to do with this? We turned out we didn't need this. We're producing a lot of destroyers. Forgotten stepchild of the U.S. Navy, whereas the Dido gets quite a lot of work from the British. Gets quite a lot of work from the British. The Atlanta is basically a destroyer in cruiser form, whereas the Dido is... Look, I describe the tribal class destroyers as cruiser-built destroyers, and the Didos as destroyer-built cruisers. But they're still cruisers. Lancers are something else. Sometimes. Okay. You keep doing this, and I will take you away and put you back to bed for the evening. And you won't like it because you'll be on your own. You can't keep demanding biscuits, it's not good for you. I'm happy to put you in a garden. Do you want to go garden? Garden. Okay, garden. Sorry, just going to go put the poodle in the garden. Be back in a second. Yeah. Poodles don't smell. They do complain the whole time and try and run the house. Poodle go in garden. Sorry. Yeah. Poodle hasn't eaten his dinner, as you will see. So Poodle is having to go to somewhere to eat his dinner because he's decided he's trying not to eat it. He's trying to just have biscuits. ill. I have returned. Poodle is now being introduced to the joys of make sure you eat your food. Alright, so, even in World War II, do you think US until 1940? No. No, they were... You have a learning curve, but the US learned fairly quickly. The main trouble the Americans have is getting the skilled people where they need it and getting enough of it. Again, you cannot overestimate the sheer time it takes to get things out when you're a force structure the size the US Navy, the Royal Navy are during World War II. The sheer time it takes to pass on the information, to develop the skills, develop the know-how, to spread out to the wider force structure. When you're at that size, when you're talking about 100, it's not like you're just going to go, oh, yeah, you, mate, come over here, we're going to train you. It's you and all the other 25,000 of you that do this job. We have to train to this new standard. So what we're going to do is we're going to train about 1,000 of you. And they're going to go and work with the rest of you and train them. And while they're doing that, we're going to train another 1,000 up to a higher standard. Then they're going to come up. And we're going to train up another 1,000. It's a nightmare getting it right and getting it going and getting it. And you need this at all levels. You need just not for ASW warfare. You need sonar operators. You need the officers of the watch and to etc. be understanding their jobs. You need the depth charge officers and the weapons officers to be understanding their jobs. You need all the NCOs to understand their jobs and all the people involved. There is a huge organization to get up to this level. And usually I say, when people start going, oh, we need to compare the forces equivalent in 44, no. You want to compare the US Navy's operating capabilities in ASW warfare and what they're doing, in 1944, you should probably, just to be fair, be comparing to what the Royal Navy's doing in 1942. Because that's both roughly 3 years into the war. 3 years into the war, and that's it just, this is it, thing. Stanis Gaffov, this is going to sound strange, but the amount of Japanese sources I've read that, especially that really do, and I mean really do emphasize the fact, the legacy of the American relationship and the way the American relationship, it's there. It's not necessarily between the Kanto earthquake in 1933, but you have to remember Japan's growing fear. Japan's growing weakness in this period. And that does accelerate what exists already. That's an internal issue. Japan is not in a strong position. They know they're not in a strong position. That's another problem. See, Japan's strength in their period, their confidence in World War I era, had relied on their ability to build a small but very technologically proud navy. Okay? They had the 6-6 plan, they had the 8-8 plan. Their idea was they couldn't maintain a large navy, but they could maintain a navy which was technologically very advanced. What does the naval treaties include? A shipbuilding ban. You cannot build new ships. So slowly, their tech levels vis-a-vis their opponents start to reduce. Their qualitative advantage starts to reduce. This is one of the reasons why they take the huge gamble with the Yamato class, and they've got a big ship, big gun doctrine as a core part of their naval philosophy, etc. This is the reality of Japan, and so what people don't sort of realize is that a lot of this stuff starts to build up, and it's the structural issues which, by the 1930s, really do put them in this position, and there are other things which do feed in and accelerate this and act as a bit of how should I say, a froth in a tonic. But the reality is it's a combination of all those, of feeling weak. And the weakness starts off with the way to open up to the world. The Japanese don't reach out to the world from a position of strength. They are forced to open the world almost in as an act of submission. They are forced to enter the world, be part of the global stage as an act of submission because they have their doors beaten open by someone. That's the thing. That's the reality, and then it builds up from there. You know, this is the point I'm often making about deterrence, about nation strength, and all these things. Is you have to be careful how you approach these things, because the last thing you want to do is make a nation state feel weak. Last thing you want to do is make a nation state feel small and powerless, because that will be a recipe for long-term problems. And that's the trouble. That is the legacy of the Washington Treaty and then the London Treaty. And these things get worse and get worse and get worse. During the Russo-Japanese War in 1945, did the British planners majority predict Japan winning, losing, or drawing? They thought they'd win at sea, but draw if not lose on land, so probably draw overall. But they ended up winning on sea and on land. There are many people who talk about how it would have got worse, if the Russians had managed to get more troops involved in the war, and that is true. But there again, the Russian logistics is one railway line, and for most of the route, it wasn't even a single track. It wasn't even a single railway railway line. It doesn't go as far as it did in the later on Siberia, when the railway reaches its peak in the after the revolution, after the 1917 revolution, all those things. Yeah, it was Stalin's intervention. That railway, there is not the logistics there for a ground war. There really isn't. Yes, Russia on paper has a huge advantage in a ground war versus Japan. It has a huge advantage as long as it can get the forces out there, and it can actually supply the forces. If Japan had gone on defensive and had fortified their positions behind heavy, massive artillery, etc., and had carried on harrying and destroying the Russian logistics, then frankly, yeah, it ain't gonna happen much. You need to send some cavalry teams out on long-range cavalry patrols to destroy the railways, and you could have done. The Japanese were more than happy for that. Don't worry about duplicating questions. It happens occasionally, Knight. Knight in Rammel, what is your opinion on the Juno class light cruiser? Do you think it's something? And look. No, they are basically improved Atlantas, and yeah. But again, there's only 3 of them built, and they are improved Atlantas. I would say, again, they are more destroyer leaders than they are light cruisers, and that's what the Americans are building them as, and to an extent, I prefer to consider them amongst the destroyers than I do run amongst the cruisers. They fit better. Channel, what was the big if in response to? I've just noticed it in the chat. Let's see everyone in both AAO and Canadian Powder. Canadians buy SSNs, but the first class they only buy 3. Would 3 SSNs be even acceptable force level for a first SSN fleet? Yes. Think about how many the British buy first off. How many Americans buy first off? You buy 1, you buy 2, you buy a couple more. Yeah, buying 3 for a first round investment, that's fine. That's about force generation and growing up skills. No, I don't really accept the premise of the question. They are good with some guns, they're good with some cannon to selection. With torpedoes, eventually to get the torpedoes right. What they're bad with is testing, not designing. The design of the Mark 14 is great. That's one of the reasons why they are so stubborn about it. It's the testing of it and finding out, oh, actually we're a couple of microns off here and a micron off there and this and that. That's the problem. It's the testing. So if it's if the timeline's reversed and they're good, they do great testing on the torpedoes, and torpedoes are very lethal, and it's the guns which are the problem. Then obviously guns are easier probably to fix and more visibly easy to fix, because let's be honest, everything is carrying, if everything is carrying the 5-inch 38 and it turns out to be terrible, there are going to be a lot of admirals and a lot of people looking at the US Navy's Bureau of Ordnance and going, so you're going to fix this? Because it's kind of visibly not working. That's the trouble with torpedoes. On paper, they look very good because they're a great design. In practice, they have problems. That you only find out with with testing. I will say the one I found myself having allergies, very, very strong allergies, when I was writing up its demise was Nubian for the tribals, but I don't really have favourites amongst them. They are all mine. Joe Project at 6. It's 6 carriers that they're looking at. They've made a fair number of statements along the lines of 6. They might go to 7, but I think 6 is about it. 6 is practical. They need them for the East China Sea and South China Sea, realistically. And if you have 7, then you can guarantee. Then you have one in major refit, 2 for minor refits, 2 in training, and 2 are fully operational. With surge capability, therefore, of 4. Discord sound has gone. Okay. Cute. Let's go to the stage. Let's invite people to speak, the admins to speak. Please accept that. The reason I'm doing this is so that the stage doesn't shut down while I exit Discord and come back. Hello everyone, can you now hear me on this section?
Yes.
Yay, it's working. That's
yeah,
good.
it's working.
It's coming up about time when I'm going to be doing a slightly different presentation than I normally do, because I thought the idea I do for presentation this evening, and I'm going to start it at about 8:30ish, and going to do it for about an hour, is I'm going to use it to straddle the break between the videos. I'm going to basically start off. I'm going to give a talk about one story of history, and then it's going to be a case of, would the panel please put forward their own little stories of history, which the story I tell you reminds you of. And yes, I'm going to.
Does that mean I have to think?
A little bit, Leslie. But, in nicest way, if there's enough people here, this is the thing is, I partially did time this so that it'll be after Dragon and Foxo will be able to get back, hopefully, from ramblings, and maybe some of us will show up from ramblings and other things like that, and so you'll have a few people here. So if you don't have a story yourself, you could just hide behind others and comment on other stories. But that was the idea I thought we'd do. I thought it'd be a nice way to do it. Sort of naval history story time necessarily more than a normal presentation.
Yeah, apparently our fleet has ended ramblings.
Yay. The fleet has ended ramblings.
We're not that lucky.
Oh, interesting question popped in. Should more escorts be nuclear? No. You need some to be nuclear powered to escort the aircraft carriers, but you don't want all to be nuclear powered by any stretch of imagination. So there should be some nuclear powered ones, but there aren't any at the moment. If you have a nuclear carrier, you do need a nuclear escort to keep up with it, basically.
You say about 2 per carrier?
Probably about 1. You don't need that many. Because you think about it, the circumstance you need them in is when you are going to pulse your carrier from one theatre to another, and you're wrecking it along at maximum speed, and you want to guarantee an escort can keep up with it the whole way, no matter what happens. Because you don't want to be a carrier on your own. Because imagine, if you change the scenario of it being Nimitz on her own turning up at PQ-17 to Nimitz and, let's say, Virginia, there's suddenly a big difference with Virginia there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference. If it's got nuclear power, you're going to call it a cruiser. In these days, that's the thing. A nuclear-powered vessel is not going to be called a destroyer. You're going to differentiate between the two. So, Joel Fredericks, seeing how Plan has been building more successful than USN, I wouldn't say necessarily... yeah, actually... I would say Plan has been more successful at getting their constructions in the water at a regular thing, but that's the advantage when you're in a authoritarian government, and I don't think anyone's going to dispute that China is authoritarian. They might dispute it being a dictatorship. I would personally call it a dictatorship, but yeah, it's a one-party state, so it's an authoritarian regime. You have a very small group of people you have to get the buy-in of to get a construction. Whereas in a multi-party democracy where you have lots of messy decisions made by messy politicians who have lots of different constituencies and belong to different parties and have different worldviews, it's more complicated. It's messier and takes longer. Who'd have thunk it? They might manage to exceed the USN in terms of numbers. I think they're heading there now, but it's not so there in tonnage. But that's partially because the USN in tonnage does have the helpful of several 100,000-ton aircraft carriers, which do help. When you have over 1 million tons of aircraft carrier in service, it does help you maintaining your tonnage superiority to other navies. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, on the scale of dictators, from the weakest dictator possibly of all time, Benito Mussolini, to the strongest dictators, as in terms of their authoritarian power, let's say, I would say Mao, the modern Stalin. Xi is not at the Mao end, but I would say he's closer to Mao than he is to Mussolini. In terms of personal power. I think, can everyone agree with that one? Xi, in terms of personal power, is closer to Mao than Mussolini? My colleagues appear to have muted themselves and are running, probably for worry of what might come out of my mouth next. Very sensible.
I don't have enough knowledge to comment on that.
Don't worry, Lance.
Same here. Even though I've been in China, I don't have enough things about Mao to give an input on this subject.
Mao was an interesting soul. He was an interesting soul. Michael Cooch. World War II, Free French Navy has a carrier air group consisting of free burn. For reasons of pride, diplomatic street cred, they must operate as a group. How would you deploy them? We've got free Bern to operate together. Free French Navy. I could use them in the Atlantic as an escort role, an escort carrier role, covering North Atlantic, providing reconnaissance and patrol North Atlantic, and free up carriers from that duty to go elsewhere. They'd be quite good for that. I'm not sure I'd want to use them in the Eastern Mediterranean or Western Mediterranean. The other option is use them in the Indian Ocean, but basically using them as a carrier force in the North Atlantic would probably be the sensible one. Joel Fredericks, what's your opinion on a kinetic blockade option for Taiwan? Seeing how Taiwan has less than 90 days worth of food, they're an island. Could the plan starve them even if they lose an invasion? Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, if they have it. It's whether or not you believe that Taiwan really has that lower food supplies amount. Again, you have to remember Taiwan's been preparing for an awful long time, and whilst I am willing to believe there are limitations to how much you can stockpile and where, I would be very cautious about presuming that all the facts and figures about Taiwan's capabilities and resilience are A, public knowledge, and B, up for public discussion. The interesting thing is, so far I haven't seen any Chinese plans which have basically starved Taiwan into submission with a blockade yet. Which suggests to me they think it is more than 90 days, because 90 days, 3-month mark, is about the amount you can probably get away with. Anything longer than that, and you are running the risk of major intervention from other forces, because they could group together and group up. But we'll see. We will see. Oh, not sure. Mussolini was absolute. Nice way. People were standing up every day in the Senate and calling him. There was one person who literally, for the entirety of Mussolini's time in power, he actually survived Mussolini's time in power. He would basically turn up every day in the Senate and read off his list of insults he'd fought up the night before about Mussolini. There is very nearly a civil war when Mussolini gives himself the same title in the army as the king, and the king is the one who stops it because he doesn't wish to see Italian lives shed over such a trivial matter, in his opinion. And the people who were bringing the civil war were the army. At many points, Mussolini really one of the reasons why he picks so many political senior officers to try and get control of the armed forces, and even then he finds he can't control them. That's why he starts picking them for their political loyalty over their actual ability in about the mid to late 1920s. It still doesn't help him. Mussolini is, yeah. And that's the other trouble I would say also with blockading Taiwan, is you're going to be blockading the Taiwanese Straits as well. And that's going to cause a massive interruption to global trade. And the longer that goes on, the more issues that's going to cause. Rob, would you take 4 Casablanca CVEs over 1 burn? I'd take a single Casablanca CVE over a burn, but yes, 4 definitely.
Yeah, 1's enough.
Yeah, but I'll take. If you're offering me 4 for every one burn, I'll take them.
4, absolutely.
Yeah.
As you say, 1 would be quite acceptable.
Yes, but I'll take 4 if you're offering me that many. I'll take it. Aragon, if China tries blockade, will the Japan, Australian naval navies try to break blockade? That is the multi-billion-pound question, isn't it? Will they? I think it would depend a lot on context and then public pressure at the time. I think it could be highly intriguing what could end up happening. And I, for one, have no idea which way it could go, because it's going to depend on which politicians are in which positions making the decision.
The thing with China is, in a way, it's quite easy to blockade it economically, because nearly everything it exports is by container ship.
Yes, but the trouble is, it's so integrated into the global economy that blockading it is going to cause a colossal disruption of the global economy. And this is something the Chinese understand.
But do you not think that China attacking Taiwan would also have a similar effect on the global economy?
It would do, and this is the problem for China. They might shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
I think actually they probably will shoot themselves in the foot. Because of the way the situation will go, but we'll see. We will see.
Much better that it doesn't go there at all.
That is definitely my preference.
How are your beavers getting along?
They are mostly behaving themselves, mostly. They occasionally get some bright ideas, but I try and discourage them. I like them to behave themselves, broadly speaking.
Yeah, bright ideas are not a good idea.
No, good ideas are one thing, bright ideas are not.
Well, at least they keep themselves fit with those wheels.
Yes, that's why I've mostly kept them in. For some reason, these beavers don't have a gym as an option, whereas the other beavers do. And I find that disturbing. I think there is some cruelty against the folktales going on in the makers of Timborne. They don't give them the same equal opportunities chance to have exercise.
They still get sun tanneries and things like that.
No, you get, for them, you get a tattoo artist, a dance hall, which I suppose is some exercise, but they seem to never use it, a carousel, and a mud pit as their exercise and their fun things, and a lido, but they mostly go there just to relax in the river. Not swim, just relax.
So you do not have a mud pit for the beavers?
Oh, I have mud pits.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, there you go. There's mud pits.
Good.
I have lots of them. There you go. Look at my mud pits. I have 4 of them.
Because, beavers back here, they like mud pits.
No, they do.
Bathe in it. And
look at them. Look at my glorious mud.
Yeah.
I give them mud. They have multiple mud pits.
Helps keep their keeps their fur supple and soft.
Yeah. Look at that mud. Look at it bubbling away.
When it's nice and wet.
Yes.
And I'm sure it's not bubbling away because of because these beavers are letting off gas. It's bubbling away because the mud pit's being properly treated and aerated because I've powered them all. I've powered the mud pits.
Look at that beaver enjoying himself to the
absolute
nth degree.
I know, and I'm probably going to add on some more mud pits out actually for them to make them even happier. Because I can. Right. But yeah, it's... you can't... nicest way, using the People's Liberation Army Air Force to do the blockade sounds like a clever... It sounds like a sensible idea until you think, well, hang on. What happens if that container ship going in is an American flag container ship? And the Americans go, we're going to this harbour. Do you want to launch a missile into the side of an American container ship? Unarmed container ship? Going to drop off supplies? Humanitarian relief? Just think of the problems that could cause. Whereas what you could, if you have ships there, you can board it. And you can try and turn it round another way, other than sticking a missile into it. Because whilst you can shoot something, it doesn't mean it's necessarily sensible to actually shoot something.
It's even worse would be if it was an American ship with a UN flag.
Oh yeah. But seeing as China has a seat on the Security Council, I doubt you get a UN flag going there.
It depends on how diplomatic the diplomacy is, whether they storm out in a huff.
Yeah, wolf warrior diplomacy can actually end up causing you more trouble than good at certain points.
True.
Well, that's the thing. Joel, if a greater war has started, then honestly, China's got other things going on that they might not be able to do to blockade. Then they're already dealing with American submarine threats and other things going on. If the People's Liberation Army Air Force could be winnowed down, also that's another thing for them. Yeah, if Taiwan hasn't fallen and the People's Liberation Army Air Force is trying to do a blockade, then what else is flying out of Taiwan or Japan or elsewhere? You know, are there a load of F-22s making nasty appearances, doing nasty things to you? Are there a load of F-18s or F-35s from American carriers doing nasty things to you? This is your problem. If you're in a general war scenario rather than just trying just a blockading Taiwan scenario by China, then you let even more of the cat out of the bag, and who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is the fun time you deal with sometimes. A mountainous forest island is also a pretty annoying place to fight. Oh yeah. Taiwan is not a good place to invade by any stretch of the imagination. So anyway, has there ever been a scenario like the current China-Taiwan situation that has not ended in war? Not really, no. They always end up in war in some way or another, it seems, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
No, not in the last 200 years.
I was actually thinking about last 600, 700 years. I was thinking, I started out thinking, well, there's Ireland in the UK, which is a good example. Yeah, that's ended up in multiple wars.
It's a slightly different situation.
Joel, it doesn't matter where they launch the missile from. If your missile plows into an unarmed freighter flying a UN flag or flying an American flag, you've got problems. You can't go, we launched the missile from inside China, so we're fine. No, you hit that ship. And then the next ship goes in, that's escorted by a US task force. And if you are at war,
Yes.
that's one thing. But if you're not at war, then you will be if you then hit that. And you've also just lost a lot of your how do I put this, your international support and sympathy because you've just hit something. China can make a lot of hay out of certain political things before they start fighting. But the moment it starts going kinetic, the moment they start using weapons, they start losing friends very quickly.
Yes, and I would like to add that there is a small area that is considered international waters between Taiwan and China.
There's also the fact that Taiwan can bring the stuff into the other coast, to the to their Pacific coast. There isn't.
Yes, they can do that.
There's not many ports down there, and they're not necessarily the greatest ports, but there are ports. If I remember correctly, I'm just remembering where it is. Yeah, mostly you're talking in the north, but there is also Tailung,
Kaohsiung,
yeah, and
or what it's called.
Yeah, and Huyen, and all those things. There are places where you can bring it in to the coast, which is not on the Chinese side. And that's a real problem for you, because then the ship is coming out of the Philippine Sea, going into there. You attack it, you're in trouble. Oh yeah, probably not NATO. NATO, remember, is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Chandler. So it's that's a different scenario. That doesn't really have bearing when it comes to Pacific. In Pacific, you'd be looking at Five Eyes, you'd be looking at the Five Powers Agreement, you'd be looking at the various alliances in there, AUKUS maybe, those things. That's the sort of scenarios you're looking at. Morocco versus Algeria, I doubt there's going to be much of a naval conflict there. It'll be a land war with the sea, the naval assets mostly keeping very close to shore. Because if they get into the major shipping lanes, then they'll get a lot of bigger naval powers looking at them going, excuse me, what the frick is going on here? But yeah, flashpoints, there are always potential ones. Got 10 minutes till the first talk starts tonight. First discussion. So, What's up? What do you think about Timo? I heard the thoughts go in.
Just thinking, you know.
Mm-hmm. So, Joe Fredericks, unloading a cargo at makeshift ports is difficult, and time geography makes transporting it from east side from Okay, so now you've got not only the Chinese are successfully launching MLRS attacks into the mountain regions that the road's going through, which they may or may not be doing, and you're presuming some makeshift port. There's actually some fairly decent ports depending on type of. Also, it's the type of cargo ship you bring in. Do you bring a cargo ship that's able to unload itself, has its own cranes on board, or do you bring in a cargo ship which is completely dependent on being unloaded? Makeshift port, there are multiple different ports and forms of ports around the world, and we have ships that adapt to those facilities. There are also plenty of roads and other links through the mountains and around the coast which allow for you to transport goods. Taiwan does have them. They are a fairly modern economy. And targeting of MLRS, well, that presumes you have the information. So basically going, I'm going to fire MLRS blindly at this place. A good way to waste your rockets. So you need information, which means you either need drones or aircraft over the way, or you need personnel doing surveillance. And if the people are carrying out surveillance, they have to be transmitting information in real time, which means they're going to be broadcasting their position. And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be broadcasting in real time advertising your position. Because all sorts of things could be listening out for you. So, no, Joel. What I'm saying is, China can do it. Militarily, China's been able to do it for quite a while. In terms of pure, raw combat power. But in terms of, can they do it in a way which is going to deliver them a long-term victory and not give them more issues to deal with than they want to? That's a different matter at the moment. That is a very different problem, one could argue, at the moment. So, opinions on the early variants of the Megami frigates. Without the VLS cells in it, it's basically a ASW escort with some general purpose pretensions. With the VLS cells in it, it is definitely a general purpose ASW escort. That's what a Megami is for. And to be honest, looking up, and there's an interesting discussion going on of what kind of satellites do the Chinese have, what are they doing, what are they up to. We do actually have a fairly decent list. It's fairly viable to go and look at and work out what their satellites are and their capabilities are. They do have some very good good satellites up there. we can tell, but they also have some satellites which have been up there for quite a long time. And you're going to start to go, is this going to help? For example, the Chinese like to launch their satellites in triplet setups. A primary and 2 sub-satellites, usually as their systems. And, well, they seem to do quite a lot of work on both satellites, Earth tracking and those things. So they have a lot of potential satellite utility. But again, I do want to emphasize this on satellite utility. You're also presuming that you're going to have full access to satellites in a conflict. And one of the problems I would suggest is, especially those in low Earth orbit, I would be very wary about expecting them to still be in utility purposes within a very short time of a conflict, or even the grey zone beginning. Because satellites can have problems all the time. Oh, there was an iron storm. Oh, there was this, there was that. Freak asteroids come in. Taiwan. This is going very far into modern politics and away from current Navy stuff. And I realise Joel and a few do have questions about these things, and I do like to answer them occasionally. But will point out again, this is a naval history channel. Okay, so I'm just saying that. I wouldn't be surprised. It would be only sensible if Taiwan did have people in China as well. But as China has people in Taiwan, it would be. Not having them there would be very silly, wouldn't it? Seneca Nero, black ships that opened up Japan. What type of ships were they? Frigate, ironclads, sort of frigate, ironclad frigates and unarmored frigates. Standard American Black Fleet at the time. I'm not sure. What would be the effect of missile defense in general getting markedly better? It's going to raise the cost of interventions, so it's going to mean you're going to have to fire more missiles to guarantee hitting the target. That's basically the reality of it. Timu? Oh yeah, it is you. I'm wondering why I keep turning in, and there are questions which I haven't pushed through up to they're visible. I'm still going, where did they come from? Is the bot working or not? Things. I do have a Thursday live coming up on a... oh, no, thanks for reminding me. I do have a Thursday live, because that was voted through by the patrons. And so it's to get through, and I've let it through, because it's a patron topic. But I am expecting to get a lot of problems from it. So, yes, but thank you for reminding me, because I, of course, forgot completely what lives I have coming up, didn't I? A few people think I'm being rude. In a nice way, me and Knight have this ongoing thing where he reminds me of things that I'm actually doing, and I go, yes, it's on my calendar.
And yes, Dr. Clarke, as you've given me great responsibility, I take it seriously. So
that's good. That's fine.
Do that.
That's nice.
Background things here.
It was just a case of I popped in and went, have I pressed the button without realizing it? Most of the ironclad ships look like they're wooden ships. They're not, and some of them are interesting vessels, but they did have some armoring. If you go to HMS Warrior, you'll notice that she looks like she's a wooden. She does look like a wooden ship. She's just got ironclad. She's not. She's still a wooden ship. Whatever periods were the best ships roughly in general? Not really. There's never really been a period where the ships are unsinkable or anything like that. There's never a sort of a time like that in history. Anyway, So. Alright then, let's get ready for the presentation bit. Right then. That being said, let's go to this. Let's go to that. To take out that, go for that. Browse to that. Nope, not that, that. And let's go to that, that, that. And
just to let you know, Dr. Clarke, you've been going for 8 hours and 4 minutes.
Yeah, cool. Which is why I just I just moved on to this tonight's topic, or rather the discussion session for tonight. Because there's enough people watching to make it worth to doing it. So hello everyone. I thought I'd do a little bit of a chat about the Black Swan class. And then what I'm going to do, slightly different from normally, is that, as I said earlier, I'm going to open up to the panel to put forward what the things this reminds me of and what sort of ideas this comes from. So it's going to be a bit of a round table history discussion with me starting off. So kind of like I used to start off to do the first sort of 4 or 5 seminars when I was doing one of the courses at King's, the naval history aspects of naval history course, to sort of basically show people how you present in a seminar. I started off with the first 4 of the year. I would sort of start off with a little discussion, single picture up on the screen, talk something through. And this is also, the Black Swans are also a topic which is coming from my primers, so it made sense. Now, the Black Swan class are the product of a lot of work. They are a product of about 30 years of development and technological growth. Which immediately sounds weird when I start talking about them, because they come out in 1913. They start in 1939. They're under production. They're ordered well before war begins, because they're part of what the Royal Navy is building up for 1942, which is when the 10-year rule comes to an end. Because the 10-year rule was ended in 1932, which meant that they were expecting war to be from 1942 onwards. So that's when they are allowed to prepare for warfare. So basically, despite the 10-year rule ending in 1932, that doesn't mean, oh, we now no longer believe there's going to be a war in 10 years. We believe the war could be any point soon, so you have to immediately prepare for war. No. Now, basically, 1932, okay, we think from 1942 onwards there could be a war, so you now have 10 years to prepare for a war. Very much. People sometimes treat the ending of the 10-year rule as immediately you're allowed to prepare for war because it could be tomorrow. No, it isn't. It's very much not that, sadly enough. But realistically, this takes itself back to prior to World War One, to developments which were going on then, which were being developed then. You see, one of the fun things when you're looking through history is if you start looking at the actual details of things, and the development of things like ASDIC and sonar. Well, anyone would guess what the first year was that they started working with actually active sound detection, i.e. ASDIC? Anyone want to think what the first year it was started being worked on? In the panel, in the chat, anyone?
1914.
You're close.
1917.
1916.
That's coming soon.
1916. The thing is, the theories and the first ideas have been put forward as early as 1913. And a lot of the initial developments, which lead to how do you track submarines underwater, start as early as 1905. With them working out sound was probably going to be a key methodology in 1909, because they worked out light wasn't penetrating enough water. At some points, they'd actually tried shining really bright lights on the water to see what they could get, see what it would produce. Unfortunately, it didn't detect a lot of stuff. Now, the thing is, once you start working with ASDIC, once you start working with sound, you start realizing you have to start shaping a hull around it. Because if you have a noisy hull and a noisy engine, noisy power plant, your sound system, your listening system won't be able to pick out your opponents as you'd like, will it? Too much background noise. You know, it's like you. If you're trying to listen for your friend when you're in the middle of an empty field, they can be talking very quietly and you can hear them from quite a way away. If you're in the middle of a nightclub and there's all sorts of people dancing up and down and bopping all around you, and they start talking to you quietly, then you're probably going to get the urge to try and to possibly wring their necks, as you cannot hear a thing they're frigging saying. Now, this isn't a reflection on you as being a bad friend. No, no, no. This is a reflection on the reality of sometimes we all have friends like this, and yes, you do have to deal with it. And no, unfortunately, and I do mean this unfortunately, you can't just wish them to go away. It's the way of the world. They're it. They're there. It's happening. So yeah, you have that fun. You have that as a reality you have to work with. Now, if that wasn't the case, if you're not in a nightclub, you can hear them perfectly. You're in a nightclub, you can't hear them. It's the same with ASDIC in all these systems. If you are in a scenario where it's quiet, that works well. So, how are you going to make these things quieter? Well, you start by dividing up your hull and working out where your subdivision going to go. You start by thinking about where you're going to put your machinery. Eventually you work on to both rafting your machinery, that is, you put your machinery in such a way that it doesn't even its vibrations don't even meet the hull. It's mounted on a special base, which means that it is completely disconnected from things entirely. You also start by starting to trail sonar behind you. There was someone who had the bright idea of sticking sonar out in front of the hull on a pole and then found the water rushing past it that way caused issues. Now, the bow-mounted sonar is still a very good thing if you want to go active. If you're going active, you might as well have the loudest, craziest thing on your bow, because you can point it yourself at your opponent. You can set your bow off, and if it's loud enough, it'll actually cause the people's brains inside to go to mush and ring like anything in the submarine. Sonar literally can be used as a weapon if it's loud enough versus a submarine. Just ask whales.
Yes, but for modern subs, it would be ridiculously powerful to generate the sound wave that would penetrate the hull of the submarine and etc. So,
yes, it would have to be, but some of these bow-mounted sonars, especially some of the more newer ones, and I would say some of the ones which rely on power to compensate for their their receptors not being as good, so they've got power to provide detail rather than receptors to provide detail, it actually becomes possible. I worked with a friend of mine who's a physicist on this, and it was a case of, if they are within about 1,000 meters or so, which really shouldn't happen, but if they are, it will get noisy. Most engagement ranges, you'd hope it wouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Unless something really weird is going on, like, metal and subs fighting. But why am I talking about that? Karen.
And to answer Seneca, they can cause harm to whales. It's been researched.
It's a frequency thing, and it's something which, that's one of those complicated issues where you go, I'd really like this not to be happening, but it's happening anyway. Really like it not to be happening, but it is happening anyway. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, with the Black Swans, you then have it added on that during World War I, the Royal Navy builds a mass class of sloops called the Flower class. And Flower class sloops do everything for the Royal Navy. They're originally going to be minesweepers and Q ships, but they add on other things as well, escorts, ASW ships, and they start really working with them. They start really pushing forward their capabilities. And they are useful. They're useful, but they're noisy. And the Royal Navy works hard with these ships. Why? Because, well, let's be honest, triple expansion engines are the easy ones to produce. They really are. But you probably prefer not to have triple expansion engines if you're going to go to war, because triple expansion engines are very difficult to quieten down. Because of the space they take up, because of the way they're shaped, they will tend to create a very efficient but a very constant noise. And so, they are a problem. World War I ends, and the Royal Navy goes, okay, we've got a few years to synthesize this detail here. We can do things we want to. We can learn stuff, can't we? We can build what we want to. And then the treaties come along. And whilst the treaties never make any limit, realistically, on ships which are below 2,000 tons, not designed to exceed 20 knots, not designed to carry torpedoes, not designed to carry more than 4 guns above 3 inches, and all these sort of things, they are an issue. They are an issue because it becomes a constant fight to build things, because the precedent is, with the 10-year rule and the treaties, the emphasis on you shouldn't be building, because that could be a risk, that could cause people to become worried, that could cause a threat profile to generate. So you've got to minimise your construction, and then you've got the fact that that's used and weaponised by various factions which don't want to spend money on defence and spend money on navy for their own means, to make the case for themselves to not spend the money. But slowly you start to get construction. Slowly you do start to get construction. And for the Royal Navy, this in sloop form, well, it starts off a little bit earlier than sometimes we would presume. I've talked about this in other videos before. This is one of the reasons why I'm being quick on this, but I thought it'd be a good one to start off with, a good one to talk about. You see, the Royal Navy starts off its sloop production of the interwar period, and sloops are what we're talking about, with the Hastings class, which are built, ordered in 1927, laid down in 1928, and launched, mostly in 1928, to be commissioned in 29. They are Bridgewater and Sandwich. They are the Bridgewater class. And then comes the Hastings class after that. And so after that, they keep building these sloops. Now, they're all roughly 1,000 tons. In fact, if you go look from the only one which is massively different from the 1,000 to 100 ton, 1,100 tons, are the Kingfishers. And the Kingfishers are the attempt to go, well, what's the smallest sloop we can build? What's the really smallest sloop we can build? And they try it, and it's 500 and roughly 520 tons to 590 tons. And they build 9 of these little ones. Kingfisher, Mallard, Puffin, Kittiwake, Sheldrake, Widgeon, yes, Widgeon, Shearwater, Guillemot, and Pintail. And the Kingfishers have a fair claim to fame. You know, Nicholas Montserrat, the guy behind The Cruel Sea, the book, served above both Guillemot as a first lieutenant and Shearwater as a captain. And, you know, he loved them. He loved them. They're lovely little vessels. They are lovely little vessels. Sometimes they are classified as corvettes, but they were sloops. They are armed with a single 4-inch gun, a quadruple 0.5-inch machine gun mount, and depth charges. That is all. They are absolutely limited of the limited, basic of the basic. Let's see what we can build. They're cute, in simple terms. And they are built between 1934 and 1939. Why are they built? Because the Royal Navy wants to see how small they can make a practical sloop. But up until that point, they've gone to 1,000 tons. Very quickly, though, at the same time, they order the Bittern class. Why do they order the Bittern class? Well, because, frankly, they are already worried that theirs might not work. And the Bittern class are roughly 1,200 tons. They build them. They like them. They like their hull. They like their hull so much, they produce then the egrets based on them. They're slightly enlarged. They are still 1,200 tons. And they're actually armed with 8 4-inch guns. Why? Because by the time they're being built, honestly, people have stopped taking any notice of the treaty. Even the Bitterns are usually armed with 6 4-inch guns. And then come the Black Swans. Now, the other vessel built off the hull of the Bittern class is the Hunt class escort destroyer, which is a lovely vessel. It is a lovely vessel again. But it is pretty much the Royal Navy going, how quickly can we build a escort destroyer? And we want to call it a destroyer because it wants to be suitably aggressive for dealing with surface targets. and it is to an extent orientated around that as well as ASW roles, and to pick up destroyer crewmen. But they're also still building the sloops. Why? Because the sloops by this point have got the necessary, become basically the Royal Navy's ASW specialist cadre. If we're talking today, the equivalent of them would be talking about the Type 26 frigate. They are focused around ASW warfare to an extent that nothing else is. Other things do have the ability for ASW warfare, do have the capability. This is focused on ASW warfare. For this, ASW warfare is a critical part of its role. And that's really where the differences start to come in. Because for the Royal Navy especially, that matters. That gives them options. And having something which is a specialist ASW boat, you must remember, the Royal Navy's plan for World War II for ASW operations was quite simple. You have the convoys going on, and you have the convoy escorts. The convoy escorts were supposed to be Flag-class corvettes, they were supposed to be Hunt-class escort destroyers, they were supposed to be V&W ships. But you needed a crack cadre to reinforce that, because the Royal Navy knew that if anything got surrounded and attacked and overwhelmed, they could get annihilated. So they needed to have something they could send in to reinforce them. Something which their very presence would turn into a morale boost. These were the Black Swan class sloops. Their whole idea, their reason for being, is that they turn up and you know that the Royal Navy's best and brightest of ASW warfare have arrived. If you are a convoy escort and you are in trouble, you know you are going through an absolute firestorm, and you hear over the network that Captain Johnny Walker, on the various other officers of their groups, but Walker's the most famous, and his Black Swans are coming your way, you think, I only have to hold on for a bit longer and they will be here. And they're the best. They will take them out. They will destroy them. I've talked about the Royal Navy's approach with the tribal class destroyers. How they produced the class of destroyers who literally did see themselves as the elite of the elite and held themselves to that standard. Well, welcome to the other branch of the Royal Navy did this in. There's about 3 of them they do it in. Did the Black Swan sloops. Which basically go, yeah, we're the sub killers. We turn up, subs run from us. We turn up, the subs go hide. Because they know we're coming. It didn't matter whether the subs really believed that or not. What mattered was their perception of themselves and the rest of the Navy perception of them. The perception was, you join a Black Swan, you've joined the elites. You've joined the people who are going to kill the submarines. And that's what they are for. They are morale ships as much as they are warships. And they're incredibly capable in that function. They're incredibly capable warships. They really are. You know, you start thinking about them and go, well, they've got 6 4-inch guns. That's pretty darn good for air defense at the time. They've got 4 pom-poms. Again, that's useful. They've got some quad machine gun mounts, which they may have. Have kept even when they're supposed to have them removed. They can have up to 12. That's 6 twin Oriclon 20mm mounts, and they can be carrying between 40 and 110 depth charges. So the odds of them running out while killing you is very low. Other hunters might run out of depth charges while trying to kill you. The Black Swans won't. It'll be a case of, oh, we just dropped a pattern. Shall we drop another 2? And then you start to look at the orders of where these ships are ordered from. They're ordered from Yarrow in Scotland. They're ordered from Furness Shipbuilding Company. They're ordered from Denny in Darburton. They're ordered from very good companies. Thornycroft. These companies which are known for producing very good vessels. There's also Amethyst, which is ordered from Alex Stephenhouse. And Amethyst, of course, is kind of famous on her own for her own incident, because the Amethyst, how do I put this slightly? She gets her own incident on her way to Shanghai in 1949. We'll leave that to one side, but yes, that was a Black Swan class doing that. They go and serve for the Royal Indian Navy. They go and serve and do all sorts of things. During World War II, Ibis is sunk by torpedo bombers, Italian torpedo bombers, in 1942. Woodpecker managed to get hit by an acoustic homing torpedo. She sank a week later while under tow. Kite was sunk by U-344 while escorting vessels in the Arctic, and Lark was damaged beyond repair and reserved repair by UA-986 in 1945, and Lapwing was sunk by U-968 on the 20th of March 1945 outside of Murmansk. Yes, U-968 managed to bag herself pretty much one wartime kill but not sinking, and one sinking of 2 Black Swans. In return, though, despite there being a debate over U-484, there is a huge number of U-boats killed by these vessels, and even some Japanese ones. What can I say? This class got everywhere. We're talking roughly 28 submarines counted for. And possibly, depending on how you look at it, in some accounts, you're talking about 40 to 45 more they assisted in by pointing ships in the direction of. You see, it's a really hard one to think out, is when you've got a subgroup coming in, and they would come in and join up with an escort force, and you might have someone like, again, Captain Walker, getting on the radio going, okay, so we've got 4 contacts. We'll go and engage this contact. We'll engage this contact. Have you heard this contact? Have you heard this contact? Yes? No? No? Okay, right, there's a contact here. Bearing, go engage. Contact here, go there. Bearing, engage. And they would often come in and they would start assisting with the direction of the escort group. And it wasn't taken as these are orders from someone giving superior orders. No, this is the best of the best arrived. They claim there's a contact in that direction, and they've asked us to go prosecute it. I gave it in a bit more of a command style than they probably would. They go, we think there's a contact that way. We're going to engage this one because we think it's the very dangerous one because it's position. We think there's a contact that way. Would you like to go investigate it? Would you please consider going investigating it? You go and you kill. So do you add those to the Black Swan class numbers? And I asked the chat then, do you think they should be credited with it? I would say you can't credit them with it, but you should consider it in the number that they took out for their number. On average, each of the Black Swans is involved in the prosecution of more than 5 submarines. That was it. And they were good at this. Now, what I plan to do, after doing my little talk about Black Swans, was to go to my lovely panel, and I have got a lovely panel. Aren't they a lovely panel? They're probably currently wishing that Foxo and Dragon and a few others were here already. They might be in the audience waiting to go out, but they're not. And go, is there any stories like that you'd like to add? Any piece of history you know like that bit of history where you've got those sort of things? Poseidon's going, I have cheese. Is that to try and get Dragon or to get Foxo here? Oh. Any stories? Any bits of history you want to add in? They're being very quiet, my colleagues are. I do agree, triple expansions are the most majestic. Carry on. Timu.
No, but I know that there was what we called tower rumor back in the days when I was serving in the Finnish Navy, that if you want to get a Russian submarine to pop up, you need to have a really, really loud speaker and yell, "Free sneakers!" to that water, and you had a kilo class submarine popping up near you if you knew it was there?
Dragon, I was always welcome, but it was a case of, if you have any history bits like this you wanted to add in, any history stories, you'd be more than welcome to. I came back just in time for Doc to be talking about the Black Swan. Garrus is going to bonk. No, Garrus won't bonk me. Should probably be here. Should probably be here to talk about it. Just going to add to this screen.
And a moderational note: we do have questions in the bot.
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Oh, hi, Steve.
No, I was just saying, Alex, I popped downstairs to pick up a couple of my books on the U-boat war.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, in terms of, because I went down and got my German U-boat losses during World War II, and thinking, then you probably have the figures to hand. What percentage of U-boats were actually sunk by Black Swans class groups?
Not that many, really, if you consider. They're physically credited with sinking of 28 solo between the Black Swan class, 28. Right. Then there's others they're involved with, but if you consider that's roughly there's roughly at various points there's a few hundred U-boats produced throughout the war, a lot of U-boats built throughout the war. I'm just looking, checking the results. The Germans built 1,162 U-boats during World War II. And 785 were destroyed during the war, but only 863 of the ships actually carried out war patrols of the 1,162 built. So, that's basically 28 is a very small number out of all the ones which were killed. And it's kind of like how many vessels were sunk by tribal-class destroyers versus how many were sunk by regular destroyers. A lot more is done by the regular work when you look at the maths, but when you look at the morale thing of the tribals showing up, or the Black Swan showing up for the defense of defense of something, that was very different.
More the fact that they were keeping boats down rather than sinking them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that was one of the British strategies. I mean, that was something that Captain Roberts talks about in his book, was that it was getting the supply ships through rather than sinking U-boats, which was the number one plan. The number two plan was sink U-boats.
The Royal Navy's policy was always, it's more important to get the ships through than it is to sink the U-boats. Sinking the U-boats is for... To be fair, the ones who are going to sinking the U-boats are usually... the Royal Navy are usually the...
And had a big hand in sinking lots of U-boats.
Are usually the things that hunter-killer groups like the... which are made up of things like the excuse French. The Black Swans. Sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to get the Discord questions to display, and it's basically it's proving annoying. Sorry.
But as like Coastal Command have a big effect on basically they're the U-boat killers in so many ways, because they have that advantage that they can catch them on the surface and do fast attacks at night with radar and ley lines.
Well, they certainly claim it.
Yeah.
Certainly they claim to that. I'm not quite so... There's... the trouble is... One of the factors that you had to deal with is that a lot of the submarines, and some of them caught on the surface, the reason they're caught on the surface is they're trying to repair damage from being depth charged. and they can't submerge quickly and that's why they're caught on the surface. And so, who do you credit kill to? And this is why I tend to go. I don't like it when it's perceived as a one or the other. I like it to be it's a group effort. It's like, again, when we're talking about the Black Swans, if I'm just crediting the ones they specifically kill themselves, it's 28.
Yeah.
But that's not including the 50 to 80 sort of margin they direct others to go and engage.
Yeah. It's like 617 claim they sank Tirpitz. They kind of ignore the fact that basically X6 and X7 basically put Tirpitz into the position where it wasn't going anywhere and wasn't doing anything in 1943.
Mm-hmm.
It's a group effort.
Yes.
But no, I say, I mean, there's an awful lot of statistical analysis of how the U-boat war goes on. There was a lecture I went to on it, done by our local group. Rob is a particularly keen thing on operational research, and Patrick Blackett.
Oh, we've got Foxo has arrived as well.
A wild Foxo has arrived.
Mm.
Someone did the Wagadugu down to summon me.
Yeah.
No idea when.
Well, we're talking.
Kind of monster.
We are talking history, as you know, and I've just given one of the historical account of the Black Swans, and I thought it might be fun to have the panel add any history which they felt was similar to it. And I thought if anyone has some interesting, cool stories, it's going to be yourself. Because what I did was I was talking about the fact that in some regards, the Black Swans are as much about their ability, the capability they project and the morale they bring to the battlefield and to the native fleet when they're deployed, as they are the actual combat power and the morale value. And that's something which gets forgotten. And Timu, you're going through putting all the questions up, and I'm just making sure I know where they are, because it's now we've got they don't need to all be listed out. We can leave them they won't get lost in the can. You're scaring me now because I've got a whole huge list to scroll down. I'm worried I'm going to lose them.
Yeah, because I was feeling that there is a huge amount of stuff in the bot, and I didn't want the bot to crash, so...
Oh, don't worry, the bot won't crash. It's not stored in the bot, it's stored in a different server. So basically, they're all put out somewhere else so they can't get lost, and then it's taken from there to here. So there are stop points to check on them.
Has Runon been given access to Runon's PDA server then?
That's the next thing. Timu gets access to Runon's personal server, and that's going to be...
Yeah.
Is Timu prepared for that access? That level of power?
It might need brain bleach, that one.
I don't know, it might finish off his sensibilities.
Timu has sensibilities?
Okay, let's just say that I'm older than Dr. Clarke and Fox, so if they can handle it, I can.
Well, yeah, counterpoint. I could give my 96-year-old great-great-grandmother access to this board. That don't mean to be particularly sensible.
Oh, right. Yeah,
I'm reading here from Roberts' book.
Yes.
And he's talking here about the Buttercup command, which is one of the methods of attack that the anti-U-boat system creates.
Yes.
In coordination with the anti-U-boat school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to accredit who came up with things, because both sides will argue, it was our idea, from what I've read.
They do, regularly.
Yeah.
And I sit there and go, usually if you look at the papers, you realise both of you are sort of talking about similar ideas, and then you get together and have a conference, and the good idea comes out of it, and once you've both refined your ideas together. And then you both sit about claiming it was all your idea.
Mm.
That
But I
doesn't
like
make
to
me
name them
popular
after-
with books, though, because basically I'm told I'm writing the equivalent of... You're writing the equivalent as if you're talking about two children, and you're telling them that, you know, you both had a good idea, let's just be happy with that.
But for the group, they like naming them after fruit.
They do.
They have a raspberry. They have a raspberry and a pineapple.
Yeah. They do.
As for the Swans, quickly.
Mhm.
I think the best way to put it is what you can kind of use when you're studying a lot of battleships. It's judge them not by the battles they fought, but by the battles they didn't.
I like that.
Because if you're an overmatch against them, most people won't come out and fight.
Yeah.
People don't end to suicide attack against a superior force.
Nope.
I mean, how many times do we think the Black Swans were saw with the convoy so the U-boats didn't molest that convoy?
Well, the thing is, when they hear that, they'd hear them coming up because they come up at full speed to try to reinforce the convoy. So the U-boats would hear, "Oh, the Black Swans are coming," because they'd be coming in as loud and fast as they could to get there for the convoy to protect it. Officially, of course, the Black Swans could do no faster than 19 and a quarter or 20 knots. Unofficially, you start plotting the maps and working out how fast they had to go to get from A to B in the time they got there in wartime.
It might be actually the study of cataphracts of all things.
Mm-hmm.
In the 7th century, it's how the Greek cataphracts would regularly have their horses charged despite not being on the battlefields themselves. Because the sheer sound of the horseman charging would scare the opposing army and cause them to disperse before the cataphracts arrived. It sounds like basically what the Black Swans are doing.
Yeah. It is, to an extent, what they are doing, what they're up to. They are...
self-claimed 17 U-boats in the war.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were in Black Swan class.
Yeah.
The U-boats who didn't run got sunk.
If you run, you don't get sunk. If you don't run,
You get sunk.
I'm sorry. You chose the wrong day not to run. You chose the wrong day not to run. Oh, this is a fun one. Poseidon 7307. You're at summit for the Washington Naval Treaty. Dare to advise with the knowledge you have now. How might you change the treaty to benefit the Commonwealth? Don't sign it. No. I'd want to structure it so that there wasn't a building holiday. That there was a... my advice would be that instead of there being a building holiday, there'd be a limited construction. But let's say you can only build... In any 5-year period, you can only build 5 ships if you're allowed 5 in the ratio. You can build 3. And I think that would... As said, talking about the Japanese earlier, talking about the Americans, talking about... You know, if you have that set up as an option, so over a 20-year period, you can build your 20 ships. But you can only build 1 a year if you're the British and the Americans. You can only build and structure it that sort of way, and you can build 12 if you're the Japanese and this sort of thing. You have a scenario whereby they can feel that they've still got a technological edge, and that was always what the Japanese felt they had, which is what gave them their position of they made them feel secure. And if you can structure the treaty so people feel more secure, and there's not the devastation to infrastructure there is, then you put the nations in a far better position that Britain doesn't feel so weak and France don't feel so weak in 1939 when they're confronting Hitler and all these things. So you could structure the treaties so they would still bring about the peaceful element and the control and stop rampant cost and the threat of a rampant naval race going away. But you could do it in a way which meant that the sides involved didn't feel weaker afterwards, if that makes sense. That work? I'm asking the panel.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Mosh Shaw, how Re-Warrior, how do you recommend visiting the museum in Portsmouth? Book about 3 to 4 nights, because there are lots of museums and lots of parts of Portsmouth. You're going to want to walk around Victory. You want to go to Explosion and Gosport, the Navy Museum across the way. You're going to want to wander around the various forts. You possibly want as many as 2 days in the museum, in the main museum in Portsmouth, the Portsmouth Historic Dockyard itself. Looking around Mary Rose, looking around the lovely little sort of M17, the Monitor. You're going to want to look at Warrior. You're going to want to look at Victory. There is literally so much in Portsmouth. If you're visiting it and you're not coming back in again and again, and you're not going to find it easily, you're going to want to have multiple days there because there is so much to do. Steve, you've been there a few times, haven't you? Steve, you've gone quiet on me.
Well, it must be my mic.
Sorry.
We had this problem before. Let me switch to my phone.
But anyone else visited Portsmouth before while Steve's getting his technical issues? I know he's visited because he's talked to me about it, but anyone else has visited, any other advice?
Not for me. I was only visited Belfast in 2019, and it was a one-night stay in London, but it was worth it.
Yeah, but we're going to have to get you back because there's so much you can see. You can see in the UK. Seriously, Timo.
Is that better?
Yeah, I know.
That is better, Steve.
Yeah, you're hearing you better.
Yeah, I mean, we went on 2 separate days.
Yeah.
I ended up in trouble because I spent so long in the Mary Rose Museum. We missed the last boat across back to the Submarine Museum, and we had to get a taxi around before we got the car locked in the car park. So I could spend quite a lot of time at the Mary Rose Museum, and we went round HMS Victory the day before, and we got a bit of a walk on HMS Warrior, and we got a tour of HMS Alliance. But of course, that means we haven't seen everything.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is why I say you need about 3 to 4 days. Come in a nice time when there's not going to be many people around and just enjoy the museum. I know I do. Nice agreement. So if the Age of Steam and Steel never happened, where does ship design go? And how does humanity avoid running out of trees? They can avoid running out of trees, but there's a lot of forestry going on. You have to remember, only a few years ago, the Danish Navy was told that the trees they'd planted for their fleet had finally reached maturity, and they could have. So yeah. Britain was expecting there to be about a 50-year period in the middle of the 19th century when they were going to be facing a tree shortage between their ability to cut down trees and their ability to the tree generations they had growing up. Which originally they planned to be covered by the American forestry, but of course they'd lost access to America. However, they did have plans about using the trees from India, the teak and the other things from India to try and make up for allowing them to produce some ships. And then, of course, there's always the fact that they always plan on capturing other people's ships as well.
Probably leveraging Portuguese Brazil as well.
A fair chunk, but the wood coming out of Portuguese Brazil wasn't considered really that great for the lower parts of the hulls, mostly because of the cutting process which seemed to be going on in Brazil at the time. They felt it needed to be have the milling upgraded, etc. They get quite, in the nicest way, the British get quite fussy over wood at certain points. It's quite disturbingly fussy.
Another Viking ship museum is feeling all the benefit of all these trees that the Danish Navy planted to make their longship replicas.
Yeah, they are. It's very useful. Thank you very much. Joe Frederick.
Yeah, and the Swedes have also trees.
Yeah. It's much the same. A lot of them were planted because of the same conflict. Joe, yeah. Yeah, the Royal Navy went around and basically at certain points had to go and decided it was going to take out the Baltic navies because they were causing it trouble. Joe Fredericks, even if Korea managed to modernize like Japan did in the 19th century, would it have been enough to prevent Japanese colonization? It depends. Do they manage to not just modernize but also organize their country, organize their government better? Because one of the reasons why the Japanese managed to achieve what they do is because, let's be honest, the wars in which the Korean Yi Sun-sin, isn't it, the Korean admiral?
Yes.
It is Yi Sun-sin, isn't it? That's the Korean admiral.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Are fighting. Basically, they are won despite the central government, not because of. And one of the consistent troubles for Korea throughout its history has been its government's ability to get in its own way. Korean governments have a unique and some would say virtuous ability to, the only people who claim that are probably people who are in the Korean governments, to manage to shoot themselves in the foot. Dramatically and with aplomb. By infighting, usually. Joel Frederick, the IGN is given godlike omnipresent capabilities, a la Swans from Free Body Problem. Can they win the war knowing everything about what the Allies are doing? No, because even if the information, if you know what the Allies are doing, at a certain point you just don't have enough force to match it. So it's kind of the problem the Sophons are dealing with. They could arrive with near godlike technological abilities. But by the time they arrived, the force and presence on the Earth of the humanity would just be too strong for them to win against. And for the Earth to be in a order which they could then take advantage of. If I'm remembering the correct movie. Or rather, TV series. I don't think I've watched most of it. I think I found it a bit annoying at a certain point because it just kept repeating itself. But yeah. If also, if I remember correctly, there's a whole lot of hand-wringing in it as well. Of going, oh, we're using someone who's dying's brain to go to end space and things like that. And I got to that point and going, that seems something perfectly fun to do.
Are they doing it willingly? Yes. And what's that problem?
Yes. But they might be nasty to him. But he's doing it willingly, and he gets to go off and do something really quite cool. Seneca, did any submarine escape a sonar by doing whale noises? I don't think so, but that's not really something that would probably be repeated a lot by the submarine, because it might have then been suggestively encountered by a whale going, hello, you made noises, I'm here to say hello. As the major noises for whales, which most submariners know, are not the sort of noises you want to make if you don't want to have very, very friendly attention. And, yeah.
Germans did create primitive noisemakers.
Yeah. I don't think they made whale noises,
to try and... No, it's those bubble things, you know, the bubble launchers.
Yeah.
That they try and use to basically bounce sonar waves away to distract pursuing vessels. But they're very primitive in World War II, aren't they?
Yeah. They were mainly used successfully to try and distract things like homing torpedoes. That was the idea they were focused on for most of their history. Ramon,
yeah.
Do you think the US was lagging behind in terms of the early destroyers? No. They're doing fine. Again, Charles F. Adams, Farragut class, they're perfectly good for their period. They're pretty good. In some ways, they are better than average for their period, considering some of the things that they're up against. Joel Fredericks, the Korean People's Naval today travels back to 1950. Can they achieve naval supremacy against the USN? Not the Korean People's Navy of today. Not in 1950. Seriously, the sheer amount of ships the US Navy has got will overwhelm them in 1950. Combine that with the aircraft carriers, and the fact is, the Korean People's Navy of today it's got some good subs. Anyone to say something nicer about the Korean People's Navy of today?
Good subs.
Good subs.
Question mark.
Good subs. but that's about it. They're not going to keep. They're not going to.
Rapid dive. Some of them have very good rapid dive capabilities.
Stop being worried about the destroyers, Leslie. That's not a feature they're happy with.
Sure, I'm talking about their subs. Some of them may look like destroyers to throw you off the track.
Yeah, even my deaf grandma can hear them. So.
Yeah. Ramol, do you think Royal Navy wartime World War II destroyers, other than the 1945 later DDs, aren't as future-proof as electric fletchers? Yes and no. A lot of the British World War II destroyers are turned into frigates for high-speed ASW warfare, and also there's the fact that the Suez crisis and various things afterwards cause a curtailment in Royal Navy destroyer forces. I would also say the Royal Navy looks at its wartime production destroyers and looks at them and goes, but we want something better. And that's the trouble. If you compare the wartime destroyers to the daring class which come after the war, which encapsulate all their thoughts and all their thinking and a lot of the ideas, you start to go, okay, that's the obstacle. So I think that's the problem. The Royal Navy's whereas the US could see utility in their wartime destroyers still and could make them useful, the Royal Navy looked at the destroyers and felt they couldn't make them useful. Joel Fredericks, what's the consequence if every naval power prior to World War II fitted their vessels with the idea of putting late war USN levels of AA anti-aircraft fire to shame? Well, that, to be fair, that provides a lot more firepower when World War II air attacks come in. Did the Royal Navy ship or airplane crews like those not orders? How many of those were tasked to other ships versus Sunderlands or other air assets? They were usually phrased in such a way they're working together, and the groups were working together, so they did tend to work out quite well. And again, the amount of times the air groups will be going, the aircraft will be going, I think I hit a submarine, but I'm not sure. I'm returning to base because I'm running out of fuel, but it's at this location. And the hunter-killer group, which was in the area waiting to reinforce the convoy, would just go, oh, we might as well mosey over that way and have us say hello. And they would. And then they go, hello. Oh, we found a submarine. So, again, whose kill is that? Is that the aircraft which spotted it? Or the submarine crew, the hunter-killer group of sloops which turn up over there to go and go, hello. Joel Fredericks, I think that's more a question for... Are Foxo and Dragon in the chat? They are, and maybe Timu and me. Joel Fredericks' question. What's your opinion on why furries like to buy deactivated military equipment?
I'm someone who doesn't like to buy deactivated military equipment.
This is the question I'm mentally asking. Everyone likes the stuff.
The thing is, there's this thing people have called autism.
Well, the furries tend to have money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but per capita, furries are tend to be very autistic.
Yes, they are autistic.
Or non-neurotypical.
That's probably a slightly more polite way of putting it.
Yes.
Even though technically saying autistic is a scientific term. Not
I would say they are unique people. But,
Yeah, I can see all this.
And military history tends to attract non-neurotypical people.
It does have a smattering of what I would call very studious types.
And for a quick answer for YouTube comment, Moshe, yeah, they might have, but we do not talk about it.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one. But there are, yeah, that's I have a friend who actually researches those kinds of events. Yeah, she's...
Oh, what's being talked about?
Romantic attentions from whales onto submarines, and a friend, I will call them, because she is one. She's doing research. Her husband was a captain of a submarine, and she is a marine biologist. And her husband, submarine, told her and made the mistake of telling her about one of these events, and she is now doing a deep dive study into it, much to many submariners' torture at having to remember the events. It is a case of, seriously, you told her? Yes, I know, I apologise. I think the poor man might be doing permanently on some kind of upset list from his bosses. Why did you tell your wife about this? You realise she's studying it now. Yes, I'm sorry.
Isn't that just a hard and fast submarine rule? What's done on the submarine stays on the submarine.
Yes, it is.
And like what happens in Texas. Wait, no, it's not Texas. Vegas.
Vegas. Yes.
American states all sound the same.
Yes, they do. But
God,
anyways,
that'll get me great in comment section.
I'm just glad that you weren't in this weekend in Vegas to getting married, Dragon and Foxer, because you might have Bottas doing the ceremony for you.
We can go to Vegas, to be honest. Not exactly a great place.
It's bright, it's loud.
The food's very plastic. But there is a great pizza place in Vegas which does the world's biggest pizza, which they made the mistake of telling me and 4 friends that they didn't think we could eat in the time required.
Yeah, no, that one I'm pretty sure I can beg to differ with. I know a few people.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say, if me and Dragon ever get married, we are going to Cascadia. We are going to...
You are not allowed to nuke Cascadia.
Right then.
I want to nuke the UN, not Cascadia.
For a few seconds, we are going to disappear off this video, and we are going to turn up in the next one, so we've only been broadcasting for 9 hours, okay? So we're going to Historiophon part 7 of 9. Literally, we will go off and come back on. It will be seconds.
We hope.
And that is in YouTube.
That is on YouTube. It's also going to be on... Well, it's just going to be on YouTube. But I have to stop streaming. I technically have to stop streaming to both.